TFT has variance, so nothing is guaranteed. But I do think I'm a favorite to win regionals because I'm the best player. The skill gap is actually so wide that Soju was begging me to not play. He said, don't even show up, lil bro.
Okay, so my plan for making worlds is first talk to all of the other regional players, steal their tech, and give them false tech, so sabotage them. And then after that, it should be pretty easy to make it past day 1 and day 2 after I have all their tech, and then they're lost. And then for the final day, I'm just gonna play like Shimmer on 2-1 on the third of my games, hit a 3-star dragon on a third of my games, and then hit scope weapons 3 a few times as well. So yeah, and then we should be good to go.
Hello, I'm Goobums, and the reason why I think I deserve to go to Worlds this set is because I am one of the, if not the best player in North America. I've already been to Worlds before, so I've studied a lot of the other regions, I know how they play, and I'm confident I can win, and I'm confident that I have the best chance of winning Worlds for North America if I get to play again. And also, I'm confident that I'm already making it to Worlds, so I just want to find out which one of you guys gets second place at Regionals.
I deserve to go to Worlds because I'll be the first NA player to win Worlds and bring the trophy home to NA.
Lucky not that good at this set, so I don't feel like I deserve a spot at Worlds, but if I make it, it'll be a big more dog diff.
Hi, my name is Kermex, and the way that I'm going to make it to Worlds is the same way I did the first time, which is play well on the day and high roll my off. Please, Mortdog, give me your blessing.
I'm going to make it to Worlds because I'm a turbo believer, and I never give up until it's actually over.
At the end of set 6, I've improved so much as a player. This year I'm going to Worlds because I have the best early game, and I know the most lines on the entire server.
I deserve to be at Worlds this set because I have the best read on the meta, and I'll be forcing Soraka 3 reroll, the best comp in the game, to prove it.
I am going to make Worlds by playing the top secret cat and dog composition, where you reroll Nasus, Nidalee, and Zippy. I average probably about a 3.0 of this on ladder if we were to remove debuff for outliers, and I'm very confident that this comp will be able to take me to the big leagues.
So why do I deserve to be at Worlds? Well, I think I deserve to be at Worlds because I'm North America's greatest innovator. I think I come up with really cool strategies, brand new things that nobody even heard of. Last set, right before NA Regionals, I came up with Silver Tech. And at the time, not a single person played it, but I found out that Silver is actually incredibly broken. Unfortunately, during that Regionals, I leaked it to everyone else, and Silver became pretty much 4-way contested at NA Regionals every game. And then Silver eventually became so broken that even at Worlds, it was pretty much picked every single game and hard forced. Well, at this Regionals, how am I going to make it? Well, I'm going to tell you right now that I'm not going to leak all of my tech to maybe a select few people that I trust. And then I think by coming up with the new strategies and coming up with innovative ways to play the game is just going to be my huge edge going to NA Regionals. So that's how I'm going to make it.
I'm gonna stomp all the little kids, all the little bros and at regionals who call me old. Vertosaurus looking at you, Setsuko looking at you, little bro looking at you, Lulu looking at you. Lulu's Pressman, by the way. And yeah, that's it. I'm like the LeBron James of Teamfight Tactics.
Welcome to Q-Pop, the Dragonlands North American Regionals pre-show. I'm your host, Casanova, and I'll be your guide through these uncharted realms as we crown our North American Regional Champion. So let's start at the beginning, the road to Regionals. Our players took many paths through pop-off performances at the Cups, mid-set finale, and LCQ, through dominance over the ladder with our leaderboard snapshots, and through consistency across the set with our qualifier points. They took many paths, but with one destination: the North American Regional Finals and a chance to earn a spot at the Dragonlands World Championships. But we have more to get done. We have 3 days of play this weekend. These 24 players are coming in to compete here on day one in 6 games. We will then cut down to a top 16 for day number 2, where we will play 6 more. That will cut to a final 8, where we will play 6 more games on day 3, and the top 2 will qualify for the Dragonlands Championship. The finalist with the highest average placement across all 3 days will also join them at the Dragonlands World Championship, and the remaining top 2 finalists will qualify for the Western Last Chance Qualifier. There is also a $25,000 prize pool on the line, with first taking home $8,000 and second taking home $5,000, but all of the top 16 will be getting a piece of that pie, though first or second getting those invites to Worlds are the most coveted prizes. But how do we talk about these top 24 players who have made it here? What better way than with a fantasy draft? So earlier, I sat down with our forecasters, and we did just that. Check it out. All right, everybody, we are here with the fantasy draft for the North American TFT Regionals. I'm Casanova, joined by Admirable, Bryce, Frodan, and Khroen. And before we jump into this, getting all the picks, it will be noted that I'm not going to be picking anybody today. I did a little too well at Dragon Cup, absolutely destroyed Khroen over there. And they said, hey, I can't, look, they're like, hey, you can't pick this time. So these 4 are each going to pick 6 players out. We're going to get all 24 players picked through. It's going to be awesome to be able to kind of talk about each and every player. So before we get into the actual picks, I want to get a little bit of strategy from everyone. I'm going to go down the panel. Admirable, starting with you. What's your strat coming into the fantasy draft?
I think the big take I'm going to have is just picking players that play strong. That's pretty much it. It's like whoever the next best player is, that's the one I'm going to be taking. Now, granted, this is technically based on my opinion at this point. So that is a liability, I think, in the strategy at this point, because I'm having to compete against Bryce and Dan and Khroen in this measure, 3 players who have constantly outshined me as well. But I do think that my thought process tends to be a little bit better and more clean. They're just a little bit smarter than I am.
Okay. to Bryce. Bryce, there's been a bit of a rivalry between you and Frodan in these fantasy drafts. I know y'all do some on your podcast as well. I don't know how many fantasy drafts you're doing at this point, but what's the strat for this one specifically coming in for regionals?
Yeah, I'm gonna play this one pretty similarly to how I've played them in the past. I'm gonna draft good players at the beginning, and then I'm gonna draft good players in the middle, and then at the end I'm gonna draft good players. Good players? Yeah. Okay. And I think it's gonna work out well for me.
That seems to be a pretty good strategy, I assume. I mean, I think picking good players is it might be hard though, because regionals, they're all good players, so I guess everyone's gonna have that strategy. Wait, okay. No. Let's elaborate here.
I'm surprised you used the word rivalry. It implies that there's like a back and forth battle. I believe Bryce hasn't won against me this set.
Wow.
I think I've turned the corner. I would like Bryce to finally win this one, actually, so I could be motivated to improve, but so far it's just kind of lonely at the top.
Wow, this is really rich coming from a guy that got straight up farmed for like multiple sets in a row, and especially when you look at the results of the drafts. Look, the reality is TFT is a game of variance, and even a blind squirrel can find an acorn, I guess a couple of times, which is good for you. I'm really happy for you that you got your squirrel, but I'm got your nut, but I'm very excited to dominate this fantasy draft as I typically.
Wow, I never heard someone so happy just live off past achievements. You're only as good as your most recent draft, right?
Listen, if I was only successful in the last 6 months, then I guess I would lean into that as well.
It feels so good to not be targeted. Finally.
Yeah, we're just chilling. We're just like, let them go at it. I don't know.
All right, well now, Khroen, your turn. You feel better about your chances this time?
Well, I do, because I surely can't do worse than I did at Dragon Cup in that fantasy draft, so the world's my oyster right now at this point, honestly. I'm absorbing a bunch of knowledge. I got my secret little book here. I'm feeling better about this one.
Secret little book that we all have.
But this one has my secret information.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
right.
That's his secret little book.
I've already written down so much stuff in here. You don't even know. No, I don't. Because this has the key to success, and it's not first picking Kyvix this time, I think. Because Kyvix let me down last time, I'm just going to say.
Flame Kyvix.
I'm not trying to flame him. There's room for improvement. I will try to get Kyvix again if I can. I'll just give you some free information, feel a little bad for you all.
Let's start these picks. Let's get it rolling. We're going to start Admirable, we're going to go, and then Snake back. So, Admirable, who you got first?
I think the first pick is pretty clean here. It's very clear. When you take a look at it, from the top-down perspective, data, performance, name for the pun on the first one of it being so clean. It's just got to be dish soap.
Ooh.
He just plays so well. His play has such a deliberate angle, and when you watch him play the game from his stream perspective, he has so much self-criticism that it's almost heartbreaking when I watch it. But it's like he's always finding that way to improve, no matter what it is, no matter what spot. He's always got some sort of self-criticism, but he just absolutely flames everybody else's play as well, which is how you know he's so far ahead. He's seeing his own mistakes and other players in the same lobby. Like, how do you do that? And at the same time perform with it. You look at the in-house performances, the tournament performances, the ladder performances, it's got to be dish soap number one.
Bryce, you can go ahead and take your first pick as well. Dish soap off the table. Who you got?
Yeah, I'm really excited about my first pick. I will be going with my brethren in TFT Dadhood, Beast Coast, Mismatched Socks, or Socks for short. Socks is a player that is the most story tournament performer in North America, 1-2 with Milk, depending on what you're valuing. He's made back-to-back regionals in the past, but let's be honest, he has not been in peak Socks form for quite some time. He said he is prepared at a level that he has not been since set 4. It might not be peak form, but it's the closest that he has been. And look, anyone who has ever watched peak form Socks knows how truly special that is. He's probably the best Soifin player on the server right now. He finds his edge in the nuance of the game. He is the best positioner in all of teamfight tactics, in my opinion, and he's just going to be finding little edges throughout the event. He's also chock full of confidence. When I talked to him, he said he thinks he's by far the best player in the field. Makes him an easy first pick slam for me.
Yeah, I mean, you had also mentioned when we were talking behind the scenes how so many of the other players in the field have been putting so much respect on Sox' name. And so when the best of the region are calling you the best, it's a pretty good look coming into the event. So seems like a solid pick. Frodan, Sox dish soap off the table.
Good picks overall. Can't really fault them on that whatsoever. I'm going to go with someone who has a proven track record this set, and I think that also is basically what Sox has been trying to achieve in a long time. So I'm going to go with Asa. Asa is a player that Sox actually has even said that he thinks that Asa is himself, but one, has more free time, and two, even has, in some ways, even a higher ceiling in terms of what he can achieve because of the way he looked at the game. I respect Asa a lot. I think his preparation method is some of the best. I think this tournament is going to favor those who have put in the thoughtfulness on how they're practicing and training for events. And there's none on this list that stand out to me more than Asa.
Khroen, is it Kyvix? That's the question on everyone's mind.
I was going to maybe pick Asa, or probably going to pick Asa, but pick was sniped. This always happens to me. My picks get sniped right before, but it is what it is. My secret little book here is telling me the next most viable pick is Milk. Because back-to-back worlds, let's go for the 3 times, right? Milk, as Bryce was saying, one of the most decorated, kind of 1-2 with Sox there. So I feel like if you're undervaluing Milk, probably just wrong. So my first pick. I'm getting another one, right? Because
And Kyvix.
And Kyvix.
Yes, so we don't get the first pick.
Why are we blaming Kyvix so much here?
We're not. We're blaming Khroen.
It's mostly
But you're blaming Khroen for picking Kyvix.
No.
To his face.
Yeah, exactly. But I get it. Picking pedigree, picking someone who has just shown a history of success, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And now you get to pick the best player in North American TFT, Kyvix.
Maybe later.
Okay, all right, where are we going? Where are we going?
For now, we're going Robin, Regionals God. I think Robin's songs, ever since the 1-1-1, 5-1-1, everyone has Robin as one of the best tournament players, especially. Always very consistent. Just, I think one of the greats, and no one can really dispute that. Regionals time, he really pops off, so I think Robin's going to bring it home for me in this draft.
We're back to Frodan.
Yes,
pick number 2.
Consistency. I'm going for first or bust. If I get second, I consider that last. And I'm picking a player who embodies this entire ideal. It is Cloud9 K3 Soju. I'm going with Soju.
Seeing Soju picked up, second round is the earliest I think I've seen Soju go in a fantasy draft in a while. So can you? Yeah,
let me
explain.
Let me explain. Peak form.
No, that's all I needed. Actually, that's exactly what I was looking for. Bryce.
In a more serious note, I think a lot of people meme Soju for how he is hyped up for tournaments, but there's one tournament that he always puts the pedal to the metal, and that is regionals. Set 5 regionals, Soju was in great form, showed off what he was really capable of, making a deep run to the last day. It wasn't his day because Robin and Milk and Spencer were still in the show, but I think Soju still has it in him. Set 6 took a little bit of a step back, but this set, I mean, he is looking on fire, and I would not be surprised to see Soju clean up house and finally live up to the expectations that many people, including himself, put upon him.
Bryce, it is your turn to choose your fighter for round 2.
This is actually really tough. I think there's a lot of names left on the board that are really worth picking in this spot, but I'm going to trust my instincts on this one, and I'm going to go with Birdosaurus.
Admirable, we finally made it back to you. Let's get your round 2 pick. Dish Soap was your number 1.
I get the snake pick here as well. So I'm going to announce both my names, and then I'm going to talk about them in that order. I'm taking Ramblin', and then I'm taking Rainplosion. In this particular patch right now, it feels like AP is very strong. And I know that despite the fact that it might not have a strategic benefit, Ramblin's just going to play for AP. He just likes it a lot. So when you can lead off one of your opening items and say, "In Rod we trust," that's a really big deal. And Ramblin right now, I feel like understands the meta, and he's going to favor this anyway. So it feels like it just kind of leans to his advantage, in my opinion, when I look at it. This is purely from a playstyle perspective and knowing that Ramblin's super deliberate.
Yeah, Rainplosion had their breakout here in set 7. She had a phenomenal performance. Rookie of the set, I think, is a great way, a great title to give Rainplosion. And to cap it off at regionals, having a great performance would be awesome to see from, effectively a rookie. So, Bryce, we're back to you.
We're back to me, and I feel like there's a theme emerging for my team, actually, which is that it's really a pedigree-oriented team. I'm going to be going with Pokkygom in this pick. Pokkygom, alongside Birdosaurus, the two best players to not play in set 6, really, right? They were two of the best players in set 5, two of the kind of consensus top 5 players from that set, and they have been consistently performing well throughout the entirety of set 7, despite the fact that for certain tournaments, like one tournament, Pokkygom popped off with COVID. Right? He was not even close to his peak form from a mental perspective and still doing really well. We actually might see a repeat of that. I feel like this is almost like Michael Jordan flu game dynamic where Pocky has a really high fever, right?
Slow down.
Well, let's see what happens, right? If Pokkygom goes on and wins this event playing Suboptimy, then we're going to be talking about it. And I think that from a skill ceiling perspective, just like with Birdosaurus, Pokkygom is exactly the type of player I would want to send to Worlds.
All right, can I make my pick now?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, you
I can't believe, once again, that Bryce has allowed Goobumps to slip to me this late into the draft. How could you do this to Andrew again after what happened last time? So for people without context, Bryce forgot Goobumps was on the board. It wouldn't surprise me if once again it slipped his mind. I think you're looking at this practice group. If you so highly value Sox, if you highly value Asa, you have to put Goobumps in this conversation because in a lot of ways he is contributing some of these really strong ideas that sparked the conversations. And he's really put the effort in once more. I think, again, a motivated Goobumps. We saw what happened last set. He was player of set 6, #1 ranked in North America. I think, once again, he can remind people what happens when people sleep on him.
So, you told the beginning of that story. What was the end of that story? When you got Goobumps on your team, I believe he got, was it day 1? Did he get day 1 or did he go out in day 1?
I mean, that doesn't matter about the results. My draft was excellent, right?
Oh,
you said it yourself.
Oh, great. Okay, so you agree. So you can win a fantasy draft and lose the results. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I sold my Goobumps stock.
That's crazy. Wait, excuse me.
I have a screenshot of Bryce telling me, written explicitly, that he thinks my draft is better on multiple occasions. I'm just going to submit that to the evidence once we go to court.
No. But Admirable has sold his Goobumps stock. That is the crazy thing for me. Sorry, if you've ever been on a broadcast with Admirable or watched Admirable before, he's never selling his Goobumps stock.
Yeah, and he said never every single time, I believe.
But it's sold. It's gone. All we can do is move on to Khroen because no further questions. No further questions, sir.
The day has come where Admirable has no more Goobumps stock. I never thought the day would come, but hey, here we are. And now to consult the little secret book again. No, I think these are two phenomenal players. I'm going to go out and pick the pick that we memed about second. But first, I will say Setsuko. Because I think Setsuko is always at the top or near the top of other players' rankings. I think Setsuko is a phenomenally smart TFT player. I think approaches pretty much every single set and always has something more to bring, something that he's always learning, improving upon. I think it's a pretty good pick. And then the man of the hour.
And Kyvix.
It's Kyvix.
It's time. Wait, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's actually
I thought you were
time.
memeing us again.
No, I'm not memeing.
Oh, wow.
Should I have waited longer? Probably, but hey, Kyvix actually plays a different game of TFT than anybody else, and it's so fascinating to watch and learn. Just there's something else going on in Kyvix's brain that nobody else can really even comprehend, let alone like mimic, and it always works. Okay, not always, I guess, but most of the time. Works. Not last time when I picked him in Dragon Cup, but ever since Kyvix won a mid set, it was just always on my radar, and it is going to keep being that same way right now.
Okay, so I'm taking my second big risk.
Yes,
this
he's
draft.
doing
What
it.
do you mean, yes, you don't know exactly what I'm picking.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
Sure. What do you think I'm going to bet?
Okay. All right, go. You're good.
All right. I am going with whoever is not on Bryce's choice here. What do you pick? What do you pick?
No. I want to find out.
All right. I'm going with the theme of friendship.
Keep going. I'm curious. Tell me more.
So we have Asa and Goobums who study together and they're good friends, and it's because they share tech and they practice together. If you truly believe that Soju is, as they say, PF, peak form, then you have to go with Joey Wheeler to the Yugi Moto. That is Prestivan, P-God, Mr. Kevin from Boston.
What is that?
He circled it!
What is that?
Prestivan.
Show camera. He circled it.
Read him like a book, ladies and gentlemen, like a book.
And I stand by that pick. I think Prestivan has really improved. And you know what? I get to pick Prestivan. Everyone else has been memeing this guy from Boston to LA, and I feel like it's been so disrespectful to the potential that he's had. He's only started competing for a year, and he's gotten to this far, and he's been able to show results where he's steadily improved, and most importantly, he's put in the time. He's grinded the in-houses harder than anybody. He's studying relentlessly, and everyone knows that when he puts his mind to it, he can excel at every game that he puts his effort into. So I believe Prestivan is actually a high-value pick. I'm kind of tying my horses together. I believe in Soju and P-God. I believe in Ace and Goop.
But, Bryce, we'll bring it back to earth. Who you got?
I'm actually really torn in this pick, because if I want to go with I could stick with my consistent theme, or I could deviate drastically on this pick. I think I'm going to stick with my theme, and I'm going to go with proven track records, right? Regional stage, I want someone who's been there before. I want someone who's had success on that stage before, someone who's not going to be afraid of the moment, and I'll be going with Liquid's Khroen X, the last real pedigree-oriented player on this list, someone who is a former regional champion, someone who has already competed in the World Championship, and someone who's just played more competitive TFT than basically everyone left on this list put together.
But that does mean we've got 2 picks for you, Admirable.
I'm just going to go down the list here for 2 reasons. Number 1, it does feel random number generated, but number 2 is that this is actually the order I was putting them in for my picks. I'm going with AMD, and I'm going with Casper.
A lot of good players still left on the board. Where are you going?
A lot of good players still left on the board. I'm going to take a sharp right turn here. I have been picking pedigree from top to finish. There's not a lot of pedigree left on the board, but one thing that is not lacking left on the board is confidence. I started my draft by picking Mismatch Socks, a player who thinks he is the best player, not just in the region, but in the world. You know the other player that thinks they are the best player in the world in this field? It is Clear TFT. Clear is not short on confidence, a man who is trying to prove that if you say you are the best often enough, you very well just might be. He is someone that comes into the tournament with some of the highest 1st or 8th rate of any of the players across competitive TFT. This man is not afraid to play the game on the razor's edge. He's not afraid to play from behind. He's also someone that comes in with a very clear game plan. He is someone that really prepares, decides what he wants to play, decides what he thinks is broken, and it's not always what the other players are leaning into as well, and he just attacks it. Listen, I picked this man knowing full well that he could flame out in day 1, but he also might be there competing for the title at the very end, and it feels like a swing worth taking at this stage in the draft.
Frodan, would you like to explicitly tell me who you're picking?
It's a really interesting pick in particular because I think that they perform well in the in-houses, and I'm just going to go a little bit with data here. I'm going to go with degree. Certain players in this field actually don't know how to cap their boards and play for first. They know how to play for second to fourth really often. And when I looked at Degree and just looked at some of the results and also just watched just a tiny bit of their play, I think there was moments where I can see that. So if we're going to go this deep in the draft, you need to show a little bit of the upside right of that pick.
Khroen,
you know who knows how to win? I'm gonna pivot my strategy from the consistent picks. I'm gonna start off with Milk and Robin. Everyone knows them, but I'm gonna go for some recency bias here. Both LCQ winners, Sag and Sully. I think they're coming off a hot streak right now. The momentum is great and feeling confident moving forward into regionals. And I think Cass, you had mentioned that they're both feeling very confident, specifically on this patch. And there has been a B patch in between there, but I don't think it changed things up enough to really mess with their strategies and their approach to it. So if they can do well, have that confidence forward to regionals, I think they very much can pop off and do well here too.
All right, my pick. All right, well, this one just has to round out the crew. For so long, there's been a lot of frustration from Soju whenever I would rank him or not rank him and put other people there in his place. Bryce already circled the name because he knows exactly where I'm going from it. But I'm going with my man, Malala, for my 6th and final pick. It just feels appropriate, right? I can have them both kind of play under my team and just say who can do better. So once and for all, we can say who is greater than whom.
All right. Basically, just whoever scores more points for you, in your opinion,
is the better
just the better player.
Ad infinitum.
Yeah,
and the other one is cut off. No more friendship. No more talking about them. No more picking them. They're dead to him.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure again that we're very clear here. And
high stakes here. Wow.
Make sure the stakes are set purposely for Frodan. Bryce, you got another pick.
There are 2 names left on the board.
Yes.
I think there's merit to both of them. I'm going to be going with Dace, a player that I have not had the opportunity to watch a lot of, but I did study. He was very successful in some of the tournaments early on in set 7, and we did some VOD reviewing for our podcast, and I watched Dace play. And there were a couple of games they had that were very Bebe-esque, and they're leveling, and they were playing really aggressive tempo. And there were some other games where they were just showing kind of standard, clean play. And what was so funny is that because we don't get to watch that much, and I only got to watch like 6 of Dace's games played ever in his history of TFT, it was very easy to attach to well, they played a couple of Bebe style games, so they're Bebe 2.0, and they're just a tempo player, and they're just leveling like crazy. And then afterwards, Dace, I've seen Dace a couple of times in different Twitch chats just being like, man, I'm just trying to shake this narrative, almost like I don't know where this came from. I'm like, yeah, where did that come from? Who said that, right? So I feel like Dace and I have a new story to tell together, beginning with this pick.
All right, well, there is one player remaining. Admirable, you get to pick them.
It's my favorite form of the research, the best place to do it from, where you access the Library of Alexandria that is in your pocket. It's Taco Bell Wi-Fi. But honestly, the fact that this is the last pick, I think really, again, demonstrates the point that I was trying to make, was this is regionals, okay? There aren't weak players here, but the perspective of weak is just relative to the rest of the field. These are strong players who are here, and I can't wait to see how this pans out.
That is the end of our fantasy draft. We're going to be jumping into gameplay in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. The North American TFT Regionals begins right now.
You heard me. The North American TFT Regionals begins now. I am Casanova, joined by Admirable and Khroen. It's my first time here in studio for some TFT, and we got the Regionals. We're sending some people the world this weekend. I'm so excited, Admirable.
There's just nothing like the studio energy that's here. The COVID time warp has really thrown my perspective off on this a bit. It's been years of casting, and having to do the proxy casts just isn't the same as when you're in the studio. Something about it just brings this vibrant feel to it. But not only that, it's just how the strength of this field that the players, despite the fact that there's a lot of opinions that there's such a huge gap, Khroen, I think it's pretty close. This is just a barn burner of an event.
Oh, it really is. You got enough energy for the both of us, but I'm going to try to give some of my own here. It's great to be in studio for a really the most important event of the year for NA players as we look forward towards Worlds.
All right, well, we talked about the players a little bit already in that fantasy segment, but now we have the lobbies that they'll be playing in. So let's take a look at lobbies A through C. B, we're going to be kicking off with Lobby A.
Yeah, Lobby A to me is a great starter for this one because it pretty much goes across the entire board. You have players that are veterans like Sox. You have players that had this idea of a one trick, but they've shown a much deeper understanding with Clear. Kyvix just having a completely different take on the game than pretty much every other player. And again, those consistent performances with Robin. Pretty much any way you slice this, Khroen, Lobby A's got the full distance.
Yeah, I mean, people know I love Kyvix, especially from that fantasy draft. I mean, on my fantasy team, please carry me this time, Kyvix. But looking towards the bottom half here, Malala, Milk, Prestman, Ramblin, all very, very solid names. Their Milk back-to-back Worlds appearances. I think it might be time to see a three-peat here for him.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if he can get that three-peat. He's back again, and you know how else is back? Ball Street as our partner for Fantasy TFT. They've been with us since set 5, and they're expanding into more with news, more content, and bringing all the best podcasts. You can check them out in the App Store or over on the web at Fantasy TFT. Excited to have them back and excited to be back in studio for some TFT. Without further ado, we have Game 1 of the Dragonlands North American Regionals ready for you. Let's get into it.
Sox comes in as nothing less than the tournament favorite for this event. And if you ask him, he's the favorite by a pretty wide margin. He's in peak form for the first time since set 4, and he's ready to show why he is the scariest player in the history of North American teamfight tactics.
There's so much to say about Robin, but Robin is coming into this event after already having topped the past 2 regionals, especially after his famous 1-1-1, 5-1-1 performance. Everyone's going to be looking at Robin as the player that's going to take this event.
Malala is here through qualifier points. Not necessarily a flexible player, but they're not determining their composition necessarily very early on, tending to focus a lot on the early game items being defense, and then figuring out what the major components you need to combine are later on in order to flesh out your team. Malala is a player that I have my eye on here at regionals, but I don't necessarily have a giant expectation for them.
Kyvix is a player that truly beats to his own TFT drum. In a world of echo chamber of all the players talking to each other and saying, this is how you play, this is what is good, this is a man that defies the odds time and time again. He plays the units he wants, how he wants, and somehow, some way, he always gets it done. He is the biggest wild card heading into regionals, and do not be surprised to see him on day number 3.
Milk is the best player North America has ever seen. He's won tournaments in every set, and he's about to make a potential unprecedented 3rd consecutive world championship. This would make it for the history books, and I can't think of a better player than Milk.
Ramblin is here through Snapshot, and the Snapshot is just a perspective of the ladder. At a certain point, the top players qualify. When you look at their recent tournament performances, time after time, it has been just barely missed because of tiebreaker perspectives. Can he pressure the other players to the tiebreakers now?
When I say the name Prestman, everyone in this room laughs. Why is that? This set, he's about to show you that when you hear the name Prestman, you should feel fear.
The clear best player in this field, at least according to him, is Clear TFT, a player that is never short on confidence, a player that is always willing to play for first. Will he actually be able to put up in this event, or is it time for him to close his mouth?
All right, well, we've got a slight game delay, but we are going to be getting into that game in just a moment. So we've got a little bit more time to talk about that piece of content that we made. I mean, you know, exciting to see Milk back for the 3rd time. I know you teased that right before, but also Prestman, yes, everyone in the room did laugh on Dan's first take. But why should we fear him? Why should we fear Prestman?
Prestman just has shown so much improvement throughout this. You know, he has a nickname P-God underneath his belt here. And when you take a look at the data across the board, this is from Gangly, who's put together a lot of stuff with some people leading up to LCQ. Prestman technically had the lowest points that were coming into this, but it's P-God. You know, so let's go to the next player on that one. It's actually Casper Wu. So that's why Prestman needs to be feared in this one. Is despite that data, you look at the in-houses, and it is dominant coming into this one. Game 1 of day 1, Khroen. And what a performance I am expecting from pretty much every single player. I can't wait to see how this fleshes out. We're starting with Sox on this one, and let me tell you what. Bryce put together some interviews with this one, and one of the questions he asked is, what item are you looking for at the start of this game? And it is just so different from player to player.
Yeah, I think Sox from that interview did say sword, and looks like he didn't end up getting that one right there, but it's still okay because he's comfortable with these lines starting off with the bow. But Sox, I mean, talking about that information, Sox is a player who's going to be feeling super confident going into this event. He thinks is by a pretty wide margin, actually, he's one of the favorite. I think that there was some numbers that are out there, like 25 to 30% chance to qualify for Worlds. That is pretty insane for a player to be that confident in their own performance.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of this kind of crept out in the last couple of days as well. You know, Sox had a child in the last year, and you know that dad buff is certainly a real thing. It's felt like, but that consumes a lot of time. You know, you have to combine that with work, and he honestly has this I think this shadow right over him. That's his past performance. Can he live up to that again? And a lot of players, I'd say seriously, in the last 2 days, have shown that esteem for Sox and that respect that's there. A lot of it came up, and it's just like, wow, everyone is saying that Sox is in one of the best forms he's been in, and that is a huge difference for what they're expecting from everyone else.
Peak form for the first time since set 4 that has been thrown out there. See if Sox is able to prove that that is the case. An early Lagoon opener definitely makes me think that it's a pretty good shot too. The Mirage can be electric overload there. Not too great for Deja, but Sox can still play all these lines phenomenally. Sox, you were talking about, Admirable, had so much, or not so much time comparatively to the rest of the field because, you know, that dad buff, but still, even with that, his in-house performances have been absolutely insane.
I want to point out his positioning here in the 1-4 as well. Cornering the Malphite into that corner means that your Lagoon has more opportunities to cast, get those stacks rolling a little bit earlier.
Tech.
It's those tiny little things like that that can make an astronomical difference when you measure it up. Sox already showing it before we've even played around versus other players.
That's just so good he is. It's going to be going so aggressive slamming items already, but Sox knows all of these little niche things. I think everyone in North American TFT looks to Sox, especially for positioning nuances, and we saw that right there in just the 1-4 round. That's what separates the good from the great TFT players, Admirable.
Silver Augment to kick things off, a very quick preparation take, and this means getting units on the bench and buffing them up, and this is something that I love to see. I feel like preparation drastically changes the way that you play the game. You're not looking nearly as much from the economy perspective. Your economy is mostly going to be building a win streak with strong units, and this is the other thing I want to point out is the item that's sitting on the Kai'Sa right now. How often do you see a Runon's there? I mean, this does not expect to be one of the final pieces that he's going to be holding on to, but a lot of the metagame right now feels like slamming an item, developing your team, and finding the right point to commit to a certain lineup.
Yeah, definitely. Sox is kind of hedging both directions here because this is very much a meta where you want to preserve HP, and that goes into, you know, slimming that Runans, but also on the other side, there's Lagoon, so you're going to be farming up a bit of gold for extra econ as well, and wow, that is such an early Goldmancer's Volibear Rage Blade at that. Such a powerful leader right now. That's P-God that has that. Oh, P-God, set 7 world champion here, making a good start for it at regionals.
Going on to Kyvix's board, and you know, I'm seeing a pair of 2-star units here that's leaning towards the Astral spot. Not quite there just yet, but you know, I'm taking a look at this Silver Augment right here, and I'm already seeing some stuff flesh out a little bit.
Yeah, Kyvix got a gold opener, only 2 items here, so is able to be level 4, has some good econ, can sell up to 10 here as well. Kyvix, oh, where do I even start? Kyvix, I think, doesn't want to get in his own head about seeing 4 copies of a unit in a shop and picking them to reroll them, right? From Bryce's interview questions that he sent out, Kyvix is like, hey, if I could just play meta, if I could just play standard, then I actually have a pretty good shot. And obviously, I'm a Kyvix believer, and it looks like a pretty good opener here, even though the Astrals, like you said, Admirable, aren't quite online yet.
Yeah, I'm always looking at this too, and I see the Mage Namzi, and I just think about the way that Kyvix is going to play the game. Don't fall for it. Right? Just,
please.
You have all the talent that's here, but I love their perspective on the game where they are just willing to take that risk every single time. It's just a beautiful thing to see.
I mean, this is a fun risk, but a risk that they are so good at doing as well. That's the thing. Already hitting more pairs as well. And his Battle Mage, so everything, of course, in the front 2 rows, they're going to be getting more AP. Finding a Volibear, very fantastic. No Shimmer yet online. That's still okay.
It's right
Solid
there.
opener.
I'm looking at this. I'm seeing a Nasus. I'm seeing a Jax fit in here as well. It all starts to make sense as soon as it comes together. And again, looking for the economy perspective. This is a pre-level that's been taken from Kyvix's perspective now. It's build out the board, start building a strong one, get this tempo rolling, and build a streak out.
Great tempo. Speaking of tempo, Ramblin actually levels to 5 before the stage 2 carousel. That is very aggressive, but surely it is in these tournament situations where players are more likely to do that to punish the rest of the lobby, especially when it comes to HP preservation that this meta so favors. Love to see that.
Yeah, I think a big one to look at is if you're joining the broadcast for like a first time watching this tournament, keep your eye on that sidebar right there. It tells a grand part of the story.
Yeah.
When players are leveling, when they're finding big 2-stars, all that stuff is going to be a big deal as we head into the 2-5 carousel here. And this is where now I'm starting to look at things, is because we already have like a big canyon of a difference in the life totals being built here. Socks down to 80, Milk down to 80.
Wow.
So far in this patch, Khroen, it's felt like the lose streak perspectives are certainly at a disadvantage.
It does seem like that, but if a lot of players are going for a lose streak, then it makes it better for everybody. Really, it's only if 1 or 2 players, which, I mean, we do have that now with Milk and Socks, but they can really get punished by players, again, like Ramblin', who've leveled up so aggressively. There is a spat on this carousel.
I'm looking at Milk finding a Volibear with a rod.
That's pretty good too.
That is a heater of a pickup on the 2-4 carousel here.
Yeah. Get to see the augments that everyone has selected as
Ramblin'
well.
taking the spatula!
Oh, Ramblin'. Ramblin', one of the, if not the only player who really truly favors the AP lines. Admiral, we were talking about that. That's really interesting to see where he goes with that one.
Ramblin' on it. I'm sorry, Robin here, as we take a look at their perspective, the Celestial Blessing getting picked up early and looking like a pretty big heater here as well.
Yeah.
Gosh, that particular item just always scares me. I feel like I never have any idea where to put it. I feel like I never know how to capitalize on this item. I just like kind of clasp my hands together and go, gold, please.
Please drop gold. I mean, it's not that high percentage, 40% chance, but still pretty good. And I think the Sun is going to have a solid shot at farming some here. Hopefully can get some cast off on some low units, but Robin, another player who's on a 3 streak right now. Robin slamming the Titans as well alongside the Zeeks. I mean, this is a great setup when we think about what players want to start from their earlier items with the sword and belt range, slamming a Zeeks, maybe going Surfing Graves, but right now, see how much gold that Robin can farm.
This is a close fight here too. Ramblin' with the 2-star Karma in the backline already has a Morelos, has a Thieves Gloves online,
Yeah,
and 2-starred the set with the pickup from Carousel here. This is going to be a tough one to stop, and let me tell you what, Ramblin' is a player that is tended to favor lose streaks, and when he goes on win streak, the 5-win streak on stage number 2, I feel like he's one of the most dangerous players in the tournament.
Oh, yeah, I've heard you say that before, and it's so true, right? Ramblin' is going to be the only player at 100 HP right now. Rest of the lobby probably shaking with that in mind.
Goodness, a lot of nice pickups here. From Ramblin's perspective as well. He's going to keep his note on it. I just feel like Ramblin has so much inspired the way that I look at TFT, where his play is so deliberate, it's so clean, and a lot of his work is preparation outside the game, and then just letting that flow once he's in the lobby.
Yeah, Ramblin is saying that personally he's been playing a bit less, but still feels like he's in very much peak form right now. I know Ramblin's been kind of a little bit vocal in the past couple of sets about not being like super, as into the game as he was in the past. Maybe, those tiebreakers kind of, biting off a little bit of his confidence. But Ramblin being here, qualifying through 7.5 ladder, right? That's a recent thing, right? He's been doing super well. He's still been grinding the game a lot and in a very solid spot here. I think especially in being part of, that study group with Socks, Goobums, and Asa. Those are some of the smartest minds on a TFT, and he has a lot to contribute to that as well.
Work smarter, not harder.
Exactly.
And Milk's board here up to 30 gold, and having the Pandora's bench as well. I feel like this really opens up some of the mid-game perspective here for Milk as well, where you can flesh out pretty much any team you want at this point. The question is going to be, do you have the time to do it?
The timing indeed is going to be a little bit awkward. This is still 72 HP on a 5-loss streak is rather good. You'd be kind of concerned maybe if you were like low 60s, 50s as well, but Milk has shored up these HP losses fairly well, can sell up to 30 gold at least, see if we can make it 40. But the important thing is, take a look at the bench there, Admirable. That's a champion duplicator, and there's Pandora's bench, so we could be seeing some crazy like 3-star dragons in the future for Milk with that.
2 swords and a belt when you've made yourself a death cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit awkward. There are some comps that can utilize both AP and AD items. You know what one of those comps is? It's going to be Scale Scorns, Olaf and Diana. Both can utilize those items. However, will Milk go that direction? It's a little awkward to play Olaf if you have not had him in since the early stage 2 to farm that extra AD. He's at least playing it right now, but this is not indicative, I think, of the end game where Milk might be trying to go to.
Yeah, this is a 2-star strong unit that you throw onto the board right now.
Exactly.
This could very easily be a stepping stone. And right now, when you're leveling up to 6 on 3-1 after a 5 streak, one of the biggest thoughts in your head right now is like, okay, I'm strong enough to start breaking this. Let's build out a win streak now.
Oh, Namzi on the other side of the board there for Kyvix. I think we were talking about that earlier. He has the Namzi online, Admirable.
Shojin's already there.
Love to see it. It's not quite strong enough right now, unfortunately, especially Milk leveling up to 6 there on 3-1, jamming that Olaf 2 in there. It's going to be good enough to snap the loss streak. Sox, however, is still on that. 6 losses right now, 53 HP. Wow.
It's a big loss that's going there. I'm curious to see how that ends up fleshing out. And now the second augment, we're also on the silver here, so this is a bit of a lighter lobby.
Recombobulator, screw it.
My eye is not really on the recombobulator right now.
Probably not.
It's just, honestly, this feels like a tough decision to me because Blue Battery is giving you like that nice immediate feel to it.
Yeah.
I think recombobulator certainly has some consideration because you have a 2-star 3 cost on your board, but late game specialist helps you get to that major capped position as well. Like if you can get to level 9 safely or even reasonably safely, like say you have 2 rounds or whatever, you have 45 more gold to work with.
Might be re-rolling this, actually, taking some units off the bench
If
before
you're
selecting.
repositioning in that spot, that's one of the biggest parts of the augment reroll. But he is going to
Blue
settle.
Battery.
Yeah, Blue Battery. He wants the immediacy right now, and frankly, I don't blame him. He's sitting at 72 HP. He's got a win streak that's going. Ramblin hit a Tactician's Crown.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
That spat investment on the Stage 2 carousel pays off big for Ramblin. That's a huge advantage here, especially because he's still topping the lobby in HP. That's a little bit fake because Kyvix, is above him, but that's just because of Tiny Titans. Ramblin's still full streaking, now has that crown as well.
And look at Sox's board just getting demolished by this Foley Bear.
Yeah,
being able to
such a
hold
good
things
unit.
down. It is such a strong unit coming into this patch. Especially with that item in particular, having that extra AP with the gold that you have stacked up, it is such a strong mid-game perspective because that's one of the things you want to do. You want to have this strong mid-game gold so that you can get to level 7, get to level 8, and flesh out a real board.
Speaking of gold, I believe Sox was on level 6, only about 30 gold, and was still losing. Don't know if he rolled down, probably rolled down at 3-2, but maybe didn't hit everything that he needed. Curious about that board in the future, but this is a potential Seraphine 2 for clear. Already has a Zeke's, a potential Graves item with that Rage Blade as well.
2 belts standing out?
2 belts as well.
I will say that I feel like Seraphine stood out as one of the strongest comps at the start of these last 2 patches, but since stuff is starting to get developed, it does feel a little bit differently. Like this comp is still strong, but it's not like the dynamite of the set anymore as we've started to learn a lot in the late game perspective.
It's still a composition that's very good at winning lobbies. When we take a look at Clear as well, Clear from his tournament performance in set 7 has a 37% forced or 8th ratio. That's a pretty high number there. To 37% of games win first or 8th?
That is very volatile.
Extremely.
This isn't even like a light number of games either. We're talking like this is like 50 games that Clear has played with this kind of perspective. I look back to one of the cups that he had played in. Boop and I had a chance to actually send an interview out to all the players and have them answer questions. And Clear's perspective on it, he said, if the Soju special is going to level 9 and then getting knocked out, the Clear special is on 3-5, going to level 7, rolling all your gold, and then getting eliminated before the 3rd augment. And I just lost it laughing when I read that, because that's his quote on himself at that point. That's how volatile of a player Clear can be. It is going to be 1st or it is going to be 8th is often his outlook.
Oh man, probably not in the position to do it this game because didn't have that much gold to work with after finding things like a Seraphine 2. But as we reach our Stage 3 carousel, the stories are being told right now, at least apart in terms of the HP numbers. Not indicative of anything quite yet. There was still a spatula there. I believe Kyvix picked that one up, but P got the volley 2 now with triple items. Talking about that Goldmancer, if anyone in this game has found that Shimmer skill, has found that volley early game, they're feeling so good right now, especially because it's specifically that Goldmancer's.
And with the Pandora's Bench that Preston got to pick up, you're getting to buy pretty much any dragon you find right now and letting it simmer until you find that right spot, building a Hand of Justice here on Jace. This is just looking like a strong board in general. Like I don't want to face Preston right now.
Looking like a good Soifin pivot here with these items as well. A BT and then a Hudge. Prestiven's pretty comfortable with that line as well.
Sox up to 7.
Sox up to 7. 20 gold. Not the worst, but still, there's that same Runan's Kai'Sa that we saw in the early game. But if you think about Kai'Sa and how she wants to bridge the gap between early to mid to late game, it's really with items like Blue Buff, Morello's as well, but Sox is trying to hold his own with just what he got.
You got to eliminate what's there, and I'm starting to feel it a bit for Sox here. He just keeps facing Volley Bear after Volley Bear that has the Shimmer skill online. It's just a tough spot to be facing. Those are just rough matchups you're going through. Ramblin' streak. The king can bleed.
Finally. Still pretty good to streak for 8 rounds in a row before finally taking your first loss. Not too unhappy about that one.
Doesn't look like it's a position for Sohm here from Preston Spot, so that's likely to go again.
Any Shioyus? Any Siphons, please?
He's going up to 80. He says, give me the max on the gold.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's great, right? When you can get away with it. It's not like Pressbet needs to level up to 7 right now to be stronger. In fact, just the gold to synergize with that Goldmasters is exactly what P-God wants.
Yeah, tiny little nuance here with the Shimmer Scale perspectives. The items that benefit from having up to 80 gold, buy at the end of the round if you're not rolling.
Exactly.
It's a tiny little thing, but the first player to point that out to me was actually Dan and Bryce in combination, where I just kept buying the units, and then Frodan just said, hey, stop buying stuff right now. You're not rolling. Just wait till the end of the round. And I was like, no! I just see it and I get so excited.
I know. You're like, oh, see unit. I need it. Click. But no, it's going to be, again, those little micro niche things, right, that we were talking about since the beginning of the game. That's what we're going to be constantly having our eyes out for once we look at, the fact that this is the regional finals. Everyone's going to be pulling out that kind of tech.
It's a lot easier to see when your brain's not going a million miles an hour trying to build out a team.
Yeah. Which, I mean, some players, their brains are going to be doing that. There's some players who are newer to the regionals kind of, regionals field here, right? And that's a ton of pressure to be at, like, your first big event. Some of these players are mainstays in terms of competition here. But first, Sox, big roll down.
Yeah, I think the preparation thing here is a big deal too. Sox is one of the first players I saw rolling during creep rounds. It's just like a free round for your investment, but at the same time, when you decide to roll in this perspective, what you're doing is you're buying time. You're giving yourself just that little bit of extra moment to make key decisions that can absolutely be a big deal. He was the first player I ever saw to do this, and frankly, I've seen it pay off time and time again. This has become like a normal perspective of playing the game.
Exactly. According to Bryce's interview, Sox said he is the best Soifan player by far on the server. So we get to see that happen in real time right now, Admirable. Can he make this pivot happen from behind? He already has 1 Shioyu, 1 Siphon, but is still not where the composition wants to comfortably rest.
It is a pair of Shioyus as well. One to play, one on the bench. It's full stack on the one in play. 2 stacks on your Siphon here as well. And frankly, the items feel like they're pretty good for this. I feel like despite the fact that Sox is at the 39 right now, the lowest health in the lobby, I feel like this is a real opportunity to come back.
Definitely is. The road to come back right now starts here for Sox. Still, again, like we mentioned, only the tier 1 dragons, and really not that many items as well. Just 1 Runans for the Shioyu. Isn't enough. Doesn't look like it versus Ramblin here. Ramblin has that Titan's GiantSlayer on his area in the back line.
I mean, how is he going to take care of this Shioyu? It feels like it. I mean, it needs to be done right now.
It's getting a little bit close here. Admirable is there if she can get an extra cast off, able to make it happen.
The
but Shioyu's casting the Runans.
Oh, it's so close! The Jade statue can't deliver it. Sox taking another loss here. He hasn't been able to string together some wins, but I feel like he is really close to this board. Catching online,
close.
Celestial Blessing, Cybernetic Shell, and Ascension offered. If this is a high AD lobby, the Cybernetic Shell is looking great. I'll never turn down a Celestial Blessing. It's like the more healing you have, the more healing you have. It's going to be tougher to deal with. This board feels like it's about to get really strong from Sox's perspective, but again, there are going to be bad matchups. Is this enough life total?
All great picks potentials there in the odd one choices for Sox, but goes for the double Celestial Blessing. That's really going to help, especially when paired with the items like Hand of Justice, like Bloodthirster that Shioyu and Siphon both like, but not quite there yet as Shyvana, but that's not what we want. Thankfully does tear up the Pantheon. Still, being on a pair of these dragons, stuck level 7, rolling it down at pretty much every single turn. If Sox hits, he's strong, but not quite there.
I mean, a pair of each dragon's feeling good, especially when you have the stacks for it.
That's true.
The life total is really what's making me nervous about this one. It is such a precious resource on this patch.
Yeah. This is a spot that probably, on average, assuming that Sox needs a couple more turns to hit these dragons, might be looking at like a 5th or a 6th at best from the spot.
It's feeling pretty good. Thieves' Gloves, I think, is a very strong item onto Siphon right now. He's really just like, does it work okay? Okay, yeah, it's fine. Siphon isn't your primary carry, just the ability is very strong. You stun some units, and then you get a big hit onto wherever he lands.
Moving over to Malala. Piling one of the more, I would say, controversial comps, as some players think that Surfing Graves is pretty overrated. However, in-house statistics, right? Sure, it's just in-house as players are practicing, but Surfing Graves definitely shows up.
These are some strong augments for this too. You have Thrill of the Hunt, you have First Aid Kit, and you have Better Together.
Oh,
Like you're getting the benefit
Zeeks.
from every perspective of this composition right now.
Looks so good. The only thing that's not looking good here is 13 gold, no Graves. It's going to be an Athelios too. That's carrying the Last Whisper right now. Still only on a single Seraphine. Maybe the Seraphine Graves naysayers had something going their way, huh?
I don't know. This is feeling like it's benefiting Malala in this particular fight anyway. I'm always a bit afraid of a volley bear aspect, but yeah, it did get chewed through. It wasn't strong enough from this one.
Not quite. Kind of mirror matchup there, but Graves diff.
On Robin's side, you know, the augments look very similar to what we're seeing from Malala's perspective.
Healing, First Aid, and then we get the Better Together. Wow, what do you know?
Picking up a win. Prestivant now on the hot streak. Ramblin taking another loss here as we head into the 4-4 carousel.
More
spatulas being offered.
Every single carousel
Malala,
spats.
Graves with a bow?
Oh, that's pretty good. Malala's deciding.
Goodness.
Kind of option paralysis here, but finally ends up picking it.
I think it's the Bard that was drawing their attention in that spot, right?
I mean, I suppose. Being on level 7, though, you don't really get to tech that in, and Malala's being stuck on such little gold. Sure, it's still very appealing, but has to think, what can give me power right now? Because Malala is at the bottom of the lobby in terms of HP, so has to think about stabilizing first.
Ramblin got another spatula.
Is he making two tag team
I don't know.
traps?
I'd be happy to see taking a look at Prestivant's board
Oh.
here. My goodness, this is
Look
just
at him go.
strength. Like, what on earth? Like, it's going to be so hard to change this out just because everything's looking so good.
I know. Thinks that now is the time to start the swap. Oh, this Jace too. Even if Jace is not played for the whole game, which it probably won't be, it's still so good at the mid-game carry. And look at his spot, right? 5 streak, over 80 HP, top of the lobby. Doesn't even need to play the Siphons right now, but is at level 8, you know, still a comfortable amount of gold.
Comfortable amount of health too.
Comfortable
Like,
amount
this
of
is
health, yeah.
Prestivant.
Still carrying the Volibear, which is going to be netting him more gold every single round because it's still strong enough to be getting a lot of kills.
Goodness, this board is just so strong. Sock's going to be taking another loss here as well. He can't chew through this Jace right now. And frankly, how do you? My gosh, the items are stacked on this one. Malala taking another hit. Clear taking a hit as well.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Zaya being played here. And, ooh, not quite good enough. Get that round win.
That is a tie.
That was close, though. Oh, did it last long for a tie?
Oh, whoa,
wait a minute.
He can't help himself.
Kyvix, that was a Nomzy 1 when we saw it just a couple of rounds ago, but 3 stars it. Kyvix, you have been blessed by the Mort Dog himself. I love to see it, personally.
It's a mage Nomzy too, so it kind of, you know, it fleshes out the rest of what that composition is going to look like. Ramblin hitting the 2-star Hecarim.
I love it.
The Hecarim had a spatula when it was taken off of the carousel as well. I'm curious to see where that ends up going, and I think it could very easily be a Cavalier spatula, despite the fact that they're not super strong.
It's okay.
On this particular patch, it's not a bad one.
Yeah.
It's going to change the way that you want your frontline items to look.
Super unhappy with it. Clear. Another Seraphine Graves player. Is that 3 in this lobby? It might be.
Yeah, but this was like transitioned into the Lagoon thing in the the mid-late stage of this right now. We're looking at less than 50 stacks on this one. Like 140 is really where those Lagoon stacks start to go, okay, well maybe I can get this out of the perspective right now. We are far away from that.
Very much
so.
so.
Oh my goodness, what a hit too.
Clear. Taking a huge hit. Malala down to single digit as well. Might be seeing some players go down very shortly, but at least they make it to the Treasure Dragon. Whew.
Yeah, look at that too. Milk, just a couple of items here on this 2-star Shiou. This is a big one for Ramblin now, looking at that board that was either a Swift Shot or a Guardian that got made off that one. It is a Swift Shot. We see the Guardian augment that's in place there.
Yeah.
Also seeing the Future Sight as the second one. Where are you going on this Treasure Dragon? Like,
This is a strange spot for Ramblin, but he's playing it very, very well. This is a board that might like to get up to that 4 dragon kind of state, but rolling it down.
2 stars.
Yeah, needs the 2 stars. Not really. Oh, that's a pair of Aurelian Souls. Wait a minute.
I was just looking at the 2-star items that came into play here.
That's a good one too.
I feel like the items for the Aurelian Soul just aren't here. Yeah, doesn't think so either.
Has to roll past it.
Gonna keep going too. Ramblin says it's not strong enough. I need to build it out. There's a Rakan. I feel like that's a good find. The Varus items getting swapped over. Yeah, let's get this Morelos onto the Hecarim.
He's very good at applying that to a lot of units, and I was getting so excited about the Aurelion Souls because it's one of the units that can really be, I think, the most capped board in TFT currently, at least from the perception of North America. Ramblin not quite in that position though, so this is still a good way to settle. Unfortunately, has not hit the Xayah 2 yet. These are kind of suboptimal Xayah items. They're still fine, but really, all that power is going to be in the newly upgraded Itis frontline. Can't hold up to Sox's Xiaoyu too.
Look at that Xiaoyu getting the natural healing from the Celestial Blessings. It's fully prepped right now. The items look like they're just a banger, but I'll tell you what, getting through the Guardians does feel difficult, and I feel like this is a Xayah 2 diff right now, and it still might be able to hold
the
on this one.
GiantSlayers.
Itis has just held so long in the front line.
Hecarim gets on their cast.
The Hecarim drawing the attention so that the Xayah stays safe. That's such a big difference.
Oh, Sox dropping to single digit, but Malala dropping entirely. Someone has to take an 8th place Admirable when we get the best players together. Unfortunately, Malala takes that mantle here in game number 1.
Sox just, it feels like matchup after matchup, it's been right there, but not enough.
Oh, there's the Siphon!
Gets found. This is a lock-in for Sox. Can he live long enough, and is this strong enough to keep him there?
One more round.
It feels so much like the Siphon comp is strong when everyone else isn't reaching their peak power on their composition. For Sox, though, he was playing from behind. He's found this Siphon a little bit late, and his health total was low. I feel like the Siphon comp is best when you're playing from ahead, and Sox was not ahead in this lobby.
No. Not at all. Needs to pray that this is a good matchup here. Going to be versus Clear, another player stuck on level 7, but Clear has the Seraphine 2, has the Graves from the backline, and the Zeeks with it. Is it enough? Can the Xiaoyu do it?
I will say that Zyra stun, even though it was Jades and Xiaoyu here, it's like the Xiaoyu is the one you're after, is what it feels like. Graves getting targeted right now, and I don't think the Graves is going to make it through. And let me tell you what, if the Graves doesn't make it through, the Xiaoyu is going to chew through the rest of that line.
Sox hangs on. And doesn't quite send Clear packing yet, but it's close down to single digit as well. Sox will now have Siphon 2. Will now get to save economy and try to level up to 8. If Sox can make this comeback work, that would be such an impressive run. And these are some pretty decent items in the TG to start doing it with.
I mean, you're done for now on level 7. I'll put it that way.
We're chilling. 0 gold, though. Just hoping.
Perfectly set up.
Here we go.
How much better could it be?
Well, you know, level 8, maybe like 50 more HP.
We're assuming
maybe,
that you're stuck on level 7.
Of course. Just don't be level 7. Just don't be stuck.
So
Just don't
Prestivant still on the heater. Milk now on the heater as well. Rambling down to 57 in this one. It is an absolute canyon between the top 3 and those bottom 2 spots. Or in that bottom spot, it feels like. These matchups, there's so much tense to them, and now it's basically the mirror match. It's like, do you favor the Jade or do you favor the Siphon? Is what this looks like right now.
Yeah, I mean, Siphon has 2 really big threats right now. Sure, the Jace is going to be a threat for Milk, but it's getting dealt with pretty handedly. Already down. Siphon, though, versus the Xiaoyu.
Seems like it's going to be tough. And look at the Pantheon still just like looking like virtually untouched from this spot. Xiaoyu, that's the wrong unit!
Uh-oh, now it's a little bit of 2v1 action here, but the true damage crit's coming out. The Xiaoyu gets the big damage and is going to get the job done. Sox is going to go out with that in 6th place. Not able to make the comeback happen. The back-to-back Worlds appearance Milk says, no, Sox, this is my tournament.
Wow, I look at this carousel, I see Robin getting a Guardian spatula here. It feels like Guardians is like the primary front line right now. And Milk gonna land on the Shojin here. Ramblin getting another Swift Shot emblem.
That's what, 5 you can play comfortably?
It's like
That's
16
crazy.
Swift Shot.
Yeah,
It feels
I
like
know.
you can play at this point. Guild Soraka being left.
Wow.
You know,
no Guild players.
Guild feels like it's a very niche position for it. It's like when you're set up for it, you're set up for it. But when you're not, you're definitely not. 8 Seraphines here as well for Robin. It just feels like this is a classic reroll position.
Another player stuck on level 7 trying to roll for these big hits is one off, but the really interesting thing here is now for Guardians, that's only a Zac 1 with no items in the front line, so that's going to fall over pretty much immediately. Gonna maybe have a half a second longer now with the 4 Guardian online, but not a great spot for Robin.
Nice Shroud.
Beautiful Shroud.
Just I think unit strength there. That's really my big question right now. You're not only are you getting Zephyr'd onto your Seraphine there, but your Seraphine items are not super strong at the moment. This is all Graves, and Graves is getting targeted now without an Edgenite.
No, that's going to be it. Robin not able to hang on any longer. Gets pretty much full wiped there in that fight out in 5th. Our top 4 is here, Admirable.
Milk taking a hit here as well. Kyvik's hanging on too.
Yeah.
It feels like they've built this out pretty
There's
stably.
the Nomsy.
Look at those items on the Nomsy as well. Infinity Edge, Jewel Gauntlet, Shojin. This is going to be cranking those fireballs, and it is doing it hard.
This is an absolute treat to watch. Kyvik's in his element. There's a Skarner 1 on this board with a ZZ Rot and a Shroud, but Kyvik's does not care.
Look at that 7 mage. It is so beautiful to see that. Honestly, this is like almost like a full Tiny Titans contribution that got taken here as well. It feels like this is the kind of augment that fits perfectly with how Kyvix is going to play the game.
It really does. I just want to see this Nomsy cast. It's going to delete anything that it touches. Stalled here for a moment. Oh, not exactly where he wanted to shoot. There's still the Xayah online in the back line.
Still a lot of damage, though. You know, if you're going to take a loss, I'll tell you what, the Nomsy's cutting a lot of the damage sometimes.
Here we go.
It's just the Guardians here just providing so much against this.
Too much.
Ramblin's team is just so strong on its resilience.
Man. Ramblin, even without an AP line that he favors, still able to look so strong on a kind of a comp that no one really came in favoring, right? Xayah's kind of on the bottom side of the AD flex kind of compositions there, but Ramblin's making it look easy.
It's got to be in the right place at the right time.
Here it is.
I feel like he may have found it. Prestivant, we saw at 50 gold, taking a hit still at 58 HP. My goodness, how are you going to stop Prestivant in this one? It feels like he has so much time to cap the board.
He does. I think Prestivant is a player that if you give him time to cap out a level 9 kind of full-strength board, he does it very, very well, especially his improvement just as a player over the past couple of sets. He's done phenomenally, especially in that regard.
Kyvik's not looking for a second Sunfire Cape, I can tell you that much.
No Reforger as well. 40 gold.
I mean, it's 2-star some stuff here.
Like the Skarner.
Yeah, I mean,
Syra.
We're effectively at level 9 with the Tactician's Crown there,
Yes.
so you know, not too much to worry about. You're not having necessarily the 5-cost rolls, but for Prestivant, we are now at 9. And I'll tell you what, it's not a ton of gold to work with here, but you do have the Pandora's Bench. So time is really, I think, the key factor in addition to whether or not you hit at this point.
So I think we have to talk a little bit about how Prestivant went level 9 as opposed to having that Pandora's Bench and not going for the tier 3 dragons like Shioyu and Siphon. Is it going to be worth it? I don't know. Soraka has some fantastic items in the back line, and it gets Zephyred.
Look at that Hecarim just cranking in the attack speed. Like, this is so much CC you get over the fight because the Hecarim's not a tank. The Hecarim is, it's like a bootleg bard at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Probably better, in fact, because it's going to still be able to be tanky when units get to it, but don't even get the chance. Prestivant's board just gets full of wipes there. Ramblin'. Wow, what can he do?
This is really tough. Ramblin' on the hot streak now. Kyvix, this feels like a pretty tight top 4, honestly. I feel like it can kind of go either way, but for Prestivant, a lot of this is going to shape up to how these dragons end up panning out, because that looks like where he's headed right now is to like go for the actual cap on the board.
Yeah, looks like it, finally. Soraka, once it does get time to heal and get multiple cast-offs, especially as that Archangel stacks, Prestivant's board is not really going to die very easily. And he still has that Jason there with triple items as well. I think this is definitely a board that can deal with Kyvix's, but let's see where this Nomsy cast goes and if it can do enough damage.
It's a big shroud in the middle there, too. The longer it takes for that Soraka to cast, the less of an impact it's going to have. And look at that board get melted
gets the cast
by the Nomsy in this spot. It is way too late for that Soraka to make an impact, I feel.
Unless Siphon does not get the charge, Nomsy is going to be able to take it out. Still, players are not low enough HP to be in real danger right now, but it's evening out as Milk does drop dangerously low.
Ramblin' is just cranking in this one. I will say that Ramblin's team looks so strong to the rest of the comparison right now. There's so much work that needs to be done because his team just absolutely has the right perspective now. It's a lot of CC in the middle of the fight. Give the Xayah as much time as you can.
Milk going for tier 3 Shioyu. Needs to live the round and have one of Som or Siphon hit Shioyu, and it's going to be lobby winning potential. Needs to survive just this next round, though, to have that chance.
I think that this is one of the matchups you can do it in. You know, Prestivant in the middle of a transition with that Pandora's Bench. Milk trying to cap with the Pandora's Bench. This is totally different perspectives. And right now, that Jace drawing the attention and just living so healthy throughout this fight. I think Milk is going to last another round. And heading into the carousel after this, you have a lot of ways to pick this up. and draw this attention. The Jace is still holding.
It's still there.
Is this enough, though? But now the Xiaoyu's being targeted. The Edge of Night, I feel like, is going to draw this out, though. That Jace is not at the right spot right now. Stop attacking the Jade Idol!
Oh, it might be enough, actually, for Milk to survive here. Yes, Xiaoyu, one more cast, and it's going to do it. Milk lives another round and gets the chance for the Xiaoyu 3.
Oh, boy.
Carousel. Bit of intermission, Admiral. Is it going to be there? Take your bets. Is it going to be Xiaoyu 3?
I'm just going to say yes, because that's the most exciting perspective of it right now. Like, what better difference to make than it looks like, oh, well, Milk, you know, you made it to the top 4, but that wasn't enough. That can still change. I'm telling you, this particular patch in general has so many inflection points available.
Let's see it. Show me Xiaoyu 3. Double-itis. Not quite. Hey, it's still another round if Milk wins, though. We get to try this again.
Just played against Prestivan. I feel like that was the team that you definitely could beat. Ramblin on the hot streak right now. Again, I think his board is absolutely the strongest right now.
Playing against Kyvix in the next round against the Namzi 3.
I do feel like this could beat the Namzi 3. You have a healing aspect with the Soraka. You have the Jade in place. You're like the kind of team that can do it, but is this enough? 7 Jade is a lot of Jade. I will say, though, the Namzi looks completely unpressured right now.
Yeah, Xiaoyu is on the opposite side. It's going to take so long to get there. Kyvix looking strong in this matchup.
Oh my, that was a huge cast on Namzi's side.
Jace, though? Can it do enough damage?
They're just not touching Namzi at all. It's too much damage.
Milk getting eliminated by Kyvix. Prestivan falls as well. Top 2 situation. Ramblin still streaking, and Kyvix has somehow snuck his way into top 2.
Wow. I mean, how do you beat this board? There's 2 Zephyrs in play?
Yeah.
His items are stacked. His team is so resilient. Going up to level 9 to add more units into play? How are you going to beat this?
If we asked, if we polled a bunch of people and say, what are the top 2 compositions right now for Game 1 in Lobby A? I don't think we'd be saying 5 Swift Shot Xayah or Namzi 3.
Yeah.
But these players have got here with these kind of unorthodox lines and are making it look so, so good. Can Ramblin close it out here?
Decent Shroud. That's a pretty big Shroud to start things off here as well. But again, the Xayah looking completely unpressured. I think the board is spread here pretty well against what the Namzi's going to do. Is this cast enough? It felt like it oh, that second fireball, though, that just eliminated that corner. But the Xayah, again,
alive.
Pretty untouched. The Hecarim about to get another cast.
I think this is it, Admirable. And yes, it is. Ramblin dominates Game 1 in Lobby A.
Whew. Gosh, that just didn't even feel close from that spot. We're going to be jumping into another lobby here to keep things going right now. We have 3 lobbies in play here on day number 1, and jumping into Lobby B, we're looking at Ace's perspective. There's a lot to absorb. We're down to top 3 players here, but that is a 3-star Soam that I'm seeing on the other side. And let me tell you what, Khroen, I think that's going to be pretty tough to defeat.
Very tough, in fact. This lobby's still going on because Ramblin dominated Lobby A so hard. We get a chance to digest what's going on here. Asa, oh, wow, okay. This is going to be a 3-star Ophelio. It's got a low-key Dark Flight, but no swaying angle. 4 Cannoneers. Kind of unorthodox in terms of how you're going to be playing Dark Flights, but it's working out well enough for Asa to at least top 3 this lobby, if not more.
I mean, top 3, I think, is a pretty strong lead to what's going on here as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the composition right now, and it's just sometimes I feel like the Dark Flight spells itself out, where it's just like you're being offered the Dark Flight units, you have the Zeeks early, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go this way. I have the right AD items for this. And when I look at the other boards, they just look stacked as well.
I think that, yeah, the rest of the boards are stacked. I'm just kind of processing Asa's spot here. I think Asa is one of the best players at making these, yeah, sure, you're going to be taking elements of a kind of cookie-cutter Dark Flight composition, but it's only those elements, right? How do you improve upon it from your specific spot? And we're kind of back a few patches ago when Zeeks was the thing that you were slamming, building Dark Flights out, and Asa's kind of back to those roots in a situation where it specifically works in.
Casper on the Soifin here as well. I'm seeing his Zonias on the Xiaoyu, and those are some items that the Siphon is carrying as well. This feels like a tough one. I'm looking at the Shapeshifter buff there as well, where you're getting that extra attack speed.
Beast and oh, look at the attack speed from the Siphon. It comes through very, very fast, but is it not fast enough? The Zonias.
I feel like the Xiaoyu just can't be taken down quickly enough.
No, the Zonia's actually resetting the aggro minutes. Let's gonna win the fight.
Wow. Dish Soap is now visiting, saying hello. Who am I taking down
I won
next?
my fight. Oh, Asa goes down. This is stage 7. A lot of damage coming through.
Goodness gracious. This is not a Pandora's bench with a Sohm 3 as well.
Oh, 466 Lagoon stacks.
I feel like every time I watch Dish Soap, he gets to this spot where it's like, how do you find this stuff? And it feels like he always does it comfortably as well.
Yeah. Dish Soap is a player that has had massive ladder success, but tournaments seems to have always fallen short. It's looking like it's time that Dish Soap is kind of dispelling that narrative and saying, no, even in tournaments, I can make it happen. Sohm 3, beautiful way to do it.
The 2 items I'm looking at here right now is the positioning on this Siphon. It's not going to be touching the Sohm right now. I'm seeing a Shroud hitting the Sohm, which isn't a big deal. I'm looking at the Zonias there. It is not nearly enough. I tried to draw anything here that was going to draw it out, but it's just not even close. The Sohm 3 dominating the spot to no perspective whatsoever where you're going to defeat that unit at that point. Peak items, maximum stacks on the Lagoon. Like, you know what? I'll take second place there.
And while y'all were jumping into to Lobby B, I went back into Lobby A, and I picked one of these up for myself. I felt like, you know, for Kyvix and Ramblin', they each grabbed 2 apiece off the carousels, built tack crowns. I was like, I'll go pick one up. I'll go get one, and maybe I can find another one later, build a tack crown, and I might win some games here as well at regionals, because the top 2 both grabbed the spats off the carousel. Mort Dog was giving them out like hotcakes.
Yeah, every single carousel, there's just spat after spat after spat. Guys, I want to see you get another one and then actually get a crown that you can put on your head. That'd be nice, yeah.
We'll bring in a second Casanova as well.
Bring in a crown. Bring in a crown. All right, sweet. Yeah. Other than that, though, the other big story of Lobby A that I thought that I was seeing is Seraphine Graves. We wanted to talk about this a lot as a lot of players had mixed feelings. Is this the best comp? Is it one that's not as good? And we saw 3 players take Seraphine Graves. They went out in 8th, 7th, and 5th. So the very least, we're seeing support issues.
Yeah, I think that the Seraphine thing, again, to kind of kick off these last 2 patches, it was so strong to start because it was just overpowered units in play, stacking up while people are trying to figure out the compositions. We had some slight adjustment with balance take place, and then players started to flesh out different perspectives, how augments are going to work with different styles of compositions, what the items are going to do, and as that continued to evolve, we started to see that Seraphine Graves really dip down in its power level, and I think that showed here in the first game. All
right, well, we got to see Lobby A and Lobby B finish off, but let's take a look at the results from Lobby C as well, see the winners of each of these lobbies.
And Rainplosion, Dish Soap, Ramblin' across the board, and look at what's going on here. Dragonmancer Aoshin carry. When you can stack a Dragonmancer buff on an Aoshin, it is a totally different unit. I think, honestly, it's kind of poor without it, but with the Dragonmancer thing, it's just wiping the board across. We saw Dish Soap before with Sohm 3, and Ramblin', I think, just an absolute ingenuity expert at this point. Like, fleshing out that composition, I totally did not predict that.
Going back to set 6, you know, Innovator Supreme and Ramblin' over here. Love to see it. Rainplosion as well, one of the, if not the rookie of the set in set 7, starting off strong here. Love to see it for day 1.
All right, well, let's take a look at the rest of the results from those lobbies as well, see if there's anything that's immediately standing out.
Well, the thing that's immediately standing out to me is that I have a lot of picks from my fantasy team that are absolutely crushing the tournament right now. Let's go ahead and stop the count and end it right here. But yeah, we're just on game number 1 right now, so this can totally mirror and flip, and just there's all sorts of chaos that can happen here. We're getting the scope of the canvas drawn out at this point.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention as well, there is going to be a less harsh cutoff going from day 1 to day 2, right? 24 players going to 16, so even players at the bottom half of that lobby don't have to be too concerned right now. There's still 5 more games, and again, just not as harsh of a cutoff.
Well, and just a quick reminder to everyone at home, our partners at Ball Street are back, and they're giving away more Little Legend eggs than ever before. You can play along in the real-time fantasy game on the web or on the app if you go check out fantasytft.com. But with that, we're not going to waste any time. We're going to jump right into game number 2, so let's get it.
This weekend is one of the last chances for Burtosaurus to make his mark on North America for his legacy. Which bird's going to show up, the one that's prepared and deadly, or the one that's going to be left with many regrets moving on to his future?
DACE is here through qualifier points. They're the aggregate performances from the Cups. When you look at DACE's background and performance, there's really not a ton to look for. Again, it's very difficult to find his performances because he deletes his VODs from his stream. It was really tough to find. I've seen only a couple games from it, but they've looked pretty impressive. I think he's flown under the radar to get to this point. His regional is going to be the tournament where he truly shines.
Degree has only had one tournament performance in set 7, but over the course of 13 games did not eighth a single time, went top 4 85% of the time, and is certainly looking in peak form going into regionals.
Goobums qualified through a solid performance in the Dragon Cup, but he returns as nothing less than the defending best player of North American regionals. He might not have won last year, but all of his peers thought he was the best player at that event and the best player at the World Championships as well. This is the one event where Goobums shows up every time, and I expect him to do that this weekend.
Khroen is one of the few NA regional champion winners in the past, and he is coming into this tournament with the same expectations. He's done so good in set 7 tournaments to be a really prime candidate for a winner here. He's not going to be on the top of players' tier list, but he's still going to be there, and that's the important part.
Pakigam comes in with a lot left to pick up from set 5 regionals. He was the player that should have qualified over Spencer, but threw it all away. Can he seek redemption and claim that rightful world championship spot?
Rainplosion is coming into this tournament as rookie of the set in set 7. She's only missed final day on one event, and especially after winning Jade Cup, she's coming into this with very high expectations from a lot of players.
Heading into this weekend, KT Soju has all the hype in the world and is deserved. He is in peak form, and is the first time that I can remember Soju playing some of the best TFT, putting him in tier 1 of the elite ranks of North America.
Into game number 2 on day number 1. The first thing I want to point out here is we don't get too deep of a look at this carousel, Khroen, is that when I take a look at the interview that Bryce gave out, one of his questions was, what item do you prefer to start off with, and why? 5 of the players in this lobby are favoring Sword as their first pick.
Yep, and Rain is the one that gets it. Love those carousel mechanics there, as Rain's lean is usually going to be towards a Soifin that we did see a little bit of in Lobby A Game 1. But Rain starting off with a lobby win. Last game it was with the Ao Shin Dragonmancer. Ooh. Not something that players are going to be trying to cap their boards off, because it's kind of pretty much universally thought that Aurelion Sol is the higher cap, but still nice to know that if you're in the spot where Ao Shin is the only option, it can still get the job done.
Yeah, I definitely think the Dragonmancer spatula is a huge difference to that as well. And one of the biggest things I think to point out from Rainplosion's perspective is the dominant performances that she had during the Cups. These were absolute breakout shines that took place. And of course, I have this horrible memory of not realizing that Soraka 3's animation on the cast was going to be quite as decisive as it was, because it was just, and then it's over.
Yep, exactly. Just a snap, and what happened? Yeah, I don't know. But no, Rain, I believe, has said that, yeah, she's going to be going for a Soraka 3 reroll. It's a pretty good strategy, so trying to do it yet again.
I mean, I reroll 5 costs as well. You don't.
Hey, I think that's the next level for Kyvix as well, rerolling 2 and 3 costs, but eventually he's going to get to a point where he's rerolling 5 costs.
A lot of gold here.
As
well as the 3 items here. So for Rainplosion, looking like a pretty strong start. Just a couple of things missing here, and 3 completely different directions. Snap takes better together as the first
Of course. Why wouldn't you? Better together is pretty good. It doesn't quite give the Protector's Vow, which was pretty OP in previous patches. It gives a Locket, but still Locket is an item that's universally been seen as a good early game item to preserve HP. Even if you're not win streaking and looking at Rain's spot, this is not a win streak spot, but it's going to be one that can maybe get a unit or 2 kill, maybe be in a spot like we saw in Lobby A that Milk or Sox was in, just hopefully able to come back from it.
Yeah, better together with an Astral opening here. You have a strong economy to lead things off, but again, it's the lost streaks I feel like that were not at a favor unless you just have to take them. There's no other way. I saw Goobums and Khroen go up to level 4 to kick things off. Rainplosion going to level 4 says, I do want the bruisers in play. Yes, I do think health is important.
Yep. That it is, choosing not to econ, whereas she could have. And hey, it might be to her benefit going up against Pocky, who is only on level 3. Scoped weapons, the pickup there as well, but no shimmer skill online. And it's only the Nasus that Pocky is missing, so hopefully can get that next couple of shops. But look at on the bench there as well for Pocky. That's a double Yone scope weapons picked up. We know the direction here, Admirable.
Yeah, we're on Warlords here as well, too. Yeah. I think this is one of the stronger ones from that Yone perspective. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to creativity and ways to find the line that gets to that spot, I feel like Pakigam is just one of the strongest ones that you can pick in the world.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Pocky's so good there. Warlords. The only thing that's maybe not great about Pocky Spot here is that he's going for a bit of a loss streak. And you don't get those Warlord stacks quite as quickly. There is the Nasus, however.
I like how it's checked and everyone else comes to check.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, no, you can't see it yet.
Free information, please. Let's see Pocky. This is going to be the Gambler's Blade on the Volibear. Can be played level 4, level up here for Pocky.
Dipped out of the Yone as well.
Yeah. Oh, they're right. Did sell one.
I mean, it's hard to go that route with the the Shimmer Scale Bruiser online here, as well as the scoped weapons. It feels like you have so many opportunities, and just you can revisit the Yone as well. You don't have to have it early to find that perspective. It's like, hey, come back later. Maybe we'll still be here.
Yeah, interesting to drop it though. Could have sold one of the other units, I guess, valuing the Malphite pair, valuing perhaps the set 2 potential to get Dragonmancer and then to have your Volibear be a bit stronger there. Every single unit on the bench is useful right now, unfortunately. Farming, a couple gold there. Okay, love to see it for Pocky, especially out of an inconsistent gold generation item from the Shimmer Scale, such as Gambler's Blade. Oh, there's already okay, maybe we're seeing a little bit more perspective here. I think that was another Yone 2 on their board, so maybe does not want to play it contested because Soju peak form right now, and Shirley is showing us why with the Yone 2 already at stage 2.
Tiamat as well. I mean, it's pretty much spelled out at this point. And I think a lot of the perspective to look at from this patch is that if you can find your direction early and it's pretty strong, that is like a favorable spot in this metagame right now. It's like you have the line defined, you're going to be preserving your health, you're going to be pressuring other players. The less time they have, the less chance they have to beat you.
Yeah, exactly. Tiamat is an interesting augment, though. I think in the Dragon Cup, Cass and I were kind of memeing about, tactics.tools and what the augment Tiamat says in terms of where it's ranked. And it wasn't that high. I think the average placement was like 4.99 if memory serves correctly. Maybe that's changed here. And sure, you can say, tactics.tools is not really worth it when you come into, the best of the best and how all these niche situations and how powerful it's actually going to be. But certainly not a widely seen as strong augment there for Soju.
Yeah, Soju going to be dancing on the win-loss perspective now. Khroen pretty strong board with the built different.
Oh, already level 5.
Strong on the strength of the built different as well. Yeah, built different got buffed technically throughout its scaling because you can't pick up 2 of them anymore.
Yep.
It doesn't stack. So how strong is that right now? It's been pretty hard to identify, I think, just because it shows up so rarely.
Yeah. I think that was one of my first 100 HP victories. I got triple built different in one of my games in set 6.
Yeah, that was why they nerfed it, I heard.
Yeah. But no, it can't do it quite anymore. Couple players on 100 HP right now, Khroen and Goobums. Khroen did not have a good start to the day, if I remember correctly. Bottom 2 finish, and sometimes Khroen does get a little bit in his own head if he starts off pretty poorly, but hopefully can kind of bounce back after that last one. Oh, Sohm already being the pickup. That's the power of being level 5 already, as you get access to these 4-cost units, or 7 cost. We're talking about the dragons.
The built diff though.
Yeah, not going to be picking it up.
Yeah, it's like, there are some rare exceptions to this. It's like having Guild in play, having some Guardians in play. That stuff can be real, but you pretty much just want to stack a bunch of different units that attack pretty strong as a general measure. It's like you're getting so much attack speed from it. You have like a natural front line that gets built because of the extra health. Like how much more do you really need? 2-star units feel great right now.
Exactly. Build different, not a thing that people are that practiced on, right? You only get it in very specific scenarios, and you don't want to take it to the end game unless you have built different 2 or 3. But think about the units that are good with it. Things like Graves, like Neela as well. They don't have any, sharing traits there. So if we can get online with that later on, would be strong.
Can stick a Xayah in play at some point. Yeah. It's like you have so many AD perspectives to work with on this one. It is really about hitting those and making sure that your life total is high. Going to sell to make 10 gold here on a 4 streak.
Yep.
And if you get one more win, that's a 20 gold 5 streak, and that is just a massive lead over the lobby, I feel like.
Yeah, I wonder the percentage. Like, say if Khroen loses a streak here, how much is percent chance of top 4ing goes down? It must be so high, actually, but Khroen, hopefully, with good positioning where the Rengar is going to jump, can make the difference in this fight. The Zyra as well. Even though it's still early game, Zyra is still a very, very high impact when it comes to CC units.
Yeah, benefits a lot off of the build different as well. The whole strength of Zyra is going to be multiple casts.
Yep.
So the faster that's attacking, the more casts you're going to get. But that Volibear finds the Ezreal right off the bat.
Not great here for Khroen. Is it going to make the difference? It looks like it is actually. Gambler's Blade farming gold as well off of Khroen. The streak looks like it's coming to an end, and all of a sudden, that percentage chance to win into top 4 goes drastically down there. It's not doomed for Khroen. Just would have liked to see that win come through.
Bertosaurus, the only player on the hot streak as we go into Krugs.
Yeah.
And that is a 4-win that Bertosaurus is going to be on. And look at Dace's board here, kicking off with a Guild Emblem and a Rage Blade. Like, this is looking fantastic as the AD perspective from Dace's side.
Yeah, Dace is a very interesting player when it comes to set 7. Has some kind of back and forth performances. Got to the final day of Jade Cup, but got day one out of mid set. So see if he's able to stabilize when it comes to the lack of consistency. Certainly a good start in this game, even being that 5 loss streak, 50 gold, level 5, right? 60 HP is still not bad, and going the vertical guild direction. I think there's definitely some options here, especially when we think about what synergizes well with guilds. The Deja, throw a Rage Blade on that's already built. There's some outs here for Dace, so I wouldn't be too worried about him yet.
Interesting on the item choice here as well. Do you want to slam a Stone Plate and have an extra rod? Or do you want to slam an Ionic Spark and open up some windows?
Yeah, both are viable, actually. But so I guess the option is, what are you building for? You want to build for power right now, or do you want to build for a bit of power later? Ionic's going to be a decent amount of power right now. And it looks like Dace leveling up to 6, still going to be able to be nearly 50 gold. Not quite there, but still very, very rich right now. Might go for the current power instead of later on.
This board just looks so strong right now. Like
it is.
Who's going to contest this set? This goes for Stone Plate as well. Don't blame him. You know, you're going to need a front line at some point, and the earlier the front line it is, kind of the better it is. It gives you more flexible options, gives you a strength to keep that win streak going, and that's exactly what Dace wants to. That's exactly where Dace wants to go right now.
Yep.
Is start that win streak up. It takes a bit to get there, but boy, is this team looking strong right now.
It is. Dace, even though the 3 units in the backline were all lined up for Zyra, still good enough to take the win. Khroen, 20 gold, level 5, still losing, not looking great from that spot, but Dace snaps the streak, turns it around.
Silver augment here on 3-2, so not one to write home about, but still an inflection point of the game. You're going to need something strong to go from here. And when I look at Dace's board here, I am pretty heavily favoring the idea of combat augment versus level 9 gold.
Yeah, level 9, 45 gold. I mean, it's great if you have like such a massive win streak to open the game. They'd really consider that in. But if you're, lower HP like Dace was, I don't really think you can justify going for that. But Soju,
I feel like this kind of solidifies the point.
Featherweights.
Yeah, with the featherweights here, it's driving home the idea of this Yone right now. You have the RFC built on here as well with the Hand of Justice. Like, this is absolutely feeling like that we are hard dedicated to this composition right now.
There's still only 3 Yones, however, and Soju doesn't have that much gold to work with. Bench is pretty full, but going to be selling back up to 20. Soju, his tournament history has been a little all over the place. When it comes to a few sets ago, he's actually shored that up in the past couple of sets, right? Getting to the final day out of pretty much every single event, especially, like was mentioned earlier, in regionals, he really pops off. He really kind of puts the pedal to the metal here, and didn't quite get a great start in the last game, but not bad. 5 points on the board. Wow, the Volibear is all over the place.
I love seeing Volibear just stand like what feels like the entire distance away and just slam your team from that spot. It feels like a Pokemon spot every single time. It's like, what's happening here? Okay, yeah, Volibear's in the back line attacking everything. Makes sense.
Yep. There you go. Nice little dance right there to flex on him as well. Love to see it.
Bertosaurus sitting with the Astral in play. Pretty decent augments as well. You're getting extra AP and armor in the front line, and the Electro just seems like it's never a bad augment to be taking. It feels like this always makes an impact to the game somehow.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's going to be not, anything to write home about, kind of as you were saying, especially with all the silver tier augments, but still going to be solid in terms of that board power. Bert, a player that's had really good tournament placements across all of set 7. I believe got a 5th, a 6th, and a 2nd is actually in the mid set, which is how he qualified for the regional finals. Bert's set 7 tournaments, I mean, makes sense why he's here and one of the favorites.
I mean, it feels like this was the comeback too. You know, Bert kind of stepped back in set number 6, had a very strong set number 5, but he just didn't find that complete closeout of all the tournaments that were there. Step back in set 6 and in set 7, it's been a comeback right now.
Oh, yeah.
Bertosaurus has just absolutely been shining in this one. It feels like regionals is absolutely a spotlight where this could just pop off.
Exactly so. I would not be surprised at all to see Bert here on the final day, but we still got competition for the next couple to get through. Bert, 3 swift shots. Probably not going to get up to anything like we saw Ramblin' game number 1 with 5 swift shots, but hey, I would like to see it though.
Bertosaurus, I want to say too, feels like they're in a pretty decent spot to go with the Seraphine composition there. Like you have a Zeke's in place, you have kind of the right items going forward. You know, you have a pretty healthy life total that's going on with a decent gold count. It's, you know, everything's kind of lining up to be in that, okay, well, let's just get a Graves to the board and make sure that we stay at a high life total and find ourselves in the top 4.
Yeah, Bert's certainly comfortable with that Seraphine line as well, so he's going to be comfortable in playing for it since, you know, committing to it on 2-1, because a lot of players really want to be committing to their comp on 2-1. They don't want to be kind of wishy-washy, be like, oh, what direction am I going when you get to, you know, end of stage 3, when you get to Treasure Dragon. You want to have it planned out, because again, going for that HP preservation or having direction is kind of where the meta really leans in TFT right now. So as we take a look at Degrees board, another Shimmer Scale player, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of those Admirable Shimmer Scales, Volibears, Zeeks all around.
I'm liking the double trouble here as well. You know, sometimes it's important to cut back on it. So seeing that second Olaf hit the bench, I was like, you know, this feels right to me. Get the extra synergies in play and take advantage of the you know, the double trouble that's holding all your items right now.
Exactly. Even though the other Volibear is going to be just kind of there for fun. No, the double trouble is really good. Volibear versus Volibear on both sides here. Pockies, though, has a lot of attacks with the scoped weapons. The RFC, the Shiv, look at him go. He's already farmed 2 gold. Can we make it 3? 3, please? RNG? Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow.
And getting the win. Pokigam.
The rich get richer.
Exactly. Not even the augment.
Ooh, Deja showing up this early on as well. That's a pretty healthy direction.
Aurelian Soul in the shop as well for Dace. Not picking it up, of course. Deja is the direction with 4 Mirage, 6 Guild already online. Oh, the items are fantastic as well.
Paranunus? I'm loving this spot from Dace right now. I don't think the health total's too grand at the moment, but you're at 49 gold. You have already the Deja in play. You have wonderful items for this.
Yeah.
Like, are you sticking to this line, or are you going a different direction? Like, everything feels like this is great for Dace.
All the pieces are lined up here. The only thing to do is 2-star some units, push some levels, and kind of just pray that Deja does the job. Deja is a composition that very much can do that. It's a comp that's on a lot of players' radars as one of these strong ones, kind of right up there with the Soifens, with the Seraphine Graves. Dace in a fantastic spot, especially like you called out Admirable, the Warlord's Honor. As soon as you can stack that all the way up, it's going to be that much better as well.
We'll say that Seraphine feels like one of the compositions that can fight against this. And looking at Rainplosion's side, it feels like that's the direction they're going. Going into, it looks like 100 on the Lagoon stack, coming into the Stage 3 creep round. And that is a pretty big difference here, but you can see why this Deja is such a dangerous unit from the other player's perspective. The Rage Blade just builds it up, and with that guild plus the Hextech Gunblade, you have so much strength being dealt out amongst your team.
Yep. Get the Omnivamp there, and the guild, or excuse me, the Gunblade as well to be getting you that lifesteal, attack speed as well, just everything there. That's why guild is such a good emblem on the Deja.
Seeing Goobums on the hot streak right now.
Yeah. 92 HP, streaking fully. Wolves rounds going to be important for a lot of players, but not that important for Dace actually, because a lot of the items that he needs are kind of already there.
I noticed that Dace didn't take the Nunu pair as well here, favoring the gold.
Valued golds? Oh, Nunu will come back. Or
wow!
What?
That is huge! My gosh!
Can slam the Hodge on it as well. I was talking about didn't even need any good items to come through, but gets one regardless. The game's playing itself for Dace right now.
It's like the Exiles too is favoring this style of play so much. It's like the fewer units you have in play, the more flexibility you have on your position. Yeah. And the Exiles really shores that up from that spot here. It just, again, like you said, it feels like Dace's board is just, it's being dealt to him right now.
Yeah, it very much is. And this is a great spot, especially if you're coming off of an 8th place, 1 point there for Dace. Not a good spot after game 1, but having the game kind of play itself for you really gives you a good mental reset point where you can be like, all right, we have a good game. Let's just hope that we can carry this through. Love to see it.
The biggest thing I look at from high rolls is not only do they need to show up for you to win a tournament, but you have to be able to capitalize on them as well.
Exactly.
To me, that's really the big one. You know, I've high rolled a ton of games and absolutely blown them before, and we've really seen just about everyone do it. Having the consistency of capitalizing on that is a key factor to winning these tournaments at such high stakes.
Yeah, especially like you said, high stakes, a very, very powerful phrase right now, because oftentimes in tournaments like the regional finals, players are going to be over-rolling, saying, oh, I really don't want to go out in 8th right now, so I'm going to spend a bit too much, not get to the point where they're playing on ladder that they can get to these super high-end level 8, level 9 capped out boards.
Wow.
See how much patience Dace can have.
Where do you go with this? Like, everything feels like it has an impact right now. You have Exile, so the extra health from the Cybernetic, the Axiom Arc being favored from the Deja side, re-rolling here, finding another Cyber, a Celestial Blessing, a Scoped Weapons. All of these feel viable right now.
And that they do. We saw every single Cyber choice, and it is going to be Cyber as well. But I don't know if this is necessarily that great here for Dace, because the mana generation on Deja, sure, the casts are going to be big, they're going to be powerful, but there's no scaling like with an Archangels, right? It's going to be a lot of attack speed, a lot of attacks coming through very quickly with the kind of auto-attack focused Rage Blade here of the Deja.
This was an interesting level up and roll a couple times here. It was pretty late into the round. And for me, the Cybernetic uplink is saying, like, you intend to maybe go a different direction with this. Like, say you found an Aurelion Soul right now, say that you found an Alshin, are you willing to take that route?
I mean, if it's not going to be like an Alshin or Aurelion Soul 2, it's really hard to justify it. Obviously, it's going to be a lot easier to find the Deja 2. I don't believe it's very contested, at least from what we've seen. That might have been Dace kind of pulling the trigger a little bit too quickly. Maybe, like I was talking about, feeling a bit of that pressure, not over-rolling, but leveling up a bit too quickly, a bit too ahead of where tempo suggests that you should.
Ooh, Bertosaurus hitting the Deja 2. We're seeing a Zyra 2 from Implosion spot. Goobum's taking a hit in that last round, cracking the win streak. All right, it's feeling like the calm before the storm at this point right now. You know, we're on 4-3, and Soju is still at level 6, and I'm seeing a Yone 3 here, and this just feels like, yeah, why not camp out for a bit? Let's build up the gold and keep going. Your team is strong enough to fight from here.
Yeah, it should be Yone 3 at this point as well. I was a little bit concerned for Soju. Last time we saw him only had the 3 Yones that he still had from stage 2, but has found it, still has a respectable gold amount. The Yone items are pretty good. Generally, Rage Blade is what you want, but has the featherweights to kind of shore up that lack of attack speed from no Rage Blade.
Gambler's Blade kind of playing that role right now.
Exactly. Going up against Rain, who has 3 items that are really good on just a Kaise, 1 in the backline. I think it's a matter of time before Yone gets to the backline, starts chopping away at pretty much everything.
Look at this,
takes it down.
Hold it down too.
Yeah, it's only Idas 1 Sunfire, but still holding it down, as you're saying.
It feels like such a strong unit right now because a lot of the damage isn't necessarily burst. So that shield and the heal across the team, plus the additional attack speed, it really is a huge momentum shift in the middle of the combat for the round.
Yeah, exactly. Someone go tell Casa to get these spatulas back on, because we got him again for stage 4 carousel.
Seeing a Zoe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Any Shimmer Scale emblems, perhaps? Probably not, but we can hope.
My first one is like, oh, Zoe with a spatula? Mage.
I like, no, I love go full Shimmer, 9
you're
Shimmer.
You're like, it's Pocky Gob. It's gotta be Shimmers.
I mean, hey, can you blame me though? There's already, I mean, look at the augment.
It does feel like it's the direction he's going. Like,
actually, yeah, this is going to be a Shimmer direction, I think, from Pocky.
Is that a pay-to-win augment?
Yeah.
What?
Oh boy, I love Pocky and seeing Pocky play. This is okay. Finds Isaiah 2 is gonna be playing that instead. I just want to see their Shimmer slammed.
Rainplosion cracking a tome here as well, finding a Mystic in it. Honestly, I feel like that's a lot of the lobby read at that point. It's just,
there it is.
Sometimes that Mystic is just going to change the game. Degree here with Dark Flight, and that's a pretty big Swain that's holding the line there. I am not certain that Pocky chews through this in time.
I don't think so, but it's okay. Pocky is scaling. Determined Investor is online right now. Did, in fact, slam the sword to make a Shimmer Scale emblem. Pop the spat off the Zoe. Gonna lose this round, as you're saying, right? 4 loss streak. Pocky might be in a bit of trouble, especially when going up against Degree's Dark Flights there. And Dark Flights aren't a comp we've talked too much about, but they can be very, very scary, especially at this point in the game where you got your Rengars fully built out, online, doing tons of damage, and already has the Swain too there.
Ooh. pair of Zayas getting found.
Yeah.
This is a big deal for Pocky as well. Like, we didn't really talk too much about it, but this was a lot of, like, you know, the primary units not being 2-starred. I felt like was a really big difference in that one. Honestly, it could have been the entire difference of the last fight.
Yeah.
5 Zayas now that are picked up.
I don't know if this is really a spot where Pocky can be thinking about going for Xayah or Volibear 3, however.
Well, you have the Diamond Hands coming up with the champion duplicator
That's
that
true.
you're going to get
You
from
need
that.
7 more rounds to get there, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious that that item wasn't unequipped, and then
yeah.
put back on at the critical timing there. It's such a tiny little thing, but that could be a big difference. When I start to see this, it definitely feels like Volibear 2 was a massive upgrade for this board, and I feel like Pocky now is in a spot where they can actually potentially flesh this out in the right order.
Is Pocky get punished, though, like you're saying, not taking the item off of Zoe, so... Yeah, that's -1 stack, it's looking like, unless Deja can help out Pocky Gom. Okay,
Pocky
never
Gom,
punished.
He just gets it. Wait, is the Xayah not enough? Oh my goodness!
I guess punished, actually, a little bit.
Okay, interesting there. Pocky Gom sitting at the bottom of the lobby with 27. So it's a pretty tight lobby, I think, from top to bottom here. We're looking at 59 from Khroen, all the way down to 27 at the bottom. That's pretty close, I think, all things considered. We've seen these giant gaps oftentimes as we reach the Treasure Dragon here.
Not that large of a gap, but large considerations to make for Pocky.
Plus a Jeweled Gauntlet being offered? Plus a Stone Plate for your front line?
That has to be tempting, but there's no units right now that can really make utilize the JGIE combo that well. I mean, you could put it on Zoe, but she's just a Zoe 1, no mono generation items. There's an Itis, there's potential.
I think this could be a really big deal. He's
9.
got 7
He's got
seconds
9.
to flesh this out, though.
He's got the 9 Shimmer. Just needs to put the extra Shimmer on the bench onto the Bard, and there's going to be the Crown of Champions coming in after that.
Whoa, this is a really big deal. So how do you actually shape this one out? Is this the board that you want to have right now?
It has to be, right? Where else could Pocky go from here?
Well, the Bard is the one difference that can be made as a difference.
Well, yeah,
Soraka going to come in and says, I want the extra HP for this. Like the HP on your legend, not on your team.
All right, Pocky, you gotta stop being dizzy. Gotta start putting some items here. Stoneplate on the Itis, Sunfire as well. Titans needs to go somewhere. IE needs to go somewhere. There's so much that still has to happen. But the Crown of Champions, where did it even go? It got on a unit
Soraka at the start.
It went on a unit that died pretty much instantly.
That's the Siphon. You know, I don't know if the placing the items would have been that big of a difference in this particular matchup, but that certainly can be a big difference.
Oh, Pocky.
Like, even if it just cuts the damage that you're taking, that's a big deal.
It has to be, right? It's just a game of inches when we get to this late game stage 5 TFT where there's just 2 or 4 HP, could save you a placement, could save you like tiebreakers, make it to the next day. So much on the line here for Pocky. Crown of Champions on the Soraka, as you mentioned. Another Volibear 2, but cannot justify buying it. Too far away from the Volibear 3. Still rolling down, hoping to find some upgrades. Zoe 2, Yasuo 2. The Xayahs probably should go as well, because Xayah 3 is a bit too far out of reach. Admirable. Pocky, there's so many decisions to be made, but they're just not happening. They're not coming through. Still more item components on the bench as well.
I don't know if this is like the items you want to have from this spot. It's really tough to say.
Oh, there it is. JGIE.
I'm so afraid of this Deja just wiping the board right now.
Every Soraka auto attack.
No.
It's going to delete a unit once it gets the 5 stacks. There it goes.
That's a big diff. The Xayah got saved for just a couple attacks, but again, the Deja, I think, is just too powerful right now.
There we go, but no, not going to be able to get to stacking again. And Pocky, 9 Shimmer scale to 8th place.
Bertosaurus next on the chopping block alongside Rainplosion in this one. And honestly, I'm pretty surprised when I look at this. Rainplosion's board looking pretty strong right now. This is at the bottom.
Well, Pocky at the bottom, but you know, at the next coming.
My goodness, like
this is crazy.
This feels so tough.
6 Guardians. Not often the players reach this breakpoint. Has 2 Mystics online as well through that Mystic emblem. Aurelion Soul 2. How did Rain get here? Aurelion Soul, talking about the dragon that is best in slot, can carry you to some first place wins. Triple Zeeks buffing up as well with Better Together. Oh, let's just watch this Aurelion Soul Admiral. It's going to be beautiful.
It's against the Yone 3, though, on the other side. Jeweled Lotus stacking with that Infinity Edge as well. Aurelion Soul just not clipping the Yone?
Yeah, not yet.
There we go.
So
That's a hit. That's a big one.
Needs one more.
I think that's just barely enough. The 6 Guardian
Should
holding
be.
out until this black hole has grown to a massive effect.
One more? Auto attacks do it.
Soju taking the hit. Bertosaurus out in 7th place. Dace and Khroen sitting at the top with some hot streaks right now.
Ooh, full dragon carousel. More guardian emblems to consider as well.
The rare assassin emblem showing up as well. Can this make a difference on anyone's board? We saw Darkflight.
That's true. Generally, Darkflight is okay with running 2, but Degree
bolted.
It. Okay.
For that assassin emblem.
Love to see that one.
Okay, I am really looking forward to how this is going to look. That's an Itis 2. That's an Nasus 2. Your board is upgraded now.
Some good hits.
Not quite certain what the last roll was necessarily, but...
For fun. No, this board is phenomenal, though. Everything is upgraded. Rain has 6 Guardians to buy so much time for the Aurelion Soul. It will delete entire boards, get enough time, and time is the biggest thing that Rain has right now with this board.
Absolutely. I mean, that's really all you need. The more time this Aurelion Soul has, the less likely it is your opponent's going to be able to defeat it. But that is a board to be going up against. Holy smokes, that is a lot of Jade. That's a little bootleg Aurelion Soul on the other side right now. The Siphon not quite to the backline spot you want it to be. And that's giving the Aurelion Soul time. Really not good on that last black hole piece, though. The Siphon now charging in.
Wow, can't do it.
Wow.
Rain.
The Siphon board. It's just too much at a certain point. Raid Implosion going out in 6th place here. Soju taking a big hit as well. Khroen and Dace still on the win streaks.
Wow. That Rain board, I really expected to be strong enough to top 4 in this lobby, but so many other people just have strong boards as well. The 3 Hodges over here on Goobum's side. And this is the tech where you can play Aurelion Soul as a 3rd dragon and have it shore up the weaknesses of Shioyu and Siphon, because they're just single target. They might grief you sometimes, but Aurelion Soul could be there applying Morellas to everything and have the supplemental damage that this board needs.
I am really... Oh, there's these Assassin Graves!
Assassin Darkflight Graves.
Whoa! Yo, that's a pretty big difference to how this Graves is going to work, but I feel like Goobum's positioning was pretty good for this.
Very good for it.
There's the charge, picks off the Swain,
Swain
and
goes
that's
down.
Usually enough from this spot. There's no way that Graves is taking down the rest of these units right now. Granted, that is against the Ghosts, but it looks like Soju out in 5th place.
Yep.
Dace's win streak has been cracked, and Khroen kind of demonstrating exactly how they get to this spot in regionals and do so consistently every single time. Strong early game, strong mid game, and says, you know what, if you can't cap your board, I'm going to push you out of the lobby.
Exactly. Strong fundamentals for Khroen. Khroen, when playing from ahead and playing from this win streak point, is able to convert so well and so often.
Oh, look at that. Really quick on the stacks.
Yeah.
For the preparation here as well. Again, these little tiny fundamental differences.
Prep's such a good augment. So many TFT players are so good at utilizing that now. When it's going to be making, you know, these masters and GM players a little bit dizzy, the best of the best are going to be able to make it just look so good. Get the max value out of it every single time using PvE rounds to make sure you get the stacks that you missed earlier.
Up to 9.
There we go. Up to 9. Aurelion Soul pair. Can you hit Aurelion Soul 2? There's the Rakan 2.
Yeah, the Mystic difference. I feel like that's going to be a big one here.
Still strong.
Wow, pretty big change to the board here in this round as well.
0 gold left, but still, the HP for Goobums is safe. Not scared about being eliminated in the next couple of rounds. Has time to get this Aurelion Soul online. But look at Khroen's board here. Wow. Still the built different, running 2 Varuses, running the Graves, like I talked about earlier, as one of the best built different carries. This is built different being played at pretty much its peak, I would say.
And this is 8 Varus that Khroen has. I'm seeing 2 more on the bench. Like, this could be an absolute pop-off. Goobum's taking a hit.
Big hit.
Look at that. The Graves of the Assassin emblem just brings... it's very rare that I have been in favor of Assassins, but when you can't just force the emblem through, it feels like it's a lot more heartwarming to see.
Oh, there it is. Aurelion Soul 2 needs to find the gold, has exact amount to sell, and tier up the Aurelion Soul Goobums is so much stronger. If we replay that last fight against Khroen, Aurelion Soul 2 could have made the difference. Khroen still on the 8 Varuses, as we see on the bot right of the screen. No gold left to roll.
Just picking up every unit that feels like it could make an impact.
Yeah.
Up against the Deja too. So this lineup for Dace feels like it was cemented in place pretty early.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like that shaped out the board. Now Dace sitting at 9 here with no gold left. It's really just, can you find upgrades from where you're at right now? You know, that's just a hit or miss position at that point. It is really, you know, the Exile's kind of limiting your factor there as well. And I'm seeing this Aurelion Soul in the back line. This is certainly not something that I would have expected. Holding a Jade Emblem, and it feels like it could be enough here. The Xiaoyu drawing the attention, the Black Hole having the time to become a massive force in this spot. I definitely didn't expect to see a Jade Emblem Morello Aurelion Soul making a difference.
If we think back to the carousel, the Dragon Carousel, I believe that's where Gubams picked it up, the Jade Emblem on the Aurelion Soul. So it was identifying that spot from all the way back there and said, yes, this can be exactly what I need. And is doing it so quite well as you move over to Degree. Double Trouble Rengar 3, i.e. Hand of Justice. Still going to be buffed up by a lot of Zeeks as well.
The Swains with the twin posse. It's just like, what a board to be seeing right now. It's like, you are giving up some of the Dark Flight value here, but that's the thing you have to do at the end of the game. You want that third item to just be strength at the end of it, and you are hoping this Rengar and this Graves can take down the back line in time to punch through that front line afterwards. The Rengar, though, just getting absolutely pushed out, not even close, and the Swain just not holding the attention from the Graves at that point, and now Degree getting collapsed on.
Degree can't do it. Goobums does. Degree going to be falling out in 4th place here, but a valiant effort in this lobby. Top 4 Dark Flights is not too shabby at all.
Khroen still on the win streak. This is through Stage 6.
Whew.
Stage 5, Stage 6 has belonged to Khroen.
That's crazy, considering that this is when the built different boards you'd expect to lose a little bit. It's only a gold built different, right? You haven't hit the Varus 3, but still it is good enough. Khroen in such a good spot right now, takes his Zeeks off of the carousel. It was a BT and a Shroud for the others.
I mean, is this where that buff from Built Different really makes the, takes the shine in a spot like this?
Yeah.
It's, because I agree with you on the old one, I definitely expected to kind of start to fall off in this perspective, but that buff, is it enough to make sure that it can shine through in these spots?
The answer is looking to be yes, Admirable. I mean, kind of nowhere else to slice it. Goobums BT goes on to the Aurelion Soul. It's going to come down to a lot of where this Shroud goes, and if Aurelion Soul has enough time against the 8 Guild Deja from Dace.
Ooh. I see that front line from the Jace there, and it's like, can you get through this one in time? The Siphon, I think, really going to be one of the stars of this lineup in this fight right now. The Jace not able to hold for too long in this spot, still kind of just barely hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
The Siphon now has found the contact with the Deja, and that's enough for that one. Goobums absolutely shining through in this fight right now.
Yes, he is. Takes out Dace. Out in 3rd, but Khroen, 10 streak.
And the improvement is like literally it's level or it's Varus 3.
Yeah. At this point, because Khroen's been rolling for a long time, we're going to start talking about, has he rolled too much? Has he overrolled, but maybe just exactly enough?
Big importance, too, there to put the Zephyr on the bench before you make that Varus 3. Still in a peak mindset is there as well. You can't just be too excited to slam that. That Zephyr could have been captured.
Got to remember your fundamentals there. Khroen is not scared, is not feeling the jitters here in this hyper situation. He's been here before. Khroen is a regionals winner.
Cheese
Zephyr
showcased
here.
Available as well. Oh, this Varus just feels like it is absolutely popping through. The CC onto these units feels like it could be a big deal, but Goobam's board's just so strong.
The Siphon gets to the Varus in the back line, nearly one-shots it. Going to be dashing away, however, giving the Varus more time, but no, the Aurelion Soul.
Graves
can't do it.
The king can bleed. Khroen takes his first loss in 11 rounds.
Both
players with a GiantSlayer here as well. Yeah. It's what it feels like they need for each other right now.
Exactly. They're both Giants, and they both need slaying. But where is it going to go? Surely the Xiaoyu for Goobums. But for
Terra
Khroen
being found.
Yeah. get to think about how we're able to get this to a 4-dragon board, the most capped that can be. Goobum's already won the last round. It's going to continue to get even stronger. Khroen might not have the time to get level 9 or to get things like the Graves 3.
Nyla 2.
Another Nyla 2. 3 Nylas away.
Oh boy.
Yeah, both are on the board.
Is that a real option, the second Khroen? Is it ever a recraft to cheese the Zephyr?
It very much could be. In fact, it should be. Sells the Khroen on board? Or no, just plays the 2. Both viable options, but the CC is nice. The CC might be able to give enough time for the Varus and Graves to get the job done.
Last second positioning as well.
Zephyr.
Dragon's Claw being moved over.
Zephyr just lands on the Jax. Not the best.
I think he just wanted the front line to be open so that the Varus isn't missing. Doesn't want it to focus the Jax right away.
True.
Oh, and look at where the Siphon lands. Cracks through 3/4 of the HP, but the Varus isn't gone just yet.
It's one more auto attack from the Siphon. Yes, it's going to be so close yet again, but Goobums comes out on top of that fight. Stage 7, so the damage from that stage is going to be massive. 15 plus whatever units are there.
It's tough to beat the 10 of 10, from the other side. It's just it's such a big difference at this point. Honestly, you can't be too upset with a second place finish, but I think from Khroen's angle, this actually might be one of those spots where it does feel that way.
Yeah, exactly. Especially going back to the consideration of, did Khroen roll too much? Should Khroen have saved that gold, been comfortable with that 10 streak, gone to level 9, and had a bigger cap on this board? Maybe it could have contested Goobums here. Might be having to be satisfied with the second, however.
The Shroud hits the Varus again, too. I don't think it's a huge deal, but that can be a big difference.
Yeah.
The Siphon not finding its way onto Varus right away, that maybe can be a difference, but the rest of the board just got collapsed onto this one. Goobums absolutely shining through on how to cap out a board.
Goobums with a victory march in the last 3 rounds is going to take Game 2 Lobby C against Khroen and shows why he thinks he is one of the prime candidates to be a great North American representatives at Worlds.
Honestly, fantastic play by Goobums at the end there, being able to just position. He was out-positioning Khroen, it felt like, in all those fights. But then the power level came through towards the end as well, having that Cap Dragon board. One of the big things I wanted to talk about this lobby was power levels, because we had 9 Shimmer go out in 8th, which you can argue the power of 9 Shimmer, especially because it was in the middle of a transition. But then Rainplosion going out in 6th with a 2-star Aurelion and 6 Guardians. It felt like everybody was just hitting.
It's so crazy, I think, because from Pocky's spot there especially, it seemed a little bit, you have to say dizzy, right? Because Pocky had so many items in the bench. It was like, can I actually make this 9 Shimmer work? The answer was yes. It just Pocky seemed to doubt their own position there in that game. From Rain as well, it's kind of a bit unlucky. That's where it comes into the fact that HP preservation is so important, because you can have a strong board like Rain had, but still just take an unlucky loss or 2 and go out in bottom 4.
All right, but built different. Built different as well. This was something we maybe didn't expect to see with the power level that Khroen had, right? This is someone who was sitting in first 11 win streak through stage 5 and 6. Is this something that we expected to see people picking up a lot throughout this tournament?
I mean, I think built different is a very strong augment. It just defines your line for you so early on, and it's one of those things I feel like that really fits Khroen's playstyle as well. It's tempo. It's get a big win streak. It's push the other players into a pressure spot, make them spend their gold so they can't get to spots like Goobums made it to. Now, Goobums was able to preserve that HP and get past that point, cap the board out, outshines the built different in that spot. But look at everyone else in that lobby. Khroen, again, the 10 win streak that took place, that is absolutely built different that's making the difference there.
All right, well, we saw Goobums take that game with Dragons, but let's see what the other lobbies had going on. Khroen, check it out.
So rambling back here again. Aurelion Soul carry and built different. Nyla 3.
Look at that. Okay, so Built Different finds another win.
You get your answer, Cass. Built Different's pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's working out. I mean, that's okay. Yeah, I've had my question answered. Are we going to see some Built Different? Absolutely. Yes. We had 2 lobbies. One, it got first. The other got second. We don't know what happened in lobby A, but it's possible that it was there as well. All right, let's take a look at the overall scores from these lobbies. It looks like anything immediately standing out for you, Admirable.
I'm looking at the Ramblins in the back-to-back. I'm looking at Professor Dish Soap showing us that the Built Different is, in fact, a viable augment in this one. And again, we now have like the outline of this perspective built out here. It's, we're cutting 8 players from day number 1 here. So it doesn't mean that you need to be top 4 finishes or top 2 finishes. It means that you need to not be in the bottom third of the lobbies right now. If you average 5th place across the day, that's enough to make it through to day number 2 right now. So don't have your eye on that 4th place perspective. Start to look at the point totals as we flush this day out.
All right, well, importantly in that 5th position, Khroen, Kaivex.
I love how you teamed me up for that one. That's beautiful. Thank you very much, Kaivex. Especially after that non-Z3 game. I mean, Kaivex is above pace right now. I'm not worried. Not worried at all.
He's doing very well today. I am excited to see. You and I are both big Kaivex fans. It's just fun to bat back and forth about it. But I'm always really interested in seeing his play, and the fact that he's already doing well is great. But, that's 2 games down. We're going to have a break pretty soon. I want to get some final thoughts from you two before we go into break at the first third of our day. So Admirable, then Khroen.
I'm looking at Dish Soap and Ramblin being 2 of my picks for the fantasy draft and absolutely dominating these first 2 games.
That's true.
But now we have Frodan and Bryce going to be coming onto the desk here as well. Can now their fantasy picks start to dominate these games here?
Hey, mine's doing pretty well. I'm still happy with Kaivex's performance so far. Going to redeem me from the Dragon Cup. But no, this has been 2 fantastic games start off the day. I think we've been seeing a lot of meta that we expected, but still some that we haven't, right? That build different things are very interesting as well, that when can players tech in the 6 Guardians and things like that. It's still just fantastic TFT play that we're seeing here.
All right, but with that, we are going to take a short break while we bring in Frodan and Bryce. You're not going to want to go anywhere, though, because we've got an interview with Sully TFT after a quick word from our partners at Ball Street. Stay tuned. Here we are with another interview for the TFT North American Regionals. This time I've got Sully TFT, the winner of the Last Chance qualifier. Sully, how are you doing today? How are you feeling going into the regional finals?
I'm doing pretty well today. I'm very excited for regionals, but still a lot to improve on in the week and a half before. So just working on that.
All right, I mean, what really clicked for you here in set 7? Because you've been playing TFT for a very long time, but this is the first time that you really have become a contender in the competitive TFT scene.
I think the biggest thing for me has been trying to think about the game a lot more intentionally. I played very passively in the past, almost, I guess you could say casually. But going into set 7, I kind of shifted my mindset a little bit and I started thinking about every decision I was making in the game. Like every tiny thing I was doing in the game, I was thinking like, okay, should I be doing this? Did I make the correct decision? What could I have done better? And I don't know, just having that level of like depth of analysis of my own gameplay really helped me pull together everything.
One of the big things that we have with a couple of the players from the LCQ is you're being considered, underdogs coming in, right? The last, one of the last 2 players to make it into the regional finals. And coming in, a lot of people would see you as an underdog. Do you see yourself as an underdog as well? Or do you feel like you're just playing just as good TFT as a lot of these other players?
I think it's definitely reasonable to see like me and Sag as underdogs just because we don't have nearly as much competitive experience. But I also think that we're probably playing TFT at a similar level as all these other participants. So really it comes down to whether or not that lack of competitive experience really makes us do worse than the rest of the field.
No, that's very cool to hear. I kind of want to pick your brain as well, since you've been playing a lot of these in-houses and you're going into a very strong field with regionals, right? 24 of the best players that North America has to offer. Who are some of the players you're really looking out for that you feel are playing some great TFT and you would expect to have good performances?
Maybe Dish Soap. I think he's been playing really well in the in-houses and I think he's going to do really well at regionals. I'm going to be scared of certain players regardless of how they perform in in-houses. Like Milk and Robin and Khroen all have such amazing track records in tournaments,
So I'm not going to count anyone out based on in-house results.
What are those expectations that you have for yourself coming into the regional finals here?
I am trying not to think too much about placement, because I think it can be easy to focus on like, oh, you made day 2, you made day 3, final lobby, whatever. So really, it's just, I want to be happy with how I played at the end of the day. And if I like average a 6th and get day 1s, but I'm pretty happy with how I played and think that I maximized all my spots, then I think that that will be satisfying for me personally. But if I make it to day 3 and I feel like I'm not playing that well, like there are a bunch of mistakes that I think I should have avoided, then I might not be satisfied with that. So yeah, it all depends.
So Sully, earlier you told me that you need to prepare yourself mentally when getting into a game. What does that look like for you to prepare mentally for going into, say, a regionals match?
Yeah, leading up to a game, it really is like a lot of visualization, like trying to put myself into spots that I may end up in game. I think that maybe watching TFT would have a similar effect, but just visualizing myself playing the game, I think makes me feel more comfortable and gets me ready to kind of play flexibly, and just be able to tackle like any of the spots that the game gives me.
You stated earlier that set 7 and maybe set 8 are the 2 parts of your TFT career where you're going to have the most time to really go at it. Afterwards, that might not be the case. I mean, of course, that could change, but it might not be the case. So in a couple years looking back, what would you want to accomplish in your career that would make you just very proud of your TFT career?
Considering where I started for this set, I think that I've already accomplished quite a bit. I think that regardless of what happens in regionals, I can look back like 2 years, 5 years from now and be like proud of myself for being able to go from completely unknown to like actually playing in the regional finals. It feels like a pretty big deal to me. But I would certainly love to improve on that even more and like get to day 2, day 3, or even, you know, worlds would be incredible. But I think that I'm secure in how much I've accomplished so far, even if things don't continue to go well for me. Like, I'm just proud of how I've been able to improve to this point.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, Sully, and good luck here in the North American Regional Finals. Welcome back to the Dragonlands North American Regional Finals. I'm Casanova, joined for the first time on the desk by Bryce and Frodan. We've already had 2 games in the books. We're a third of the way through, but now I've got y'all here. How excited are you to be here? What have you been looking at so far in the games?
Man, just watching everybody take it seriously. There's just no excuses for regionals. Time after time, for months on end, we just hear, well, the stakes weren't high enough, or I wasn't really prepared, or hey, this tournament didn't even really matter to me personally. There's absolutely zero room for it, because this is where it's all on the line. They've been practicing for half a year to get another chance at the World Championship, and this is it.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of the big guns come right out of the gates with 1-1 starts. Both Dish Soap and Ramblin putting on a clinic of teamfight tactics. Ramblin has actually won both of his games by a couple of touchdowns. You saw him on the main broadcast on the first game. His second game, he won in a very easy Fast 9 Dragon board with 40 HP to spare. So he's coming out on fire despite not really playing much TFT over the course of the entirety of Set 7.
Yeah, and Dish Soap, I mean, we didn't see as much on the main broadcast, but he was also crushing it in the early stage of the game. And I know he's someone that both of you, especially Dan, you've been talking a ton about Dish Soap.
Yeah, Dish Soap had caught my eye about a set and a half ago, right when he was first starting to grind, because it takes a very specific type of strong player to be able to get simultaneously rank 1 and rank 2 on the server, and he was able to do it multiple times. The only people who's able to do that, Mismatch Socks, Milk Guy, Setsuko, and I think you're starting to see a common thread. And that's why I was on the hype train for a very long time, even a little bit earlier than other people. However, I feel like now is his time because he had a set where he's able to put some results to get experience under his belt, and also has suffered, playing very well, but variance was not on his side. I think this event, all the stars are lining up. His confidence is peaking. He's doing really well in in-houses. A lot of expectation in the spotlight is on him, and he has that experience under his belt after having some unfortunate tournaments this set. I think Dish Soap is coming for that North American Championship, and everyone's hyping up Sox, rightfully so. He's in really good form, but personally, I had Dish Soap going in as rank 1 before this tournament. I still have him rank 1.
I think that's awesome to hear. I think, Dish Soap was someone who had some struggles throughout set 7 in tournament play, but has been dominant on the ladder the entire time. And so to come in here and go 1-1 is just something that is so exciting for us.
Yeah, it is. And to be clear, his struggles in tournament play were not because he was playing poorly in tournaments. I think it's really easy with TFT to just look at the results and say, well, that's all that matters. But the reality of the situation is you have to watch the games. Dish Soap has played well and gotten unlucky. Now he's playing well and getting lucky. It's a deadly combination.
That's exactly what you want in TFT, right? That is the way that you just win. That's how you win a tournament. But we are jumping in with Lobby B, and the person who's gone 1-1 is going to be Rambling in this one that we can continue to watch. So, Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Casanova. This is Game 3, Lobby B, of the first day of the North American Regional Finals. Frodan and Bryce reunited in studio. Give me a fist bump, man. It's good to see you.
What a time to be alive in studio. The regional championship, like you said, there are no excuses. It is put up or shut up time for everybody. Hopping on board with Sully TFT, who has been struggling so far today in 23rd place out of 24 players. We did just have a chance to check out that wonderful interview that Casanova did with Sully, and I have to say, I really appreciate his mentality. It's not just about the results for him. It's about whether or not he can feel like he played well this weekend for himself, and that's a great attitude to have heading into this event.
There's a lot of first-timers coming into this North American Regionals, and you have to be able to compartmentalize the results away from the quality of your play. If it's your first time, quite frankly, I don't think there's a lot of expectations for a player like Sully. Even himself, right? He's a med school student, and we all know how busy they can get. It's actually kind of an amazing result to even get this far. But knowing him, he's not satisfied. Taking a look at his board, starting off with early Astrals, has these nice building block foundational building blocks, picks up a Varus as well, so he does have the ability to go into Astral, maybe even that size being good for that Mage Link.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a player that's going to lean a little bit more heavily towards AD than AP, but quite flexible. Speaking of flexibility, one of the options that is now essentially off the table is Deja, a composition that we will see a lot of, multiple variants in the guild, plus Guardian frontline as an option as well that we've already seen, but Electric Overload, generally considered the weakest variant. There are some players in this field that are actually still willing to play Deja even on Electric Overload, but it's quite a bit weaker.
Yeah, and the conditions have to be very favorable for you to do that, and you're often bleeding for a top finish as opposed to trying to go for a top 1 finish, especially if you're from behind. Take a look at the first augment here, which can shape all of Sully's game plan, introduced with a couple of varying different ones. He has cybernetic implants, which is good with his bow sword start, but he also has some really specialized ones like Oasis for Lagoon with some Lagoon units. I'm curious which one he's valuing right now.
Yeah, it's a great question. I would expect him to lean towards cybernetic implants given that his game plan revolves a lot around Jade, and it's just such a strong augment to pick for Jade because you do wind up itemizing so many different units, a lot of whom make use of that extra attack damage as well, specifically the Siphon as well as the Shio-Yu. I also would not be surprised to see Sully lean into the full vertical Jade version of that line, and it's a line I know you have taught a lot about. Talk about when you would go towards the vertical Jade as opposed to playing the more traditional Siphon that we've been seeing throughout this tournament.
I think it heavily depends on
how your items are shaping up. If you do lean a little bit more towards rods, that means you can utilize Karma, which ladders up eventually to Jace, and then you have just the normal amount of attack bruiser items for Shioyu. But when you have the ability to split like this, you start off with 80 items, you collect even more 80 items, I think you can go back more towards the Whisper Soifin line. So I think that's what makes the line really interesting. There's a lot of options that people don't know that they have, Bryce.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, and it's really where the skill expression of TFT comes to the fore, right? It's what makes this such a beautiful game. It's very easy to read a Reddit guide, have the composition in mind, and just play for the exact same units, but the reality is there's quite a bit of fluidity within some of these trees, and I think that the Jade tree is one of them, so we'll have to take a look and see what Sully winds up doing this game. Hopping on board with Milk Guy for the first time so far. Actually, I take that back. We have been debated. We are on board with Setsuko, who has that incredibly early Volibear, probably the single best unit to get dropped out of a box in the game. It is Draven's Axe, though. It's on the weaker side, I would say, of Shimmer Scale. How are you feeling about Draven's Axe from the spot for Setsuko?
It's okay. I think a lot of people's impression of Draven's Axe is largely colored through Kaisa. I think people feel because she goes with Lagoon, you want to have a lot of AP or attack speed oriented Shimmer items that you can get, or even Diamond Hands early on. In this case, I think it's fine. I think the fact that he's able to rack up a single component, everyone knows how powerful that is. And if he's able to rack up 25 stacks in just one fight, that means he's on pace to get a component by the end of the stage, which if you can guarantee a component per stage, you basically have Loot Master, the gold tier augment, which is really powerful if you think about it and sets him up for success. So I think the propaganda, Bryce, against Draven's Axe, I will not stand for it. I think it's a really strong setup based off what Setsuko has, and I think he's in a phenomenal position.
Yeah, the setup in particular is what makes it work, right? Because he has all defensive items early on. He started belt, he gets another belt, he's able to slam that War Mods. If he's able to get a vest to go with that cloak that he already has, then all of a sudden he's going to have a Gargoyle Stone Plate, so he's going to have resistances on top of that HP. Plus, he's able to hit a Braum, which is a big hit here, such a strong tanky unit, along with that Nasus too. So what he has is a board that stalls, and that's exactly what Draven's Axe needs in order to get the job done.
Yes, very much so. And from here, Setsuko could play a bunch of different stuff. He doesn't have to stay on the Draven's Axe. I think the biggest mistake that I see at intermediate and even advanced level TFT is people stay on Draven's Axe too long. They think, oh, what's another 100? I could get another component in such a good spot. Speaking of which, Setsuko, not taking his position for granted, levels to 5, matches up against Daze, who also is a reputation for leveling up aggressively. Who's going to be able to get the last laugh?
Yeah, Daze out there saying that, his reputation for a baby leveler is not justified, and the first time we're on broadcast, the first time we see his board, he is over-leveled on level 5 at 2-3. Going against Setsuko, who has as well. One of these players is going to be sorely disappointed. Both of them desperately trying to maintain the streak, but only one of them is going to be able to. It's a very close fight that Ludens is paying some dividends. The Draven's Axe is wailing away for the Volibear. It looks like there's just too much damage left over. Only a Talia, 1 in the back line, not going to be enough. So Daze levels to 5 and loses on 2-3. Huge momentum swing in this game.
That's a massive fight in favor of Setsuko. And another thing, too, a blessing in disguise is going up 5 against 5. Longer fights, more Draven stacks. As we take a look at some other POVs, taking a look at Stage 2 Carousel.
Yeah, we also have a chance to look at the augments for the first time. We did see Milksport with that Dark Flight crest, so we know where he is going. We have to call out the prep for Prest event. This is one of his favorite augments in the entire game and one of most of the fields as well. A lot of players are saying that this is either the very best or one of the best augments. I expect him to be leaning towards the Seraphine Graves line, the most popular prep iteration, though certainly have other options available as well.
Another augment caught my eye is Ramblin taking Jeweled Lotus. For one thing, Ramblin, is a marked ability power tree player, loves those AP champions, but Deja is electric, so it has fewer options moving forward. The second thing is Jeweled Lotus is noticeably much weaker early game than late game, and Ramblin's been playing from a position of being ahead. You see him in 8th place, lose streaking. This is where he'll be tested. Quite frankly, I think Ramblin's had some really strong openers, which is he's capitalized upon. That's what a good player should do. But the best players can also try to play from behind and mitigate those final finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard to do in this particular meta where a lot of the meta is about HP preservation early. And speaking of HP preservation early, we have Casper Wu, who has that early 100 streak. He's playing 4 Bruiser variant with the early Olaf carry, also getting a nice amount of pitch and damage from this Electro Charge, which synergizes very, very well with these Bruisers. He needs his board to stay alive to get all that extra chip damage from his augment, and he's got the 4 Bruisers to do it. Plus the double healing item on Olaf, it very much much feels like we're heading into the Jade tree, whether it's vertical Jade or Soyfin, only time is going to tell.
It's probably going to be Jade plus Whispers, just given the current step that he has. There is an outside chance Casper could even angle. Oh my god, actually, we're going to get Draven's Axe stack at 2-5? Are you kidding me? Is there still doubt of whether or not the Shimmer item is useful, Bryce?
Yeah, look, as the resident lawyer on broadcast, I can decisively say that that is illegal in all 50 states. This man is getting 10 gold plus an item component on 2-5. Are you kidding me, Setsuko? He's also win streaking here. And look, Setsuko is a player that spends a lot of time on ladder practicing Fast 9 specifically. He's one of, if not the best Fast 9 players in the game, which means that from this spot, this man is absolutely deadly. He knows what items to go for. He knows the combination of units. He knows how to get to level 9 and cap out his board. Setsuko's win share from this spot is out of control. Do not be surprised to see him at the end of the game playing for first place.
I like the swap for the Dragonmancer in favor of a 2-star Bruiser. Yeah, you lose the AP, but he gets the health, and that health gives him more stall for this Draven's Axe. As you can see, he's going up against Prestivan, who does want to win. A lot of prep players lose the first couple rounds so they can start streaking in the middle of stage 2. And you can start to see this Jade board racking up that attack speed, especially with that Ginsu's Rage. But that Karma is starting to show off why she is one of the premier one-cost to play around, even at 1-star. But it looks like there's just not enough damage to keep up with it. It was a little bit scary here for Setsuko, because that 1-star Karma that was prepped was already doing a ton of work.
Yeah, a little scary, but in the end, all that winds up happening is Setsuko is 5-streaking with another 30 stacks to add to his pool. His collection is going to get more on Krug. He's going to get a second item component early to middle of stage 3. Setsuko's spot is out of control. Joining Ramblin' for the first time, did have that Jeweled Lotus that you called out earlier, playing from the Lost Streak, but he's been playing Astrals, so his economy is supercharged, already over 50 gold here, and he also has the most important item to match with that Jeweled Gauntlet, the Infinity Edge. The nice thing is, because he's guaranteed to crit on those spells, he's just getting the extra damage from the Infinity Edge. He can skip the Jeweled Gauntlet now and go for other AP itemization, so he can have a super carry.
So Ramblin' actually has a couple of options just based off the units on his bench. One, he could play on the Kaisa. A lot of people believe Kaisa reroll is still viable. I mean, the patch previously has nerfed her, so that way she's no longer as dominant to be at 3-star, but it is a possibility, so keep an eye out on that. The second is that he could also even just play Lux and play around Astro units. Is exactly what I was about to hit, which is, you know, a lot of people believe that with the buffs to Lux in the most recent patch, is been really helpful to get her to be a legitimate carry. And if you can play her on Astros and rack up those items, maybe there could be something. However, I feel like he's collecting a bunch of these other one-costs. For example, he has Karma. Is he leaning more towards Dragonmancers and just trying to play Karma from this spot?
Yeah, this is a really interesting one, and this is not where Ramblin' wants to be, by the way. This is not his comfort zone. When I was doing my interview with him before the tournament started, one of the big things he went out of his way to point out is that he was going to try to avoid reroll at all costs because he feels like, one, he doesn't hit. He thinks he's an unlucky reroller. Mortdog does not have him. And two, he thinks it just introduces variance in a game where he doesn't need to introduce variance. He thinks he's one of the best players in the field. And you can see it here. He rolled from basically 70 gold down to 40, right? 65 gold down to 40 from this position. He doesn't hit a lot of the units that he's looking for, and he's in a much tougher position. Ramblin' is going to be back against the wall for the rest of this game. He's going to have to be fighting really hard to not go 8th place in this game. I think going 1st place for the 1-1-1 is almost off the table at this point.
Yeah, we'll see if his Dragonmancer reroll strategy can come to fruition or if he has to pivot. It's a prismatic augment for our second choice binary airdrop. Radiant Relics and Luden's Echo. Does anything jump out to you immediately, Bryce, based off how he's gotten to his spot?
Yeah, he immediately grabs the Radiant Relic, which makes a lot of sense because he's trying to spike right now and get that carry online. I assume we're going to be looking at the Rabadon's Death Cap. Maybe he's interested in one of these defensive items, right? But assuming that he wants to go with the Dragonmancer reroll strategy, then it's probably a Hand of Justice for healing on the Karma, plus the Infinity Edge, and then he can skip the Jeweled Gauntlet because he doesn't need it here, so he just goes with this Radiant version of the Death Cap. It's very, very powerful. I wish we had more than 3 Karmas. I wish we had hit a bunch of other Dragonmancer units. You know, he felt like a million Ezreals, for example, but wasn't really open to that spot from there, so Ramblin' is in a dubious position, to say the least.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and a lot of people may even wonder
why it took so long is to pick things like the death cap. The thing about Dragonmancer is you already have so much base stats from the ability power off of choosing your Dragonmancer hero, so not the ideal setup, and he doesn't even have the Dragonmancer buff, has to rely upon this Nidalee to keep himself, one, competitive on the board, but also print some units to get gold, because Ramblin will need every ounce of gold that he can squeeze out in order to get this Karma 3, as he does end up taking a loss to Milk, who also is on that Draven's Axe train. Seems like multiple people are trying to pick up those extra components.
Yeah, and we're enjoying the end of this fight between Khroen and Casper Wu. Casper has actually opted for the prismatic version of Scope Weapons 2, so he has his units that are in the back 2 rows attacking anything and everything for the entirety of the fight. Be interesting to see what he does from there, though, because normally we think about Yone as the primary carry in that line, but he's got so many Olaf items slammed and was clearly leaning towards that kind of Soifin direction early, so it'll be interesting right turn from Casper in this game that we'll have to follow. Joining Precedent for the first time, who was able to take the Band of Thieves, so 2 Thieves Gloves on this board, which synergizes very well on a Seraphine Graves composition that is really about the whole team pitching in, so you really value those items across the board.
Yeah, you're taking stage 3 to prepare the way for stage 4. However, I feel like Precedent might even be leaning more towards how Xayah could be set up based off his current itemization. A lot of what Seraphine wants to do is power through just raw stats, and that's why Zeke's Herald and Protector's Vow is really good, because the sum of the parts just works so nicely together to keep your team very tanky and sustained while putting out a lot of damage. From his setup, the fact that he's prepping things like guild units and that Ezreal makes me wonder if he's towing the line between that Soifin or potentially even finding ways back into Xayah. And that's a comp I think people are really sleeping on, Bryce. A lot of people say Xayah's not good. You know, maybe you have to wait till the Worlds patch because they finally buffed the Feathers Fly, but I still think she's got a lot of game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. In the first set of lobbies we were watching off screen, there were 3 Xayah players, all of whom top 4 in those first 2 games, so definitely some potential with the Xayah composition. We had a chance to look at everyone else's prismatics. We see that Milk Guy has taken a Woodland Charm, which will be duplicating a Swain later in the game,
spicy.
right? Which would be very fun to watch. Setsuko is going to get an extra unit on this board. We have Celestial Blessing 3. We also have a Spatula, Earth Scrapback 1 out of the game, Earth Scrapback 2 still in the game, so we'll have to see what Khroen is playing and how he's going to play around that Spatula.
Yeah, a little unfortunate because Dace right before him picked that extra Spatula up, so I wonder if Khroen was thinking about the Tactician's Crown, but no dice because Dace already beat him to it. Checking in with Dace, trying to see what he can do at this juncture. A little bit awkward because he's in the middle of the tier of health, but he's not the richest, so going to 7 is a little bit on the costlier side. You usually like to be around 30 gold, and he might be a cut under it or have to sell some units. And even then, when he levels to 7, he's going to have that strong of a unit to play. So he just plays, you know, this Zyro 1, hoping that that would be enough to buff things, see whether or not it's strong enough in this fight.
Yeah, and one of the things you can say about Dace's spot, because he's taken the Ludens early, and he's already stacking up those Lagoon stacks, right? So we think he's going to be playing around Lagoon this game, and one of the things that players have been favoring in the Lagoon line is that it stabilizes really well rolling on 7. Specifically on 3-5, although Dace elected not to roll here, it looks like he'll probably be rolling some on 3-1, maybe even rolling a little bit on 4-1, maybe even a little bit on 3-6 if he wins this fight and wants to go for upgrades. But you can stabilize that board on a Sohm 1 and get your other Lagoon units rolling. He's also got that Radiant Thieves Gloves, which could go on a Neela later, maybe a Zoe, so there's a lot of potential power from here. He also has that Spatula, which wants to be a Mage Spat. The real question, though, is how does he make all of this work from an item economy perspective, right? He doesn't have a Morellonomicon. He has no tiers when he wants 3 of them for a blue buff on Sohm, as well as for that Mage Spatula, so it's a little bit tough spot for Dace from an item economy perspective if he wants to play towards that Lagoon out.
Yeah, in reality, it's going to be a little bit tricky to see what his options are unless we know his items in Stage 4 as well. You saw Khroen, for example, make that Mage Emblem, meaning that he is going to be contested, and here we go, the head-to-head. That level did make the difference of getting that Zyra in the previous fight. Wondering if it's going to be the same thing here as Lee Sin with the Tempest Kick, able to move back the frontliner. A unit's pretty underrated, especially for good item holding. And see if he can clear away for his backliners, but just look at how sturdy the Silas is, the shield, having more HP. than his actual base stats, and Khroen is looking like he is going to do a very good job wrapping up his Stage 3 campaign, keeping his HP high, and it is so crucial to do this. A lot of people who open Lagoon, AP, Mages struggle to keep their HP count high. If you're able to do this, keep your economy in a good spot, which Khroen is, now he's streaking, puts him in one of the likeliest players of top 4 from this spot for Teams Liquid Khroen.
Yeah, and he is so wealthy, too, because he's been playing around Lagoon and Astral until this point in the game. So Khroen has a supercharged economy. One of the interesting things we're going to be finding out is just how real BIS is in the Lagoon line specifically. Neither of the 2 likely Lagoon players in this game, Khroen and Dace, have any tiers to their name, right? Because Khroen has already spent that tier on his mage cap, and neither of them have any floating. So the chances of getting to blue buff for this Sohm feels extremely long from this position. Will that ultimately matter? Khroen's done an outstanding job of preserving HP, building an economy at this stage of the game. He's playing the game that way that he likes to, right? Khroen is a tempo-oriented player. He never greets BIS. It's just not his philosophy on teamfight tactics. Will it ultimately work out for him?
At the same time, you see Ramblin rolling for this Karma in the bottom right. Gets a 3-star set, but that's not what he's looking for. He has to go deeper until he's able to be stable, and it is just not working out for Ramblin. Finds Karma 3. I don't know if he got it in time. It looks like it did based off the right-hand sidebar. Focusing him back into this screen. Khroen with a fast 8, but so is Setsuko. Setsuko also has the new recruit, so he's also at +1. And whether or not we can stall long enough for the Sohm to go for the big Tide Blossom can crush that front line. And honestly, Setsuko is banking on his front line to hold for all of his 1-star units. This is textbook Setsuko board. Have one unit take all the pressure while his 1-star units to roll the minimal amount of gold did not pay off. And once again, Khroen has cemented his streak going into Stage 4 Augment.
Yeah, essentially a free fight win for Khroen. Setsuko mid-transition here he has a Volibear trapped in the corner. He's playing basically an all 1-star board, so Khroen gets a nice fight win, and then he gets uplink. Are you kidding me? This is the probably single best augment he could have been offered from the situation. Lagoon boards, you spread your items very naturally. Everything wants to cast, and it's going to make up for a lot of the issue he has, especially is the lack of blue buff. He really needs to get this Sohm casting more, and a cybernetic uplink is one way of getting that done.
Yeah, it's fascinating also with how the rest of his items are going to be used. For example, if they want to put this glove randomly on any of these other units just to get some mana on it, or does he want to save it because potentially it could become like a jewel gauntlet? He has a 5 mage setup. He has higher amount of ability power to really get those giant crits going. So there's a lot of questions. And then the also other question of when are we going to start building items for Neela? You know, how is she going to start fit into this equation? Do we even play Neela because we have the 5th mage in as well? This is where some of that finesse of the Lagoon in the mid game can make all the difference going to late game.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see Dace in our lower right-hand corner of our screen pivoted into the Seraphine Graves comp, so we'll have to check back in there. One of the kind of outs that are available to you in the Lagoon line. Khroen with this full damage on the Sohm is doing work. Another fight win for Khroen against Sully. Now that is 6 in a row. He's also level 8, 40 gold, so in an outstanding spot economically. Meanwhile, we get to see Ramblin finishing off Setsuko. Setsuko taking back-to-back losses there. And you know what? Under the circumstances, Ramblin stabilizing at 50 HP is not bad. We'll have to take a look at his board more fully to figure out what is the likelihood of being able to get into the top 4 in this game, but he did hit the all-important Karma 3 out to go with that set 3, so hopefully he's stable for the stage at the very least.
And look, Ramblin doesn't need to play for first for the rest of the day. Yes, average placement will be a factor for the final slot going to the World Championship, but if he's able to get like a 4th or even a 5th, I think he'll be very okay with it. Hopping on board with Setsuko, who's got a dizzy amount of shimmer items that he's got to juggle. Who takes the Mogul's Man? Who's taking the Goldmancer? Is it all on Volibear? Looks like he's just going to stack his shimmer units and hope for the best. And he has additional +1 through the augment. He got the shimmer scale heart and the shimmer scale crest, or rather the emblem, onto his Skarner. Is he trying to do a Pokegum? Didn't go for 9 shimmer?
Yeah, we saw Pokegum go for 9 shimmer earlier in the day and take a fat 8th doing it. Was never able to stabilize the board, struggled to find the Itis, and never gets to Itis 2. We see Setsuko potentially going for that same line, going up against a board that has an Olaf carry along with this Yasuo with the Edge of the Night plus a Pantheon, and Setsuko is just getting steamrolled here. Struggling to find his way in stability, but he does have that 9 shimmer out. He also has a Nico's Helper, a Duplicator on the bench, so there's a lot of potential power for Setsuko. taking a beat here, taking a look at the augments in the last round. Anything jumping out at you from our stage 4 augment selection?
I can't help but notice that Milk's at 19 HP, and this is not a patch where that makes Milk the most likely player to go first from this position. It is really tough. He does have Dark Flight emblem, and he does have a Cannoneer emblem. I would like to see if he can make that Dark Flight comp get online and show off what 2 Swains can do. But we'll see as Setsuko right now finds another Itis, rolls immediately, finds a second Itis for a triple. I mean, these are just things that Setsuko does. Actually, I don't even know why I'm acting surprised. Anybody who watches the stream knows this is just a classic Setsuko moment.
Yeah, this is Setsuko shopping at his finest. It's a prismatic lobby for everybody. It's a double prismatic lobby for Setsuko. That's why he is the perennial rank 1 player in North America. He's just built differently, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's, that is not normally, check him PC. I don't understand how it just seems like everything is clicking for him in such a nice way. But that being said, he did take a couple of nasty hits, right? He lost 3 fights in a row and now is at 56 HP while other people are streaking, going up against Dace, who has that Seraphine comp mostly online, trying to use Neela to take advantage of that everlasting shields with so many units. And a lot of Shimmers, kind of collecting this gold. If Setsuko can get this win, that would be massive, but looks like he just barely can't clean up. And that is a Seraphine comp in a nutshell. Just when you think you have them on the brink, they're able to keep their champions alive and push out that much more damage. All of a sudden, you're like, wait, I thought this fight was close, but 4 to 5 units survive on the other side.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. And the first aid kit for Dace there really paying dividends and really hurting because that extra shielding coming through from Seraphine, keeping a lot of extra units alive in that fight. Setsuko, from playing a really strong early spot, has struggled to find his footing in stage 4. He's lost all 4 rounds despite the fact that he's found some meaningful upgrades here, right? He's found the Volibear 2, he's found a Neela 2, he's also got that Itis 2 along with really strong items. Composition that generally speaking lacks for damage at this stage. I think Setsuko really needs to find his way into another carry. Checking out a fight against Milk, and this is a big fight for Milk. He is very low on HP, as we called out. He's frontlining an Aphelios to get that early, an Aphelios 3 to get that early extra Dark Flight stack, and he's got that backline Swain that's ramping up as that Dark Flight units die, right? As the Dark Flight Essence units die, they're getting more and more ability, power, health scaling in this fight. So you have these carries in this Rengar and this Swain that are going to be able to put out a lot of DPS in the end of the fight. And at the end of the day, it is a fight win for Milk against Setsuko. Setsuko is going to go over in stage 4.
This is really concerning. I honestly thought Setsuko was in a better spot than this. He had a 2-star Neela, he had Zeeks, he has 2-star Volibear. We have an Order Treasure Dragon, so offered a Radiant item unless there's some crazy options like, having that giant amount of gold. And immediately presented with options that he could theoretically take. He passes the Fist of Fairness. Zeke's Harmony is also pretty solid, and he can also continue to stack his front line. And he is going to opt for it, but what can Setsuko do to continue to pull himself out of this deficit? He does have a duplicator as well, so any pair of powerful dragons or maybe even chasing that Neela 3 can be huge.
Yeah, maybe he goes for Zaya's backline carry, right? He's really struggling to find damage for this board. That is his core issue here, and he's rolling all the way down, which means that this Draven's Axe isn't really adding much in the way of DPS, right? And he's really light on damage items across the board here, opting into a, Radiant Treasure Dragon that's not going to be able to necessarily solve that problem for him as well. Does get offered that Xayah 2. He's got so many items on the bench, he's not able to pick everything up. We are running out of time, Dan. There's only 5 seconds left on the clock. He's slowly able to pick everything up. Okay, we've got all the items available to us. Where are they going?
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not even checking if positioning matters at all. It seems like he has to just go pedal to the metal and hope that it works out okay. And he's lined up very nicely for Xayah. Jace is trapped. Thankfully able to get his Mercurial Justice in time before the Grasping Vine is able to lock down the back line. Xayah trying to work. Xayah does do well when you're able to stall for a long time, but the second set, the third set of Vines, stalling infinitely for Khroen. Will Sohn be able to get the damage done? It is. Setsuko takes his 6th loss in a row. That is devastating.
It is devastating, and he's losing to someone that is level 8, over 50 gold, 86 HP. Khroen is nowhere near where his power level is going to be in this game. He's going to level 9 and playing for first. Meanwhile, we talked earlier about Setsuko playing for first. I think that is very much out of the picture for him. He's just hoping to find his way into a 5th or 6th. Milk joining him for the first time. We've had a chance to look at his board a couple times from the other direction. Here he is. He is down at 1 life here not able to find a Swain 2, such a big deal. And in the lower right-hand corner, we see Dace desperately rolling, trying to find his stability 2, 1 off of Seraphine 3 now. Both these players are very much looking at bot 4s unless they're able to spike their boards.
I mean, if there's a time to play Khroen, you want to play him now because he still hasn't committed to level 9. Maybe this Rengar can snipe some valuable champions. Lux and Zyra taking some heat. And it's hard for someone to burst in one go. Maybe can heal back up, but Silas is doing such a good job preventing that second round of the decree. And I think that's all they wrote for Milk. Back-to-back 8th places. That is crushing for the reigning North American champion.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about that. The fact that it just really does not play towards his style. This is not a loss streak. Play the game on a razor's edge and have this huge rubber band comeback type of meta. It is about HP preservation early, and while Milk is good at that, he has taken one of his big clubs out of his bag, which is the ability to play from behind. Hopping up with Khroen as he does hit that fast 9 on 5-3. We're looking at opportunities to upgrade the board. He can make the Seraphine. She does have quite good items on that Thieves Club, so he's thinking very seriously about whether or not he wants to. You see him opting not to, moving it back to get that Chalice. I really agree with the decision from Khroen.
Yeah, it's a heads-up play. A lot of people just make that Seraphine 2, assume Seraphine 2 should be better than Seraphine 1. And you're right, but this extra Chalice will make things go boom. Watch this Tide Blossom finally be able to pop off. And you can see a deletion of 3 units. Not to mention just the raw ability power onto this zone. Yes, there's no blue buff, but with uplink, you can sort of get away with it as long as support is there. And Khroen is playing some Immaculate Lagoon gameplay right now. A second thing I want to add in, we talked about whether or not Neela would make the board. He's not rushing to get that spot. I see too many Lagoon players feel like they have Neela, they got to play Neela. Khroen is making some excellent decisions right now.
Oh, and it looks like Ramblin actually has himself here. Setsuko's going out in 7th, losing to Ramblin's Ghost, so Ramblin's going to eke out at least a top 6 in this game. Not bad considering he started 1-1. We get to take our breaths, Dan. We're heading into the second half of Stage 5. You've got huge HP disparity in this lobby. Khroen running away with it with a Sohm 1, by the way. P got up at 41 HP, Casper 34, and Sully and Dace both down on 1 life, fighting desperately for top 4, along with Ramblin, who we've not gotten a chance to see his board more fully. He's struggling, though, lost a couple of fights here.
I'm kind of surprised that Khroen ended up going for Gunblade. It means that he has some kind of thing in mind. Maybe the fact that he's lacking Neela items in general as opposed to taking another +1 mage. You do have some options with how you want to play 2 mage in particular. You could even try to be ambitious and go up to 7, but what it does is it gives you some really powerful double cast. You can play like Soraka mage and you have double casting, and Khroen's also really healthy, so probably doesn't really need to think about it. Either way, tons of choices at his disposal. I'm pretty happy with Khroen's spot. A person who's also probably happy just to not go 7th or 8th is Rambling. He's going up against Sully. This could determine whether or not Rambling can play for top 4.
And in the lower right-hand corner, Dace forgot to make the Seraphine 3 on 6 HP.
Oh, no!
He was staring at it, getting ready for a surprise of his opponent, and he actually forgot to make the unit, Dan. Is he going to be able to survive this fight, or did he just throw this game away?
That'd be such a disaster. I'm trying to pay attention. It looks like Khroen just has too much stuff going with the Lagoon. What a moment of regret! Dace eats a bot 4. Can Ramblin find a way to avoid it? He cannot, but just enough to get a 5th, and who knows, maybe Dace, let's say he loses anyways, he definitely would have been more competitive for that 5th place.
Yeah, definitely would have been more competitive for that 5th place. The Seraphine 3 is just such a massive spike. What a blunder from Dace, but it happens to us all, and we've just got to roll forward. You got 3 games left to play, my dude. Reset mental. Here we are joining Sully, someone we were watching at the very beginning of the game, talking about the likelihood that he would wind up in the Soyfin line, and lo and behold, here we are. We've got all of the key units upgraded here with the Shio, Yu, the Siphon, and the Pantheon. Fairly solid item distribution. Interesting choice of Radiant, going for a Sunfire Cape, the Radiant version, when he already has some anti-heal on the Pantheon itself. But this is a very strong comp going up against Prestivent, playing around the Press the Attack prep version of Xayah, as you were talking about, leaning in that direction earlier in the game. Is this Shio Yu going to be able to get access to the Xayah early enough in the fight? It is walking its way back. It's going to be able to get some CC before. No. It is not! The feathers are flying all over the place, and it is just the Siphon against the Xayah. The Siphon is not... Did it dodge? What happened?
It was the Edge of Night cleanse.
Wow, the Edge of Night cleanse. Beautiful timing there from Prestivent. Challenger level Xayah in action.
Really well done. I love the itemization as well. People might look at Titan's Resolve on Xayah, wondering why is a frontline bruiser item on Xayah. Is mainly a nod to acknowledging Milk's Rengar in the lobby, building up that armor stack so that way Rengar won't be targeting that Xayah. Taking a look at Khroen, he's doing a dragon transition. This is one of the options you do have, and probably speaks to why he avoided taking that extra mage cap, recognizing that his late game wants to get out of Lagoon, cap higher with dragons, play around Aurelion Sol, and starting to roll a little bit, doing the transition during the 5-7 Rift Herald. This is very smart, and you can just tell how experienced this is. Khroen's very calm. He's not going to freak out, not trying to impress anybody with a 1 second roll down. And I think he's going to be able to do it. Aurelion Sol, this game should be Khroen's. I can't imagine any person matching up to him at this point in the game.
Yeah, we have not seen a board that's capable of standing toe-to-toe of what Khroen's power level is very likely to be. We did see Precedent hitting a Shyvana 2 on the sidebar, so let's see if that is able to make the difference. Khroen is lacking a little bit for frontline, would really like to find this Terra 2. You see him rolling at godlike speeds for Khroen. That is Boomer APM going to Zoomer APM in the blink of an eye. Khroen, you love to see it. He does have that Ace Soul 2 going up against Precedent with that 2-star Shyvana with great itemization. Is it going to be enough to deal with Khroen's Cap Dragon board?
I mean, regardless of whether or not he wins or loses, he has enough HP. As you can see, immediate deletion of the Xayah in the back. Precedent just cannot hold up to the onslaught of these dragons. Yes, he has a Shyvana 2, but it's not a fair fight. There's just 4 dragons versus 1. Is Precedent even alive? No, he's going to die, but just barely. Outlives Sully by 1 unit. Do not let anyone tell you that 1 unit does not make a difference. What a great third place from Precedent.
Yeah, great third place from Precedent. We absolutely take those. Not all games TFT are created equal. You're not always playing for first. And speaking of playing for first, it is very, very hard for us to envision a world in which Khroen is not going first place in this game. He has got the upgrade on that Terra now. He's got all of his items in play. He's got the upgraded Aurelion Sol, the strongest carry in the game. And he's going up against Casper, who is still on a Yone 1 and an Olaf 1, and somehow find his way into a second place in this game.
Yeah, they're 2 stars for sure, and it definitely doesn't even need the 3-star variation to try to push 9. He has 40 gold. He is praying, hoping, maybe, Khroen, let me lift and maybe push 9. But that's probably not going to be the case, as Aurelion Sol thrives on the fact that these units can't move, and Shyvana with the Dragon Sense is going to breathe and kill the rest of these units in tandem. Liquid Khroen is coming back for that North American regional crown and caps his 3rd game with a first.
What a huge win for Khroen in that game. A dominant performance with 86 HP as we move on into Lobby C. Here we are on board with Sag, and Rainplosion, 2 of the up-and-comers heading into this tournament. 2 of the threats to look out for, both of them playing for top 2. Sag desperately needs this points. Really been struggling so far. Meanwhile, Rain has been popping off overall in this tournament. So awesome to see her with another great game. It looks like we have a classic iteration of Soyfin against a classic iteration of the Lagoon board. We can't actually see Rain's items, so it's a little bit hard to evaluate her strength, but she seems to be much stronger and seems to be decisively winning this fight, although the Siphons in the back line, they're dashing along and getting full HP back on these casts, but there's just not enough, too many units around. Sag takes a loss. Sag is, letting his team, or letting his chat know what's going on. Apparently Lucky Gloves not working out. By the way, that is a Pantheon 3 that we can take stock of.
Yeah, there's a Pantheon 3. Sag is looking at his items specifically, saying, why am I getting Chalice and Death Cap? Taking a look at what's going on, Bryce, you're pointing at something here.
It's a Sohm 3 as well on the other side.
Sohm 3. Okay, so Sohm 3 versus Pantheon 3. We're coming in hot. With the Dragon Imperialist Zone 3, by the way, which means that if they reach that HP threshold, immediate execution. I can see why things instantly died the first wave of the Tide Blossom. And also, the thing about Pantheon is, yes, he is very strong, but it's under the pretense that your opponents can't burst him down through that damage reduction on his Aegis Assault. One, he's not going to be able to get it done. Second is that there's a lot of CC built into this Lagoon comp. You saw the Bard, you saw the Zoe cast, you just saw everything kind of wailing down. Does Sag have any opportunity here, Bryce?
Yeah, we're seeing some decisions being made here by Sag, pivoting into that Bard, trying to get that cast off since that Soma is going to be sitting in that kind of backline clump, hoping to get some early CC into that fight. Moving a Pantheon away from the Soma, it looks like trying to get the Pantheon to kind of work its way around the fight and deal with everything else on the board. You do have this Neela that's going to jump directly onto this Soraka, so the Soraka is going to die really early in this fight, but all eyes are on the 2-3 stars. This Soma uncontested in the back, blowing everything up. This Pantheon with just the Thieves' Gloves, a Death Cap, and a Static Shiv over on the other side, and you do have a Soifin rampaging around this fight, but it just does not look like it's enough. Rainplosion's board is just too strong. We have seen this fight twice now, and it has not been close either time. I think this is Rainplosion's lobby.
Yeah, and Rain, is continuing to ladder up in strength, right? Because she has a duplicator. She can start racking up gold and maybe roll for additional legendaries. Pantheon made it a little bit close at the end. Almost had some OT magic. But now it comes down to what effectively should be the last fight of this game. And just look at Sag's spot. I think he even did well to just get to this point, given the way the rest of the lobby shook out with Rain hitting that Sohm 3. I just don't think that there's much at his disposal to do things. It's already a bad matchup, and just the way things are lining up, it looks very Rain favored.
Yeah, it does feel very Rain favored. Like we said, we've had a couple of versions
too.
of it, right? Yeah, Yasuo 2 in the shop. I'm not sure that's particularly good with no items, and definitely not good with a Death Cap and a Jeweled Gauntlet. So opting to not go for it. We're going to see this fight one last time. The Pantheon items are high in damage, but I'm not sure that's going to be able to keep it alive long enough against this Sohm 3 that when this first boom comes out, there it goes, and there goes most of the board. The Siphon is in the back line trying to deal with these carries. For the first time, we're seeing early access onto that side of the map for the Siphon. Rampaging around and getting some big healing coming out, but it's just too much damage on the other side. Rainplosion gets the W, and here we go. Sag is going to explain why that is.
That's right. So if you're curious as to why Sag potentially thought he lost, you should head over to twitch.tv/Sag95 because this man will not hesitate to let you know his opinions on how his game went through his own keyboard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to see Rain take another lobby, or at least, well, yeah, she actually did have her first place earlier, but she's just been playing so well throughout the day. But I want to talk a little bit about Khroen, because you were able to reach out to all these players, get some interview questions on them, and Khroen said that his edge over the competition was that he is clutch when it matters. And that was a beautiful game of TFT from Khroen.
Yeah, it really was. Khroen had a clear game plan from start to finish there, right? He was ahead early, he slammed his items, he played tempo, he played towards the Lagoon board. It was very clear he was strong enough to get to level 9. He gets to level 9, he plays a Cap Dragon board, and it was a clinic. It was a high roll for sure, but it was someone who has been there before, someone who knows exactly what to do with it and just execute perfection. Completely dominates this lobby, and that's what veterans do.
Yeah, it looked like a guaranteed top 4, and then Mortdog had him and gave him the cybernetic uplink to basically turn it into a first that Khroen could really push for. But with that, we got to see 2 of the winners. Let's check out the third. Let's take a look at the lobby winners real quick and just kind of walk through this for me, Dan.
All right, so we saw Khroen and Rainplosion, and we also see Team Liquid domination. Robin, you're talking about the come up of these new players, Rainplosion, Dissob. Yeah. What about the previous regionals winner, Set 4 regionals winner, Liquid Khroen, Set 5 regionals winner, Liquid Robin Songs? It's good to see the old guys back.
It is a Liquid coronation in Game 3. We actually saw Steve Arhanset, the CEO of Team Liquid, in the chat earlier rooting for his guys, and they are putting on a performance for him. You love to see it.
Also, it's a Xayah 3 carry, so you're starting to see a lot of these 3-star tier 4 units, whether it's the Dragons like Sohm, you saw other people try to use Pandora's Bench to get there. You see Neela 3, right? Like the game that happened off stream that Dissob's second first place was a built different Neela 3 that he risked it all with High Roller when he was lose streaking. A lot of people are thinking about alternative win conditions outside of Dragons right now. Yes, we're in Dragonlands. Yes, it's Alternative Realms, 4 Dragons, 6 Dragons, really powerful, but do not think that is your only possible out to win these lobbies. If you are, you're leaving a lot on the table.
And it feels like we're also seeing a little bit of a rise of Xayah. You talked about how some of the off-stream lobbies, you were seeing some Xayahs in top 4. We've even seen its success on the on-stream throughout. So this is a trend that we'll maybe be watching throughout the week, because it was not something that we were expecting to be as maybe high priority as it has ended up being. But let's take a look at the scores of those games here in game number 3 and just kind of pick this apart for me, Bryce.
Yeah, I mean, looking around, you see some comeback, right? Sox with a nice top 3 there, coming back in that game. Asa with another solid top 4. You actually have the study group all in the middle of that lobby. And then, meanwhile, in the other lobby, you've got Robin doing well, but you've got Kyvix, a player that was a true wild card coming into the day. Someone who he was very low on his own form, right? He said, do not put expectations on me. This is not going to go well. And it's been going pretty decently. Also, speaking of expectations, no one has greater expectations on them heading into this event than K3 Soju, a player who is really, really good at TFT, but hasn't quite been able to prove that in tournaments to date, having a solid game in game number 3 as well.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the overall scores, though, now that it's 3 games in, and just try and take stock of where we are.
All right, so Dish Soap number 1 and Ramblin number 2. These are two players who had a really good start, and Rain also. But Robin's very quietly put on a strong performance. I think the first time we were really talking about him in this way was just now. So that top 4. But let's look at the other side of it, Bryce. Milk, Malala, Taco Bell, Wi-Fi, Clear, and Pocky Gum. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we didn't get to see Pocky Gum in the last game. He played very well, I thought, in the first game. In the second game, he got very dizzy trying to play around that Shimmer scale line, getting into 9 Shimmer, but not actually winning any fights with it. So he's a little bit behind the 8 ball early, but the nice thing about this format is it's very forgiving, right? There is no one who is even close to mathematically limited because we're only taking out 8 players after today, which means for any of these players, not just Pocky Gum, Milk also in the bot 8, which is a big surprise. Both of them have plenty of games left to come back, as does everyone else in the bot 8. They just have to kind of adjust to what is happening in the lobbies and play their best TFT.
Well, and I want to talk about Rain a little bit more because we really see her exploding in the first 3 games. In the top 3 already. She's kind of fighting for Rookie of the Set with Amd, who is currently struggling a little bit, but I know we've talked about not having the stakes. I mean, Rain has been incredibly impressive, and I think she might be poised to hold on to this.
Yeah, Rain's a very unique player because most people in TFT right now have friends and a study group to kind of work with. And in Rain's own words, she doesn't really have friends and a study group to work with. Sorry, Bryce. I'm not trying to say Rain doesn't. Rain has a lot of friends. I'm her friend. Bryce is her friend.
Yes.
She has a lot of friends, okay? We love each other here at Teamfight Tactics. Please. But alas, she does not actually have people that are bouncing ideas off of her, sending her the latest tech. I mean, heck, leading up to this event, the person she studied the most with, I feel like, is me. I was watching some of the LCQ, the regionals of Japan, Brazil, China, and Rain was there VOD reviewing with me, bouncing ideas. And the thing that stood out to me the most was Rain was also disagreeing with some of these other top players from other regions. Very unusual. And the most important thing was she was open-minded about it. She says, hey, I disagree with like so much of what I'm seeing, but maybe I'm the one that's bad. Maybe I need to improve. What can I learn from this kind of VOD session? I think that's really powerful and shows the potential. She is nowhere near her ceiling.
Yeah, she's nowhere near her ceiling, and she is already terrifying, the most consistent tournament performer throughout the set so far. And what's been so fun to watch about Rain's journey is that she's improving each step of the way. She is not the same player today that she was at the beginning of the set, even though she was doing so well at the beginning of the set. And you know what? It can be a double-edged sword, these study groups, right? Because TFT can be an echo chamber at times, right? Everyone kind of agrees on what lines are strong, what units are strong, and Rain is strongly opinionated, has great instincts for the game, and is deciding on how she wants to approach TFT outside of that echo chamber, and it's causing her to make some very good decisions, not just today, but throughout the entirety of this set.
You know how I know that's true, the echo chamber? Because Bryce and I shared fantasy draft ideas all the time. It's just an echo chamber between the two of us, and neither of us have won in a really long time. Back over to you, Cass.
All right, she is an exciting story that I want to continue to follow throughout this entire weekend. But I want to do a quick shout out to our partners over at Ball Street. If you're wondering how you can play, they do have a perfect how-to section over that was done by our friend Gangly. He did some edits for us as well on this show, which is awesome to have. But also, check them out. Go over to the web at fantasytft.com or check them out on the App Store where you can play along with real-time fantasy. They have been a great partner for us since Set 5, so go ahead and give them a check. We are going to be getting into Game 4 shortly here. We're going to be checking in with Lobby C, which we just caught the tail end of. But Lobby C, talk to me, Bryce.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at Lobby C, you have some of the biggest names in all of North American Teamfight Tactics. You actually have 3 of the 4 members of the study group in Asa, Sox, and Goobum. So that is 3 tech sharers, right? 3 people who are going to be approaching the game somewhat similarly going in. But you've also got some really fun wild cards. We talked about Rain. We talked a little bit about Sag joining that lobby, but this is a player that I had my eye on coming into this event. They are also kind of off the beaten path, but they're part of a smaller group that involves players like Dace and Clear, kind of the origin of the competitive TFT subreddit, right?
That's
There's
true.
someone that I think we can all root for, and it's going to be very fun to see if they can keep their strong performance going in game number 4.
All right, well, we're jumping into that game number 4. We'll see the study groups versus the solos. Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
All right, let's do it. Game 4, Lobby C of day 1 of the North American Regional Finals with Frodan and Bryce. We are past the halfway point. Can you believe it? After just 3 more games, we're going to cut off a third of the field. 8 players will not be joining us for day number 2. Let's start things off with Rain Plusion, who is just on fire.
Yeah, she is just on fire, and she's been doing it with style, playing different compositions and showing off her flexibility in TFT. Rain is someone that is a studier, like you said, participating in a lot of your VOD reviews, and someone that is very good at acquiring knowledge. It's our first chance at looking at duelist dexterity today. This is one of the strongest Mirage variants in the game. I would expect to see a lot more Deja played in this lobby than we saw in the last lobby, that's for sure.
Yeah, and actually might feed into Rain Plusion's advantage. She does have tier, which means that she can go back into Lagoon. And part of the reason why Lagoon is well positioned in the meta is because a lot of units do clump, right? You talk about Seraphine Grave, they play Zeeks, they all want to stay within Protector's Vow range and Seraphine range. You're talking about Jade Soifin, they all want to stay around Jade statues. Lagoons really feast on that, but another X factor is Neela, and Neela can jump onto the Dejas in the back line very effectively, and it depends on your positioning. I want to give a shout out to Mean Mr. Keen, great author, used to work at Riot, also a competitive TFT player. He loves the Lagoon line, gave a lot of insight to anybody who's willing to hear about how Neela can swing these matchups against Deja and other important solo backliners.
Yeah, and that's part of what makes Lagoon such a fun line to watch, is it is very skill expressive in both how you play out the game, but also how you position as you get to the late game. Zone angling can be another thing to keep your eye on. So Rain does have that blue buff available. A few options immediately jumping out, but the Jeweled Lotus was sticking out to me. How about you, Dan?
Yeah, Jeweled Lotus when you have a glove already just to work with. Now that's assuming she feels like that is something she wants to go into. Rain could also just say, hey, base camp is just such an absurdly strong augment. I have a tier. I love appeasing Twitch chat, who loves Lilia reroll. They have an odd fascination for anybody who does not know, and I encourage you to not explore that any further.
Don't know. If you don't know,
and yeah, we already told you everything you need to know. Or she can even go for option 3, which is to put it all on the line and go rich, get richer, and try to go for a heavy economy start. I don't think she's that risk. She doesn't want to take that kind of risk, though.
She goes for the Jeweled Lotus, and she immediately finds the Kaisa in the shop, which takes us from a good opening into a great opening, because she can now slam that blue buff right away, get those Lagoon stacks going early, as well as being able to preserve a lot of HP, because this is such a valuable item on Kaisa from a DPS perspective. All things are coming up Rain today. You love to see it.
Going up against, a friend, a study group member, sometimes they kind of practice together, and even somewhat of a mentor. I feel like Asa and Rain have a connection in this sense, because Rain used to be in Asa's chat all the time and has had a bad second game. We'll see whether or not his Dark Flight opening can be enough to get him that momentum.
Yeah, and Bertosaurus is showing off flexibility in the Dark Flight opening as well. Bertosaurus has a static Shiv that he's choosing to sacrifice, which is a really interesting iteration. He's going to get a lot of extra value already from having that static Shiv onto the Aphelios as well as onto the Rengar and the Rel. So showing that, hey, yes, there are items that you ultimately want to sacrifice when playing Dark Flight if you're going into that line, but that doesn't mean you can't just sacrifice a static Shiv and make use of the Dark Flight as a transitional board.
Yeah, I think overall Darkflight is misunderstood as you have to do something that commits to that line in general. Like if you start off with 2 Darkflight, that means you kind of have to be thinking about Darkflight for the rest of the game. That's not the case whatsoever. It's actually just a cheap way to get a lot of HP and tempo onto your side with a bunch of stats. So it kind of depends on how Bert really wants to play it out, but it really kind of could go in a bunch of different directions.
Yeah, and apologies, we're having technical difficulties here. I'm not actually sure if you're seeing the board continuing to evolve, but Dan and I have been looking at the same frozen start of Bertosaurus's turn from the beginning, so it's a little bit unclear what is happening. We made the most of it. And the nice thing is lots of things to talk about on this board.
We said that we could cast TFT with our eyes closed. We didn't mean it literally, and now we're being tasked as such to try to imagine just based off the sounds. I heard some items. I heard some units dying. I think someone bought something from the shop, but that's about it. That's the end of my cast.
That is crazy, crazy analysis. I see why they pay you the big bucks.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get this back shortly as soon as we can get this technical issue resolved. But, I mean, at least an early start already going in Rain's favor, and she was already someone we are expecting to have these good performances, and just being able to have an immediate place to lead from, this has got to be feeling amazing for her.
Yeah, I think that this set in particular has rewarded committing earlier. There were very few players, right? I interviewed basically the entire field. I didn't get a chance to talk to Setsuko or Milk, but everybody else I was able to speak with, almost no one was interested in playing very open late into the game. Bertosaurus actually on our screen is one of the only players that said he was looking to play around more flexible game plan into stages 3, 4, and 5 and kind of pivot his boards based on what he hits. Most players think that this meta rewards committing to your line early, and Rain has very clear, strong commitment. She's got the blue buff slammed already. We know a Kaisa's going to hold it now. We know a Soam's going to hold it later. She's got a glove, which means we know she wants to grab that sword for Infinity Edge to synergize well with her Jeweled Lotus. So she can make every decision for the rest of the game from the premise of, I know where I ultimately want to be. And that's very powerful in TFT because you can be so efficient at each and every turn.
Well, and it feels like it has really paid dividends a lot to have that direction early, because we see a lot of players, when they flounder, it ends up turning into that 8th that Pokegom had with, you know, the Shimmer Scales, not to continue to call him out on it, but when people don't have the direction, it ends up being rough. But it seems like we are ready to get back into game. So Bryce, Dan, take it away.
All right, let's pick up right where we left off in the middle of stage 2, as we do have Bert sacrificing that Shiv like we said. And again, any high tempo items, we've seen people do ZZ Raw portals, Runin's Hurricanes. Heck, I mean, I've seen people throw in like Rage Blades. Just, hey, all Darkflight units get Rage Blades, and have a way to scale that up. So there's a lot of different directions that we can go. Just because we had the Darkflight doesn't mean that we're 100% committed to it.
Yeah, and we have leveled to 5 here, so Bert is playing full tempo-oriented board, right? He's got a bunch of Darkflight units that can make use of all of these extra static shivs for a bunch of extra damage, and taking care of business here. A very easy fight win going up against Clear, who previously had 98 HP, but taking big damage, giving him some pick priority as we head into the first carousel.
Yeah, Clear probably happy that he's going up against a static shift Cannoneer board. Mogul's Mail, one of those Shimmer items. You're always definitely afraid your opponent's not going to be able to activate because they just play too weak of a board.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get a chance to look at our augments for the first time. Some interesting selections here. It's our first look at Metabolic Accelerator, I believe, as well as our first look at Clear Mind. Some more econ-oriented augment selections.
Yeah, a lot of econ, but mostly combat augments. Sag does have that scoped weapons. Wondering if he's going to be able to leverage some of those melee carries, or do something a little bit unusual like Pokegom did and try to leverage it to get to 8 instead.
Yeah.
And play around that. I mean, heck, look at what Casper did last game. In fact, I feel like we didn't really sell how impressive that was to be able to use Olaf 2 and Yone 2, or maybe talk about how broken Scope Weapons 2 is. It goes a little bit hand in hand.
Yeah. Who are we complimenting here, Casper or Mort Dog?
Yes.
But it's a really good spot for Sag in the situation. Yone is a carry, has been very strong in the meta of late, basically for the entire patch, but it's particularly strong when you get a +1 on its range. You really want to keep this Yone out of the fray if at all possible. One of the ways is you can do that as a RFC. Another way to do that is a Swift Shop emblem. The third way to do that is scoped weapons, and this is a nice variant to be playing on as well, the Duelist Dexterity.
Yeah, taking a look at also how Bert's match is going on the bottom, because Bert wants to keep his streak going. These are the 2 streakers in the lobby, as Sag looks to continue it so far with this Yone able to carve up AMD's board. AMD just not able to get it done, but that's okay because he's in the middle of ecoing up. The fact that he already has an Ezreal 2 as his core carry allows him to make sure he's not bleeding as much life as possible. I've seen so many people take Clear Mind and lose streak a ton. Wow, a Yone 2 from Sag and a couple of thumbs up. This is a great spot for him.
Yeah, I honestly can't believe that we haven't gotten a chance to look at Sag typing something to his chat about this Yone 2,
at
right?
this point.
This is just, he's just negligent. I can't believe he hasn't talked about it. You know, imagine having a Yone 2 at this stage and not saying anything, Dan.
I mean, if anything, it probably feels like it's justified from what happened in the previous games. You kidding me? I should have had Yone 2 at 1-4, not 2-6, going up against Sox, who does have a typical Sox board. How is he this healthy with an all 1-star board and a 2-star Senna, one of the weaker item carriers? But if you can build around her in this case, which is the Rage Wing and the Cannoneer, can get a lot done, shows you some good fundamentals. I don't expect him to win this fight. He's just trying to kill as much as he can. Ends up only getting one because Sag is just that strong. And, you know, maybe a blessing in disguise. We don't know how strong Burt was. Sometimes you just say, instead of wanting to be the lone streaker, you're okay with streaking because you got a free win.
Yeah, it depends a lot on your relative board power level. I think Sag wins that, and so in that situation, he would prefer to play Burt, but sometimes it's better safe than sorry in these situations. Just take your win streak and move on. On the other side of things, we've got Goobums, who clearly full committed to his loss streak, was only playing 3 units in that last round. Actually not a bad spot to be. 70 HP is not terrible for being full loss streak, has maintained a meaningful amount of economy, and also has already put in a little bit of gold to level. So he's our apparently lone loss streaker all the way at the bottom with our 2 win streakers, Sag and Bertosaurus.
Yeah, and I mean, Sox also, it should be much lower because he had the metabolic accelerator, right? That's why he's been able to preserve so much HP. So probably explains a little bit of why some people have more HP, because it felt like a lot of people were open to losing. And Goobums does end up picking up a couple more important components, but, you know, unfortunately did not get a position to optimize Mogul's Mail. I've been told so many times by players like Asa that they can get Mogul's Mail every time. Do you believe that, Bryce? I mean, I believe that Asa believes that. How about that? Yes, thank you. Right? And I'm sure he's done it at one point or another. Oh my! Hold the presses. That's an early Itis at 3-1, getting access to 5 Shimmer Scale, and it's a Gambler's Blade, which is fantastic because he had a defensive item in the form of the Mogul's Mail, but now he has an item that can combine with his existing bow, right? How do you utilize these bow item set with that Gambler's Blade? He has a lot of options at his disposal. Goobums just hit the jackpot. Yeah, the jackpot is right. That's the exact unit you would love to see in this spot, both because it is really strong for the Shimmer line that he's already playing, and because it's going to stall him infinite to make use of this Gambler's Blade. So this is just so high roll for Goobums in this spot. It is such a big turnaround for this game. It's the exact unit that he needed going up against Sag, who has a win streak still preserved, was able to slam a couple of tank items, but still just that bow onto the Yone. The Yone is taking a little bit of chip damage here from the Leona plus the Nasus. The Nasus is now dead. The Volibear damage could come through as well. Is this Yone going to be able to survive long enough to put out the DPS? It is not. It is now down, but you do have an Olaf in the back line that is more damage. This is such a close fight as we head into overtime. This Volibear is also farming infinite gold for Goobums. Goobums gets a fight win, and I think it was 5 gold farmed over the course of that fight. That is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. This is a really interesting spot for Goobums. He could theoretically snap the Guardian Crown. He's at 3 Guardians, which would put him in a spot to play multiple Guardians. But also, he has the Shimmer, he has the Jax. He goes 7 Shimmer. That gives +2 items. It's Diamond Hands or Determined Investor with Goldmancer, so he is rewarded. And Goobums is in a really unique spot. He finds a Xayah as well to top it all off. This is an embarrassment of riches for Goobums, and he did end up winning that last fight, so he can now commit to winning. An excellent spot indeed. Yeah, and meanwhile, Bertosaurus, who we've been consistently pulling up, who's the only player that's maintained a win streak, he has a ridiculously early Swain here, choosing to roll down and actually commit to that Dark Flight line. I didn't think he was going to go there because he slammed that early Static Shiv, but he's able to get a Cannoneer crown here, so he's going to be able to play around Dark Flight Essence, and having that Swain already makes that decision for him. Really smart, too, by Goobum's, in relation to Burt, knows that the possibility that Rengar might be in the lobby. The Shimmer Crown also gives a Titan's result, so he can put it onto his Xayah. Not that he planned on having Xayah immediately in his shop afterwards, but it's funny when it lines up that way.
It is funny when it lines up that way, or it's just a player difference, Read the heart of the cards, Dan, the heart of the cards.
I'm just not a believer.
If you believe enough, Mortdog will always have your back. If you are low rolling, that is on you. You heard it here first.
That's right. That's right. I think I see a Jewel Gauntlet on that Swain, which is kind of an unusual choice of tech. And again, I'm not entirely sure if Burt wants to hard commit to that Swain in particular. But speaking of committing to the things of the dark play, we see Namzi, a Cannoneer Namzi, kind of a forgotten variation of Namzi, but has slowly but surely made her way back into the meta to the point where I think in other regions you might see Cannoneer Namzi play more than Mage Namzi.
Yeah, it is really, really strong. It's a great tempo-oriented line. It can perform so well at this stage of the game, and Asa is showing off the power of that research. He's one of the widest players in the field for exactly this reason. He does pay attention to the other regions. He does know that Namzi Cannoneer is really strong to play around, and you know what? Maybe he'll even be rewarded with a Soul Siphon final augment, and we can see the sacrifice version of Namzi, which could be really fun. That's some dark, dark tech.
Yeah. By the way, going up against Sag, who has picked up where he left off, which is kind of getting the streak going. Although this Namzi makes it so close! The Fireball almost able to finish it off, but every single last bit of stat mattered. That's okay. It's a good loss for Asa. Perfect loss. Going back to Sag, I mean, kind of one of those things, too, where yes, he didn't level to 6 at 3-1 to preserve a streak, but he has so many Yones, and he's committing to it. I still think he's in a really good position to do well this game.
Yeah, he is in a very good position to do well the same. He gets the Featherweights 3, which is so good from his position. There's also a great carousel here for him, and he probably wants a Rod to be able to complete that Rage Blade on his Yone. There are 3 of them. Is he going to be able to get this one? He is not. Bertosaurus is going to take it from him. That you hate to see it. And by the way, Clear, with Think Fast, we will have to go and check out that board to see what he was thinking fast about.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to point out. I read my mind. I want to see what Clear is playing around with that Think Fast. Also, Rainplosion took Featherweights 3, by the way, on top of her Jewel Lotus. Really interesting given her spot. Probably thinking more towards Kaisa reroll as opposed to going for straight-up Lagoon Soam Mages. We're on Sox, who's rolling down for this Deja, keeping himself generic. What set is this? Hodgepodge GiantSlayer? This feels like a set 4 build back when Hand of Justice was unbelievably overpowered. But you can see that what he's trying to build around, which is the Age of Dragons. If you have 3 dragons or more, you're able to send out Fireball, dealing big amounts of magic damage. But he's playing like Swain 1, Deja 1, and Shio Yu 1. Is this actually good enough, Bryce?
I cannot say that I am a knower as it relates to this line. I have not had a lot of opportunity to play Age of Dragons, certainly not rolling around it tempo-oriented on level 7. It's an augment that I've seen find a lot of success for people who are already ahead, capping out their dragon boards at 8 or 9. But you know what? If anyone can do it, it is peak form Sox. We see him hit a Zippy 2 here. That's a big upgrade over that Swain, so that's a meaningful spike for his board. We also got a chance to take a little peek at Clear in the lower right-hand corner, and it was Seraphine Graves that he chose to go for. I saw Graves 1. I saw some upgrades, essentially 2 stars across the board on the core units, but nothing crazy jumped out at me.
The theory makes sense for Sox's board if you think about it a little bit more. If Age of Dragons scales off of attack speed, he's playing the Duelist Mirage, this would be a variation of Mirage to actually play Age of Dragons. And theoretically, it could scale, and hey, it's a Prismatic lobby, maybe another Prismatic option to go into Dragon Soul or other really powerful combinations. I like the idea that Sox has, and I think this has a lot of potential. Not to mention this one time I did pick Age of Dragons and sent Bryce to bot 4 in ladder. He remembers it very well. He doesn't want to bring it up because he'd be embarrassed to.
Yeah, I have amnesia about that. I'm pretty sure Dan has never beat me in any game of TFT, so I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about there. But I do know Sox was able to take care of business against his friend and study partner Asa in this fight. A very close fight win for Sox. We hop on board and take a quick look at Omdi losing his second fight to Clear. Okay, we get a chance to take a breath here. Yeah, 4th fight. Thank you very much. So we have Omdi, who is extremely rich because of the Clear Mind. AMD, who is playing around this dragon-oriented composition, we assume is going to be able to go to level 8 on 4-2 and try to stabilize some great items on this Ezreal, especially if he's able to find an Asol, the single strongest dragon carry in the game right now.
Yeah, it feels similar to like an Ace Lord bust. I'm actually very surprised he's picking up these champions in the orbs. Feels like a little lapse of judgment because he does have clear mind. He has to sell it anyways, and he's already at maximum gold. So a little bit of a slip up here from AMD. And I think he actually even got punished for it. If he had Rakan over, say, this Leona would have already been better. But, I mean, maybe he ends up wanting to line up the Guardians anyway, so we'll have to see. Aurelion Sol, Deja, any of these dragons that can scale with stalling is very much on AMD's mind here going into level 8.
And the fact that AMD is not rolling in this position suggests to me that he might be thinking about a fast 9, not something we get to see every day as they have increased the value of getting to 9, and we no longer have level up in the game because it was just so oppressive on the Dragon meta. So it's not something we get to see, but it is something that might be able to work out for AMD in this position because he does have 64 HP left in the bank, and he can trade some of that HP to ultimately get there.
All right, well, going up against Rainplosion, who has gone off to a really good start, but has since kind of lost a ton of HP in the mid-50s right now. And with the Dragon's Claw, Nidus is the exact kind of counter that you don't want to see because she wasn't even able to take down the one target she was firing at for 30 seconds, Bryce.
Yeah, Dragon's Claw is just such a clear counter to the Kai'Sa. Very, very smart itemization from AMD in this situation. And here we go. We have a gold augment last. I want none of these. Is that an option for me? Can I have none of these?
How is this even possible? Sag, by the way, gets the 3-star Yone, so he is online.
HP, by the way, that is a disgusting spot for Sag.
He'll be cooking. He'll be cooking. Really good position for Sag to make up some of those points. Bert also still very healthy, so the two streakers stay winning. Can any of these players in the middle of the pack here be able to climb their way in, as we do have Dragon number 3 being Shyvana. This board looks way stronger for AMD. I do partially wish that we would still be considering playing another Guardian, but with Jade Heart means that he wants to get 5 Jaden, hence linking with the Shapeshifters. I get the reason behind it.
Yeah, I get the reason behind it for sure. Choosing to sell the Ezreal to itemize the Shyvana, it's certainly stronger now, but this is a very interesting trade-off from AMD's spot because we were talking earlier about the Aurelion Sol being the most consistent carry in the game. This Shyvana as a solo carry is probably going to fall off, but you do want Shyvana on this board, so I expect AMD to either look for a remover on the Treasure Dragon potentially, or maybe even winds up selling this Shyvana later on, but it's definitely very strong right now.
Oh my gosh, Goobums' Itis and Nasus are tanking Infinite, and also Goobums has gotten Stand United, one of the best augments possible to amplify a Xayah-based composition. Goobums is well positioned for making a charge to that top 4, which means if Sag is looking good, if Bird's preserving a ton of HP and Goobums is there, who else can join the top 4? There's not many spots left, Bryce.
Yeah, there's not very many spots left, and we have Rain, who's at the very bottom, hitting that huge spike on that Kai'Sa 3, so she is cooking with gas now. This lobby is crazy. No one is super low HP, right? 44 and 45 HP for Rainplosion and Clear respectively is not terrible for the middle of stage 4, and they are building strong boards as well. I'm really worried about Clear, who's going to be playing down a Prismatic and did not get such a big spike off of that Think Fast that I think he's going to be able to have a top 4 oriented game, but maybe he winds up getting there.
Goobums hoping that this Nasus actually dies so he can get Diamond Hands and smack it down immediately. He's hovering in the middle of the board, finds it, slams it, tries to stall. He gets it on the Volibear. That's enough to get the win over Rainplosion. Good heads-up play from Goobums. He is looking locked in today, Bryce.
Yeah, he really is, and locked in Goobums is scary. One of the best players North America has ever seen in TFT, probably the strongest performer at last year's Regionals and World Championships. We had a chance to look at the augments more generally. All combat-oriented augments at the very end, except for Amdu, who took that Jade Art, but as we saw, there were no other options available.
Yeah, at least not preferable ones. I guess you could argue go with weapons if you really want to, but not great. Taking a look at the spot that Bert's in, his spot is so unusual, having things like Big Friend and the Cannoneer Crown, but it looks like he was leaning more towards Dark Flight. But we'll check in on that a little bit as we hop on board with Clear, who's just not had his day so far. Right now, he does have the Seraphine Graves composition with 2 solid gold tier augments, but for whatever reason, it's just not popping off. Is it the Prismatic lobby, Bryce? Is it just his composition? What is it?
Well, in fairness, he has won back-to-back fights since hitting that second cybernetic implant, right? The second cyber augment of the game. He just was able to get an upgrade on this Graves off of this carousel, opting to go for a unit here, right? Taking the Graves with a cloak, I believe it was. So it's not terrible spot for clear, but we've seen this lobby is just really, really strong. And if you're going to be in a really, really strong lobby, playing down a prismatic can hurt big time.
Oh, does get a component as well that he can toss onto somebody. Makes a Sunfire Cape when he already has a Morello Namicon.
And a Pantheon.
And a Pantheon. It's a lot of anti-heal. I think that felt like a more panicked decision, which is a little bit unlike Clear. I feel like he usually has a very strong vision of how he wants to see the game out. He has no item on his Zac, for example. That's a lot of HP you're leaving on the table.
Yeah, I have no idea why he made that Sunfire Cape, to be totally honest.
Yeah,
while you were talking about that, I was sitting here trying to come up with a justification, and I've got no justification. I think that was a very clear misplay from Clear in this spot, and that just goes to show you the pressure of the stage, right? The pressure of the moment, struggling so far today, coming into this event with a lot of confidence, and, you know, fourth game, we're starting to get scary, right? If this game goes really poorly, which Clear has a very decent chance of going 8th place, certainly likely to go bot 4 from this spot, Clear is going to be playing with back up against the wall heading into games 5 and 6.
Does have 5 Seraphines, though. There's a world where maybe he can go for it, as he's matching up against Sag, who does have that Yone 3. And with that Duelist ramping up the attack speed, the fact that it doesn't have 3-item Yone is perfectly fine because it has so much DPS. The Graves waltzes in, the quick draw puts him in range of the Yone, but just not able to get it done, and Yone is chopping it up. Clear takes another loss, and perhaps it is a Cast a Curse, or perhaps it's something to do with Clear's setup, but it is not working out as he takes another double loss heading into the Treasure Dragon. So we look over and see what's going on with Bertosaurus, and back over to Amdi, who is offered some interesting choices, but immediately passes the first couple.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually. No anti-heal for AMD, and it's a lot of gold. We know AMD's going to level 9. We haven't been able to actually see exactly how much gold AMD has in this spot, but I would think very heavily about this. Does wind up pulling the trigger, and I think this makes a lot of sense. Very clear decision. He's going to have 70 gold to work with on this roll down.
Wow. Wow, hits immediately 2-star dragons. Looking for Shyvana 2. Might even do a little bit of a switcheroo. He can sell! He sells the Shyvana on the board, so that way he can get the perfect item set, because he wants Morello onto the Shyvana. That is one of her stronger items, at least in terms of the setup of his board. Trying to look for another unit to play. He actually has another spots. Oh, Aushin has found his way. Or he can just play a Hecarim or Yasuo.
Yeah, you could. It depends on what you value more, right? He clearly wants to play around the Aurelion Soul, and it sounds like he thinks that the Deja one. Okay, so he's gonna go with the Aushin ultimately, and decides to have that item carry. You know, in previous patches, Aushin really reigns supreme on these dragon boards, but I think it's starting to fall more and more out of favor as people are valuing the more consistent early and late game DPS that comes from the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, and I think that this was made a very close decision because of the 5 Jade. Without mana item, it makes it hard for the Aurelion Soul's Lightning Rain to come out fast, but that 5 Jade stacking should be able to get a lot of attack speed and mana, and here comes the Lightning Rain, which does a really good job, cleans up almost everything. But can Zeri and Seraphine get this done before the second cast? It should. It's very close. And Clear can take a deep breath. AMD may be able to get that 8th place for him if he takes a couple more losses like that.
Yeah, AMD really needs one Aurelion Soul. I think, honestly, an Aurelion Soul over an Aushin might win that fight, although it's a little bit hard to say. He was able to roll so much gold, but he didn't get any copies of the most important unit from that spot. Meanwhile, we're looking over at Sox's board, someone who's also playing Dragons, but from level 7, so he's way behind the curve tempo-wise.
I can't believe he's still at level 7, man. That means this game has gone disastrously. No one knows the desperate position that Sox is in more than Sox himself. He's playing from a position of behind. He's hoping for, what, a 6th place at in this spot. Go up against Bird, who does have that Swain too, and a Dragon's Claw. So that's going to make it really tanky. And when it comes down to it, Bird also has scaling. He's playing the Archangels, carry Swain, that the longer the fight goes, the Dark Essence all comes and feeds him. Swain's going to be very difficult to deal with. And it comes down to whether or not Sox can actually kill off the Swain fast enough. It's a 3v1. The Swain gets another Decree out to heal up with almost full.
Oh,
no scaling
no.
on the Deja either. Sox takes another loss.
Oh my god, that is a final TFT boss if I have ever seen one. That backline Swain just eating up all of those Darkflight Essence stacks and just getting to disgusting power levels. Speaking of disgusting power levels, we got back on board with Goobums, who is level 8, 110 gold. He has 5 copies of Xayah, and he has a Yasuo 2 with Diamond Hands, Infinity Edge, and Hand of Justice. Some of these boards are going to get wild in this game. Playing for first is going to be very, very challenging because we've seen so many people hitting peak power levels.
I mean, this is a throwback comp from set 7.0 Dragonlands, where you play Rage Wing Xayah with Shimmer, you have Diamond Hands Yasuo, you throw in Pike just to have those legendary, that you can really combine with, all your assassins. So it just felt like there was a lot of that missing this set. I feel like I missed this comp in some ways, having some vertical Shimmer and being able to flex around it with your carries and your itemization. And right now, poor Sox just taking the brute end of the rung of the stick. Sox just cannot get past his front line. His itemization is very mediocre and looks like he is doomed for another bot 4 finish. But AMD also takes another loss, so it may not be an 8th, which honestly, from Sox's position, he'll have to be happy with that.
Yeah, and Clear down at 16 HP, Asa down at 17 HP. You have such separation in the HP. You've got 4 players, 2 of whom win streaking in the top 4, all of whom playing for these kind of top 2 spots. Maybe not Bertosaurus. I think he might be a little bit capped relative to some of the other boards that we've seen. Meanwhile, on the bottom, you've got Asa, Clear, Sox, and AMD, all of whom are really just desperately trying to eke out each additional placement they can.
And I just got to tip my cap to Rainplosion before we probably crown her as another winner of this lobby at this current pace. It's going to be between her and Goobums currently based off streaking, unless people can get up. That's a big deal, though. Aurelion Sol does come in. And we'll see whether or not this is enough for AMD to be able to work his way back up to a top 4, as he's right now on the outside of day 2. I think he is right now at 17th.
Yeah, AMD's board is really scary, right? He's gotten to level 9. He's playing all the really strong units. He's got great itemization on these really strong units. The real issue AMD is running into is the lack of augment power, right? We saw that third augment choice. Jade Heart is, it's adding some value to this board, but it's not particularly crazy, and it's boxing him into having to play a Soraka. Ludens is not putting in a ton of work at the Prismatic level, and then Clear Mind is what got him here. So, that A-Soul spike is massive going up against Bertosaurus, but there is that D-Claw on that Swain. Swain can be able to deal with all of the ability power damage coming out from these dragons.
It kind of depends. I gotta admit, I haven't really seen too much of this fight in particular, but I think the dragons have the advantage because Swain just can't hold off against some of the masses. But Aurelion Sol goes down to the Rengar, and that means that Swain can get the final hits, and AMD is going 8th.
Wow, AMD builds a full 2-star Dragon board with great itemization. Sure, he's lacking augment power, but that's not a board you see go 8th very often. Sox also takes a loss there down at 3 HP. Clear is able to get a fight win. Asa takes a loss but stays alive on this vertical Cannoneer variant. I think he's probably happy at this stage of the game considering how crazy high roll this lobby was. To get to a 6th place, maybe he can eke out a 5th place if he can somehow get a fight win against Clear.
Yeah, his spot is just not that strong. You can see that at level 8. He doesn't even have Graves 2. Graves is a contested unit. You have Clear playing in Seraphine Graves. You have Bertosaurus picking it up for his Darkflight comp. Going up against Rainplosion, who did take a loss, what looks like to be Goobums. We'll see if she can continue to pick it up. She's going for more of a support Kai'Sa for the 3rd item, having Gunblade, so trying to stall out and win the fight that way. Doing a great job in pressuring, and it looks like this is the end of Asa. The student has become the master.
Very, very nice. Another great game from Rainplosion here, showing off her versatility, playing different compositions, different styles throughout the day. It has been beautiful to watch as she likely cruises to another top 4. Clear takes a fight loss, and it's just really hard for me to envision looking at this board also playing it down at Prismatic because of the Think Fast. Even with the other 2 augments being so outstanding, with the power level we've seen, it's hard to envision Clear winning multiple fights and finding his way into the top 4 from here.
It's a pretty good 5th, to be quite frank. I think Clear was easily in a position. Look at AMD's board. Look at what had to go wrong for Sox to go 7th. I think Clear may have gotten away with this one with the 5th place. So we talked about who would be joining Rain, Bert, and Goobums into the top 4, or rather Sag. It turns out it's Bertosaurus with his really cool board. And we'll see whether or not Satch can play with extra credit here because he has top 4 guaranteed. But one of the problems with this Yone board is that sometimes struggles to deal with cap boards. Speaking of cap boards, Goobums hit Shyvana 2, Clear hit Seraphine 3, and Goobums hit Zoe 2. Things are heating up as we go into stage 6.
This lobby is completely insane. You have Sag with a board that theoretically could be playing for top 1, but I just don't know how he caps it out from here. I'm really excited to see him play this level 9 because this is just not an easy setup. He does have a decent matchup into the Swain, I would have to believe, because the damage, the thing that Swain was doing so well is dealing with all these purely AP-based boards that were kind of doing slow amounts of damage over the course of the fight. But look at this Yone just ramping up that damage. The Gunblade also keeping the other units alive, so it's a nice fight. Although the Graves in the middle of the fight. Did I speak too soon? No, I did not. Able to get a win, but it is against a Ghost. So is it possible this win is fake?
It is possible as Goobums ends up eliminating Clear. Burt deals damage to Rain. So it theoretically could be hinting towards who are our top players in this lobby. A Pantheon 2 is a nice hit for Sag. Does want to find the replacement for this Wukong with a Yasuo. That is not the 4th warrior that you are looking for. And also if you can find a way to even potentially pick up, you know, this Bard, or even find ways to potentially make a run at Olaf 3. That is some of the ways that Sag can think about cracking top 2. Otherwise, you might just be happy with bleeding out to a 3rd.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Does potentially have a decent matchup against Bertosaurus. That Dragon Claw itemization from Burt has just been so strong and so smart. The frontline Kaisa, it's going to get those early deeps off with the Gunblade. It's going to be able to stay alive, but it's just taking immediate aggro from the Yone. This is such a huge miscalculation from Rain. I don't know why she thought that her Kaisa would be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Yone, but it wasn't even close, Dan.
What happened there? When it's 4 players remaining, you know exactly who your next matchup is. Look, Rain's been playing lights out, but more moments like that, and then she starts having bad variants, you know, come her way. That's not a good recipe for success. That being said, Rain's at level 9. She hit Seraphine 2, and it could have been just a momentary lapse of judgment. Maybe she thought Sag would switch sides. But we have some bigger power-ups. Rengar 3 comes into the equation here. Yasuo 2, Goobums cementing his board position further. It looks like it's Goobums' world and everyone else is living in it. Can players like Bertosaurus find a way to get an edge as he's matching up against Sag, and this time it's for real?
Yeah, this time it is for real. The Rengar 3 could make a big difference in this fight. There's also a Pantheon upgrade we have to deal with. We'll have to see if the Yone is going to be able to get onto the Swain as early as it did in the last fight, because the Swain died really, really early in that fight, and I think it was the fight difference.
Okay, well, the Bard able to get the Tempered Fate and lock everything down. And I just don't think the Swain has the time to scale before all the units just wail away. Just a little bit too much damage, and Burt just not having enough backline access to kill some of these support units. Ends up taking big damage. And all of a sudden, you know, kind of the situation where I said Sag might be trying to figure out a way to bleed a 3rd, but gets 2 very convincing wins against some of his opponents, may have that top 2 locked down.
Yeah, that HP gap almost certainly guarantees a top 2, given the way the matchmaking is going to work from here. And we're seeing the rock, paper, scissors dynamic of TFT really come to the fore, right? We see Rain struggle with certain matchups, but has a decisive fight win against Goobums. We've seen Goobums dominate the other boards. We've also seen Sag struggle with some fights potentially, but do really well into this Swain matchup. And Burt, we talked about earlier that maybe this line was just going to get outscaled, and it definitely feels like that's the direction we're heading. It's a very creative and clever game from Burt from basically from start to finish, but I think that if he can find his way into a 3rd place here and beat Rain, he'll be really happy. This Rain matchup is potentially very favorable. We talked earlier about that Dragon Claw on Ambi's Itis. We have a Dragon Claw on Burt's Swain. Is that going to be enough to deal with this Kaisa?
Maybe, maybe not. I think it has a lot to do with positioning, and this is another frontline Kaisa and the Zephyr onto the Graves, which may or may not work out depending on how all of the fight ends up being able to distribute the damage. Graves immediately dies, though. And now we have Kaisa focusing down the Swain, and the positioning this time for Rain is going to work out. Yasuo with the sweeping blade execute. Bertosaurus takes uncontested 4th place, a fantastic top 3, and that is a recovery that you want to see out of Rainplosion.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really nice top 3 from Rain, who was struggling to hit her Kaisas early, but stayed stable, held the line, ultimately hit. And it's notable that on the other fight, Goobums versus Sag, Goobums takes a fight win. Goobums is also going for an Itis 3. We can see him out of gold at the bottom. He's got 7, actually he has 8 copies of both Itis, and he's got 8 copies of Xayah. He's also got an extra Yasuo 2 on the bench, and there's a Bard 2 on the bench. This man is playing Shimmer, and all of his gold is on his bench.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the old classic way you play that Shimmer.
Oh,
the Zephyr on the Yone. Rainplosion's been lights out, targeting these big damage carries to try and stall out the fight, and Yasuo's a big sweeping blade. Look at the heal from the Gunblade, and Yasuo is able to clutch it just long enough for Kaisa to come in, and that Tidal Surge able to deal huge damage. Sag did have that HP lead. Goobums also lost as well. Who did he lose to?
Goobums lost to Rain's Ghost there, which is really interesting.
Okay, but is he losing any more?
That is a totally fair question. This Shroud in this situation could be disgusting. It doesn't necessarily have that high of impact into Kaisa because she gets her cast off right away, and it's also not that high of impact into Yone. But that being said, if you just throw the Shroud into the enemy team, there are units that are definitely benefiting from the cast. So this is certainly a high roll item to be getting from Goobums Spot, to say nothing of all of the board spike power he has potential on his bench.
Small play, but you never know if it works out. Goobums actually weakens his board and plays additional Xayah, so he gets more stacks off his Gambler's Blade. Just a cool, experienced pro move of knowing exactly how to min-max everything. That is Goobums at his best. As we see the inevitable 3-star unit, there's no way he misses on 50 gold.
Surely, Mortdog, surely there is no way he misses both this Itis and this Xayah.
Uncontested units, no one's really playing it. Does end up staying above 30 gold. Is it just because he wants to keep his gold count high?
Yeah, I think he wants to get value out of these items, right? He's got valuable items on this 2-star Shyvana, this 2-star Xayah in the Goldmancer and the Gambler's Blade, and he doesn't want to give up a bunch of that value by rolling to 0. He also is on 2 lives, very likely at 35 HP, though damage in Stage 7 can get massive. The Shroud is not a ton of value, I have to say. The Yasuo is getting access into the backline already. Is it going to get CC onto the Yone? It does get a little bit of CC onto the Yone. Meanwhile, Sag's Yone is slowly but surely ramping up with the Duelist Dexterity. He's also got a Bard in the back corner that's getting ready for another cast, potentially, but the Yasuo is onto the Yone, and the Diamond Hands is keeping it alive. There comes big CC and damage. Yone is still alive. Zoe ult comes through, keeping the carries, or keeping the tank alive, and Sag is going to take a loss. Sag is going out in 3rd place. Meanwhile, Rain is back on a winning streak into 2nd place in this game.
That is an impressive 2nd place from Rain, but I think that might be all she wrote, unless, I don't know how Goobums is missing so consistently. It's not like Rain is holding Diamond. There we go. Xayah 3 recently buffed. And I think this should be enough. And you did mention that there are some X factors here, the Shrouds, the Zephyrs, the positioning. Can Rain find a way? Is she going to frontline once more to try to get the Kaisa within range of the Xayah?
Yeah, let's see how the last second positioning pulls off. It looks like that Zephyr is going to land from range. She's been so clean on this micro that Xayah 3 is not going to be able to play the game for the first 8 seconds of this fight. She's also opted to frontline her Kaisa again, taking a little bit of damage and getting that DPS off. The Yasuo for Goobums in the middle of the fight, getting big CC. Rain's Yasuo also getting big CC back. Here comes the Xayah 3, just on the board and is slowly but surely ramping up. We have a Kaisa 3 and a Xayah 3. The damage is coming out for Goobums, and I just don't think this guy's going to be enough. But
way!
Is there any world? There is a world. Goobums takes a loss here, and it looks like we might need to hit this Itis 3 to stall long enough, or maybe it's just a Zephyr diff.
It's a Zephyr diff and a half I've ever seen one. Itis 3 has now entered the chat, as if Rain couldn't have it any harder this game, having to clear so many hurdles in order to even get to the doorstep of her 3rd first place today. But needs to make sure that she can land that Zephyr. Is there any way she can move it? Is there ways that Goobums can dodge it? Bryce has been talking about how Goobums' position has been immaculate, but for one fight, it looked like it could falter. A switch at the last second to A2. Is that enough? Did we get the Zephyr? We missed. Instead, we got into the Itis instead, so that way we can stall the Kaisa. And here we go, the fight. Dragon's Descent lands onto the big clump. Kaisa is not getting touched, though. but there's just so much HP and shielding from this Idas. I just don't think Kaisa can cut through it all. Thanks for playing. See ya next time. Goobum's gonna clean up Game 4 here at Day 1 of North American Regionals.
Wow, that was beautiful team fight tactics all around. Goobum showed a lot of versatility in the Shimmer line, went old school as you're talking about. Felt like we were watching set 7. Meanwhile, every single time we counted Rain out of this game, she proved why she belongs in the conversation with the best players in North America. She took a line that I think a lot of people wouldn't necessarily have taken from that spot. She played it beautifully throughout the mid-game. Her micro was so clean. We saw her land those great Zephyrs both on Sage's Yone and on Goobum's Xayah to get one more life. If somehow Goobum's is not able to find that Idas 3, I think she very well might win that game. Goobum's won the game. Rain played the best TFT that we saw.
I think that there was also a moment of redemption. We saw some risk-taking with positioning when she frontlined that Kaisa that one fight. It looked terrible, but that's okay because you saw the idea of what Rain was going for, which is by frontlining Kaisa, she now has access to reach the backline units like a Xayah or any other units just trying to stay safe. And so I think Rain really shows, and it's actually kind of appropriate because she was one of the first players showing us this back at Jade Cup when she dominated. She was placing units like Sona when she was a Revel unit, putting in the top corner so you can get that stun at the right angle. Really good stuff from Rain.
Rain truly earning that title of Rookie of the Set right now, today in the first day of the North American Regional Final here. She's playing out of her mind. Another group I wanted to talk about here was the study group, because they had some struggles in this game outside of Goobums, who of course was able to take the lobby. And I'm wondering if you feel these struggles are just going to be this temporary thing, they're all going to make it to day 2 and turn it around from there.
I mean, it's really hard to say because we're not watching the full games, right?
Sure.
I try not to do like too deep of analysis because the reality is we're ducking around to everyone, and so I don't know exactly what happened. I was very surprised to see Sox get stuck on level 7 in this game. Yeah. It was a very interesting Age of Dragons option. We didn't get to see the options. We didn't see if he had reroll left available. We don't know how the rolls exactly went, but Sox came in full of confidence today, and he has struggled so far. I think he would have said there's basically a 0% chance he doesn't make it out of day 1, and that is in risk. Meanwhile, Asa, every time we watched him, it seemed like he was playing fine. This lobby just got to outrageous power level, so not a terrible game from Asa.
And that's been a theme so far in the regionals today, is the power levels. So let's take a quick look, though, at what other boards were able to find wins so far in this Game 4.
Oh, Jeffrey Pan! Milk guy, just when you think he's down and out, he wins out. 6 Mirage, Deja Carry, also a throwback too. A lot of people are not playing a lot of vertical Mirage. I wonder what happened in that game, maybe just a couple of emblems. And also Taco Bell Wi-Fi with a 6 Dragonmancer Lee Sin carry kicking his way back.
He opens Eye of the Storm, and here is the thing. Taco Bell said coming into this event, if they did not have to balance Dragonmancer around how oppressive it was in lower elo, that he would be very scary. This is the best Dragonmancer player on the server. If you have not watched this man's Lee Sin montages, you have not lived, and he is just showing why. He opens with Eye of the Storm as the augment and goes throwback with a Lee Sin 3 W in this game.
He's not joking, by the way. There's actual YouTube montages of Taco Bell Wi-Fi showing his Lee Sin kicking units in the back and then cutting in a nuclear explosion right afterwards. It's really funny.
Bryce and I talked about that Eye of the Storm start so much and how much fun it is, but how it's like a great way to actually still play the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And Taco Bell Wi-Fi didn't want to take it, but take a look. Yeah, Dan, I was gonna say, take a look here.
Another top 2. Khroen, are you watching?
It's going crazy.
Oh, man.
Kyvix is playing out of his mind. I mean, let's see how that affects the overall scores here at the end of Game 4.
Yeah, Pokygom in dead last, which is very surprising. Such a solid player. And you know what? This is low-key devastating because Pocky actually tweeted before this event that this might be the last competitive TFT he plays for a while. I think he's got other things going on and might not be able to stick with it. So I would love to see if he can come back. You've also got big names like Setsuko and Sox that are currently on the outside looking in. Milk sneaking into the top 16 right now.
Let's go!
Still in a scary spot. Birdosaurus in a scary spot. Asa and Soju as well. So look, we're in for a wild games 5 and 6, and you only have to get into that top 16, so everybody's still very much alive.
Yeah, and Admirable is absolutely crushing everybody in Fantasy right now with Ramblin', Dish Soap, and Rain Implosion all on that top side of things. But quickly, we are going to go to a short break here to swap in Admirable and Khroen, but I want to get some kind of final thoughts on the first 4 games that we've had so far, starting with you, Bryce.
I think that one of the big debates coming into this tournament was how oppressive Seraphine Graves was going to be. And there were people on both sides of that camp, people who felt like Seraphine Graves was like stupid broken and should be played at all times, and people who felt like it was a bit overrated. I think the camp that was saying is overrated are winning right now. I think that we've seen other compositions perform a lot more consistently well. We've seen Xayah start to emerge in the meta, and that's what's so fun about regionals. Everybody starts in their corners figuring out like what they think is going to be the best, but until you get here, you don't really know. And so I think we're starting to slowly but surely figure that out.
Yeah, I think that's my takeaway as well. I think that most people come into this tournament thinking that they have a strong meta read, but not everyone can be right.
Yep.
No.
And I think we're starting to see some people pay some of the consequences of not necessarily having the most comfort on certain lines that might be available to them. They're sticking to some things that they want to play, but it's not working out for them. And they can blame variants. They can try and blame their spots. They can even blame their augments. But I've seen people who have good setups, it's still not working out for them. And more importantly, people who are taking some of those unconventional things. When I'll talk about Rain, Vertical Dragonmancer, right? Yeah, she's hitting Aush and whatnot, but a lot of people aren't even taking those lines in the first place. So being rewarded for taking those risky strategies and paying off, you love to see that happening at TFT when everyone's saying this is the meta, you have to play it this way.
All right, well, we are going to swap in Khroen and Admirable for the next game, so we're going to take a quick break while we set that up. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more of the North American TFT Regional Finals after a word from our partners over at Ball Street. Hello everybody, I'm here with Amdi, the winner of the mid-set finale. He qualified for regionals off that, and now he's even qualified for Worlds as well. Amdi, it's good to have you here for the interview. How excited are you for the regional finals?
Honestly, it's been a long time since I remember before, like, even the Astral Jade Cup, and especially before mid-set, like, you know, it felt really cool to, you know, prepare and, like, think about, like, playing against, like, the best in, like, these competitions. So I'm really excited. I didn't play in the Dragon Cup, so it's my first competition in set 7.5.
You very quickly, I mean, it looked like you started in set 5, already hit Diamond, and then you were quickly challenger by set 6. And then not only that, moving into set 7, when you start to take things seriously, you have the highest average placement of any player in memory leading up to that mid-set finale with a 3.5 average placement in tournament. The only people above you are players that got those placements in qualifying rounds, not the actual, you know, big stages, the late stages of these tournaments. And you win the mid-set finale in a huge field of players that are very talented. You get a qualification to Worlds already. You're still at the top of Challenger. What are some of the keys to the success you've had in this game in such a short amount of time?
One of the things that I can say is, like, not making a decision a lot of times, like, is a decision, and it's like a very, like, in TFT, it's like a very pronounced thing. Like, if you sit here with like a bunch of gold and don't roll, like, you better have a good reason to do that. Like, it better not just be because, like, you know, you're tired, you want to just sack 2 more stages. Like, you better be thinking about, like, the trade-offs between, like, not doing something now and, like, doing something like a couple turns later, and it can make like a really big difference in, like, you know, like, if you think about things like you have enough gold to hit like a board that can, like, sort of spike you right now, or, like, you know, it doesn't make sense to, you know, spend a lot of money here, or, like, is it actually better to sack and go for the win out? And a lot of times, I guess the spots that people struggle with are the spots where that's not the correct decision.
Now, I wanted to continue on the line here because we're talking about your having the highest average placement of any player in North America in these tournament circuits, and you had that going into mid-set. And other than Gangly, you were left off of those top player tables that a lot of people make. You kind of came in as an underdog when even though you had the best statistical performances. How does that generally feel for you? Do you prefer this underdog kind of narrative that you've got going for you, even if it started to kind of peel away as we move into regionals with you already world qualified? Or does it kind of give you a chip on your shoulder where you're like, yeah, I mean, I'll just keep proving that I'm the best over and over again?
I guess coming into regionals and, like, even before those like even for like the open qualifier tournaments, like even though I was performing well in like before like I guess before Astro Cup, like I mean I was doing well in ladder prior to that as well. Like I still like felt like I was the underdog in that case. Like I still felt like, you know, NA had like many other like players that I considered much better than myself that like, you know, I still learn a ton from like every time I watch from them. And during set 7 I felt like I improved on that a lot, but like, you know, there's still some players that I feel like are so automatic, so good.
You've mentioned a couple times how much respect you have for a lot of the rest of the field at the North American regionals, and I was wondering, you know, which players do you feel like are at the top of the game in NA TFT right now? Do you consider yourself near the top, or are there a lot of other players that you put above you?
I would say right now, like 7.5, I feel like some of the players are so much better than me right now. At the end of set 7, honestly, I felt like reflecting, maybe like there's some like hindsight bias involved with like just how well I did in tournaments, but I felt like at the end of set 7, I had a pretty good grasp of like what was going on and like pretty top of the server there. But I think in this set, like I've been having some issues where some people just seem like they're cruising and like they're I mean, the patch has only been a couple days, but there's some people that seem like they're so good on the patch. Dish Soap has looked really impressive in a lot of the games. I've been playing a lot of ladder, like before all the in-houses with Kayavix, and you know, I think he's gonna come in pretty good form as well. Like he obviously like wants to join me and like play for the World Championship as well this year, and like I think he honestly has a good chance to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, you've mentioned Kayavix a couple of times as someone who you've practiced with, who's taught you a lot in the past. You know, speak to me a little bit about that, about your relationship with Kayavix and y'all's journey in TFT together.
He was kind of the reason why I started playing. Like, I mean, not really. Like, I mean, I started playing just because I like wanted to do something different from League of Legends. But like, I always knew that he like played very like seriously and was doing very well in tournaments. I started playing, and like around the time where I got to run to Masters, like I started sniping each other because he doesn't. Sometimes he's in snipe range even when you're in Masters. Like he's not the ladder grinder, but we just started playing together a lot, and like I knew him for like a very long time. We went to like the same schools together and stuff like that, so we pretty much just play games together, like and then like sometimes talk about it, but mostly it's just like play a ton of games.
I also kind of wanted to pick your brain a little bit because you're already qualified to Worlds. You've been maintaining ladder. You've been mostly top 10, sometimes even climbing higher than that, right? Top 5. So you are going to Worlds, and regionals, the big thing for regionals is getting those world qualifications. Does that change your approach at all to this tournament, or are you still just hungry for the victory no matter what? It doesn't matter that you're already qualified to Worlds.
Yeah. If I'm playing this tournament, I'm going for the win. The goals of the first couple of days are just to try to get points, because there's no like bonus points or anything like that. Just like survive in advance. So definitely first couple of days probably no difference, but last day I might be going for it a little bit if I make it there.
After your win at mid-set finale, you have had much higher, you know, kind of placements on the North American ladder. You've been consistently top 10, top 5. You know, you had some good performances before, but just in general, you tend to be higher on the ladder. Did that come from a mentality shift after winning and maybe a confidence boost, knowing you can do it and refocusing that preparation? Or what do you think maybe makes that kind of phenomenon happen?
I don't think the tournament play actually affected me so much as far as my ladder performance, but I think that honestly I feel like it's kind of like the reverse, where like I felt like I could do well on the ladder, like, you know, like, well, obviously not all the games had like some of the super strong players, but some of them had like, you know, 2 or 3, and I was still doing okay against them, so it gave me confidence in tournament that I could like reasonably succeed if I, you know, came in prepared. I've been happy with sort of like how I've been shifting toward like preparing and stuff like that. Like I think that my attitude's been changing in the right way as I shift back into like playing competitively, like as far as like preparation and like how seriously take my games. Like I'm not just like sitting there like, you know, doing whatever and just playing ladder games. Like I'm actually taking things more seriously now, trying to get a good read on the meta and succeed. So I think that as far as an attitude rise, like I think that I'm in a good spot to sort of like get the right preparation I need to succeed at Worlds. You know, like obviously how I do is like relative to like how the rest of the world is, or like how like the patches at that point, so a lot of it remains to be seen. But you know, I think that I'll come in prepared, and you know, I'm definitely like, it's one of like the big things is like succeed like right now for me is like making sure I do as well as I can there, because it's like an opportunity that, you know, like doesn't come around very often. So like I'm gonna make sure I do as best as I can, represent the region.
All right, Amdi, it's been great talking with you. I Love to hear that you are confident, at least in your gameplay going into this. But before I let you go, I just want to give some time for you to shout out anybody who's helped you along the way, or just shout out anybody, shout out your own stream even, if you will. So do you have any shout outs for me, MD?
Yeah, I'd love to shout out, all the people that, again, I think I did this at mid-set, but, some things have actually changed since. Like, I'd like to shout out all the people that, like, they hop into call, like, while I'm playing, like, just for fun, or, like, some of them have, even been sniping recently. Like, one of the people that I've been talking to who plays the game seriously recently hit Challenger, and that's been super hype for him. So, like, big shout out to just everyone who, likes playing video games with me.
All right, always love to hear that. Well, congratulations on your Worlds qualifying spot already, but I'm excited to see you play this weekend anyway and shoot for that first place spot. So thanks so much for the interview, Amdy.
Welcome back to the Dragonlands North American Regional Final. I'm Casanova, joined once again by Admirable and Khroen. We've made it through 4 games. We're moving on to Game 5. We're getting to the end of Day 1, and it is crunch time for these players.
Yeah, and this is one of those few times where you're not looking for a top 8, you're looking for just not the bottom 8 at this point. And so the cut being only a third of the field here, this is where I think the gameplay dynamic really starts to change. If you are at that spot where you can comfortably just place, around the top 5, great, let's play a bit of a safer comp. But if you're sitting in that bottom perspective right now, it feels like a lot of players are going to be playing pretty aggressively, gunning for those top 5 spots. Is that going to change your perspective from the bottom side?
Yeah, I think there's even a couple of players in a pretty safe spot to be able to, if they want to, try some stuff out. There's no bonus points that carry over into Day 2. So if you're at that safe number, which is what, like the 24, 25, 26 range, players are already there. So over the next 2 games, they're clearly going to get more points. They're going to be able to approach the game not like anybody else, but the players at the bottom, though, a lot of pressure.
The one thing, though, is still you want to keep that average placement up if you're thinking you might make it to that Day 3, because you're still looking for that last spot in Worlds. But still, those players that you're talking about, maybe not the players people would have expected initially to be in these top positions. Rainplosion, potential rookie of the set. Also, Kivix sitting in 3rd right now with a lot of points. He's been placing spectacularly throughout the day.
I've absolutely loved seeing Kivix come out and dominate. Then Nomzy 3, but then getting just a couple other good placements as well. Surely carrying my fantasy team this time around.
Speaking of fantasy teams, I mean, admirable.
They're doing all right now. I'm glad to see Taco Bell Wi-Fi coming out with a banger of a hit. I didn't have agency over that pick. I do think that I probably, like, if I'm like first on the last pick, I think Taco Bell Wi-Fi is definitely on my radar. Yeah. He plays so much differently than a lot of other players do, and I appreciate those kinds of angles. That kind of creativity can really catch players off guard.
I mean, he got it done with his signature Lee Sin as well, right? He got it done with the Eye of the Storm first pick, getting that first place. But I want to start talking a little bit about our lobby, which Taco Bell Wi-Fi is in this lobby, is someone who we do need to be watching out for. But everyone in this lobby is still available to make it into the next day. None of them are eliminated. Some just need a little bit of more help than others, specifically Dace, Clear, and Milk.
Yeah, and those are the 3 players I definitely wanted to highlight on this one. You know, Milk is certainly not a player you would expect to be in a position like this, but again, we have 2 games left for him to really secure a spot here. We're looking for him to have 2 pretty high-quality performances on this one. For Clear and Dace, you're going to need back-to-back strong finishes.
Yeah, talking about players who really break the meta, talk about Wi-Fi. Clear is another one of those players that's going to be comfortable with those niche routes, but sometimes you might just need to lean on your fundamentals a bit more. But it's crunch time now, right? 2 more games for day number 1. Clear only sitting at 13 points right now, needs a back-to-back really good finishes, like seconds or better.
Yeah, I mean, and Clear was one of the players who had the highest degree of confidence coming in. He was saying that he was absolutely going to dominate this tournament. And, you know, we heard Bryce say in the roll down, he was like, you know, is he going to live up to it or does he need to stop talking? I still think Clear can live up to it. I think he's been still playing some great TFT, even if he has not been making it all the way through with some mistakes. But if he can turn it around, I think Clear has what it takes. So let's jump into game number 5 here at the North American Regional Finals. Admirable, Khroen, take it away.
Day number 1, 2 games left, and who are we starting off with other than Kyvix right now? Khroen, this was one of your fantasy picks. I feel like this has been one of your favorite players for quite some time now.
Yes, ever since that mid-set win with just re-rolling any single 2 or 3 cost that popped up in his shop. C4 copies, that's the go button. But it's not all that's the story of Kyvix. Kyvix surely does lean back into what is meta. However, a Yone already. Hey, if he sees a couple more of those, might be thinking about pressing that D key a few times. Currently sitting in 3rd place, Kyvix is one of those players that might just be sitting pretty and move forward to tomorrow without a breeze. But as Cass did mention, right, there's still the average placement over the course of 3 days, so players still going to be giving it their all pretty much every single game.
We're seeing Pirates as the Mirage here as well. This is a huge economy perspective, and I feel like this was like the definition of influencer here, where you see a Yone, you're watching Kyvix play, and the first thought that jumps to your mind is, are we re-rolling?
Yep. I think the answer is going to be if we see a couple more, yes. It doesn't have to be indicative, especially with the Mirage being Pirate's Greed, right? That's just a generically good econ trait to play in the early game. Doesn't commit you to Yone at all, but we've seen Yones do really well. I think there was one actually earlier today that got a top 4 placement with just being on a Yone 2 and then Olaf 2.
Wow. Yeah, I definitely missed that one. You know, my mind is just laser focused. I feel like on the last game that we saw, where it was the Kaisa 3 making it to top 2, and then Goobum's having a Xayah 3 and an Idas 3. It just feels such like a remarkable finish that you could have to your board.
I just want to give props to Rain for that game. It was an unwinnable game, but she nearly found a way. Zephyrs were fantastic every single time, but Goobum's was so far ahead and played it really well, right?
Wow, look how we're kicking this one off. Thrill of the Hunt, just a strong stabilizing augment, preparation, get your board a bit stronger. Or combat training, kind of a different perspective on how the preparation works.
Combat training is interesting if you're leaning into it early enough with an Olaf or a Yone, could be thinking about it. But players are going to be really hard-pressed to turn down preparation, especially a gold preparation. Now, especially that starts you off with that 1 stack immediately. There's a lot of good units on the bench here. Sejuani 2, of course, being the big one that's already going to be getting some stacks.
I feel like that I just absolutely love watching players the preparation because it's such a warping perspective on how you play the game.
Yeah.
So often you're going to be looking for that spot where you're like, okay, these units are good enough, let's make 10 gold. With preparation, you're like, no, how much stronger can I make this board so that I can be even greedier later on? And just, again, have that strength that's there. You know, I love these aspects that warp your gameplay and change your mind on how the fundamentals are supposed to work.
Yeah, you take that and I guess combine it with the Pirate's Greed as well. It's like you're sacrificing a little bit of economy with the prep, but you're gaining that economy back with the Pirates, so maybe it kind of evens out, so you're not even really losing that much at the end of the day. Surely losing HP there as Kyvix is, taking a 3-0 loss, but that's fine, kind of expected for that point.
I mean, HP has been defined as a precious resource coming into this tournament, and I don't disagree. Sag, one of the players who really pointed that out in the interview that Bryce was having with players, it being called a precious resource. Certainly, really placed the emphasis on that value.
That is especially apparent when looking at the last game. AMD went 8th with that capped 4 dragon board, right? The HP needed to be a resource that AMD had more of, but just wasn't there. You don't expect to go 8th with a Shyvana 2, Shioyu 2, Itis 2, and Aurelion Sol 2 beautiful items, but HP preservation, like you're saying, name of the game.
And talk about Wi-Fi here, sitting in the 15th place, holding 16 points right now. I think this is really a great perspective on what things are looking like right now.
Yep.
The top 16 players are making it through. So if we're talking about Wi-Fi, 2 slightly above averages performances, that's likely going to lock you in for the next day. So when you take a look at that, that's really where I have my focus on this lobby. Again, how much is it going to change your gameplay if you just need reasonable finishes, just not like 8th, not 7th? But as Casanova pointed out, we still have that average performance over 3 days.
Yep.
You have an incentive to still play very strong, but you know the first goal has to be day number 2.
Exactly, one step at a time. For a player like Taco Bell Wi-Fi, that consistency isn't really, I think, the big look for me. It's more so that can Taco Bell Wi-Fi hit that thing like the Eye of the Storm Lee Sin and pop off and get a first, or lean into some unorthodox directions and go 8th, right? It's a little bit of that first to 8th lean. Maybe Taco Bell Wi-Fi can find a way to not lean heavily into those Dragonmancers and, you know, play the meta comps as well or better than the other players. But 2 more games left to do it. You're saying on pace right now, and I agree. Just needs to find a couple more comfortable angles probably to get to day 2 and keep learning as the meta progresses in this specific tournament.
Indeed. And Dace here sitting at 13 points. We're looking at needing some strong finishes here from Dace. You're going to have to take risks, I think, at this point, because if you don't have strong finishes, you don't make it to day number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see specifically Dace, Clear, and Milk in this lobby, as they are the players that are really under the pace right now, under the tempo, but have to still continue on with some good finishes. Milk, the momentum is in his favor because he did finish first in that last game. Just really feeling good about that one. Can't always make it happen the right way, though.
Getting a look at all the augments here on the side. Robin, I just feel like somehow he summons the Celestial Blessing every single time, just fits his playstyle. 2 players on the metabolism right now to get that little bit of extra HP. That's pretty rare to see that.
See him zooming around the carousel here. I always love to see that. Zooming around together with Taco Bell and Kyvix. But 2 players that share an augment as well are Melk and Kyvix with the preparation as well. Like you're saying, it's such a good augment. Players are going to be changing their whole game plan around it, and it can end off on some really capped endgame boards, right? Getting all of those stacks on your late game units, that's going to be such power.
Ooh, Clear here at level 5. You have 18 gold. You have the Pirates Greed going, and you're on a 3-win streak.
Wow.
Like, how do you define a stronger style position coming out of the first 3 rounds?
Get the Rock Propelled Fist as well to just cheese out some early unit kills. Let Karma clean it on up. It's just 6 sets already. Definitely not a reroll angle by any means, but still powerful for the board state as it is in the early game. Clear looking to make 20 here at the end of the round. Hopefully it can continue streaking it. Does run into Robin, who is very strong right now as well.
Just love seeing those last second like swap over by 1 to your right with the other side of it. It's just, it's like, is it that much of a difference? I don't really know, but it's just, it's beautiful to see. Like the players just, there's that quick momentum that really matters. And sometimes that micro play can be the difference in the game. Jack's really holding it down here, though. That's a lot of damage that got held.
Oh, it's so close.
Pretty close, I think.
Forrest gets another cast
Well,
off.
it is a set 2 that's uncontested right now.
Oh, the set's gonna win it.
It's a lot of HP. Ah! Yeah, tried. Robin so close, but it being disrupted on the streak angle. Prestivent and Clear currently holding 4 win streaks.
Pirates Greed.
It clears at 30 gold with the potential to have a 5-win streak here. Like, it just almost can't get better than this.
Disgusting opener. Good items as well. Rock Propelled Fist. Players are not going to be as practiced against that, specifically this set. So when we talk about these high-pressure situations, players making mistakes, Clear is going to punish somebody in this game. It's just a matter of when.
I do feel like that anti-Blitzcrank positioning is sort of an instinct that a lot of players have right now, but when Blitzcrank is not a natural style of unit in the lobby, things are going to happen, but you're already seeing it right here. Kyvix prepared for that. The Sejuani in that back corner, like, oh, sure, go ahead, take this one.
Kyvik's not getting caught off guard. I'm sure somebody will, though. Although it is the NA Regional Finals. Maybe everyone is scouting out. Their kind of brains going 100 miles an hour here, saying, okay, we know Clear has it. We're going to always position around it and kind of let that ingrain into, just you never want to go until you get punished by it.
Decisive win from Clear, and Prestivent joining them as well. 2 100 HP players coming into this one.
There's the unit we've seen a lot of in the early game today, Admirable. It's Volibear once again.
Yep.
Shimmer scale for Milk. Preparation as well. There's the volley being prepped on the bench. The one on board is already fully prepped, it looks like.
It's kind of nuts to always see this. I do feel like that Volibear has been probably one of the most strength influencing units that's in this early game. It feels like if you have Volibear, you're just ending up in stronger spots than the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Goobums, I think, expertly demonstrated that in the last game, showing how strong a capped Shimmer scale board can be, especially when you get it early and farm all these units. There's a couple of Yones here, but not really going to be the direction for Milk.
Yeah, looking for the gold angles there. I mean, Milk's clearly got like a pretty decisive direction this one, a Bloodthirster and a Hodge. Like, you're looking at an AD comp, but
it's
just
Soifen.
it's almost always Soifen. But you know what happens if you're not finding those units? Like, what's your alternative in that one? Let's say a pair of Xayahs show up, and you know, an Idis shows up as well. Like, you know, things like that can really change your perspective. I think Milk having an openness that direction right now, it could be an advantage or it could be a deficit. It just kind of depends on your outlook.
Xayah's an interesting one because it's come out in spots that we have not expected to see it, especially today with Ramblin coming out with that Xayah at the game number 1, expertly as well. And we talk about the Shimmer scale composition, Xayah has been finding their way into those as well, right? Goobum Xayah 3, taking that for a win. You can throw something like a Hodge on there. The BT, not quite the best Xayah item, but definitely...
Hey. Yeah, that's a frontline item later, all right? That's a big shield on a Warmog's Idis at the end.
Hey, or a Terra, BT Terra is, can't be sleeping on that one either.
It's no joke. Pretty close on this one, but the Karma's not going to be able to cut this one off. Milk taking a loss here, but sitting at 40 gold, reasonable HP, pretty decent items, looking pretty good for Milk's side.
Very, very good. Ooh, prismatic augments coming through. Stand United 3.
What better way to have these high-pressure games really shape up other than prismatic? It's like, it's time to put the pedal to the metal here. You have to finish strong in these ones, and then there's some of the most volatile spots.
Wise spending means that Milk can roll down to stabilize at level 5 while just kind of passively with the wise spending go to level 6. Maybe hitting that Volibear 2 would make it all worth it. Is he going to hit that? Levels up hits the Olaf too.
Again, this kind of like warps your perspective on how to play the game, and I love stuff like this. Like, not only is your board getting stronger, but you're also leveling at the same time. Like, I feel like wise spending, from my perspective, has always been an extremely strong augment, despite the fact that I have consistently failed with this particular augment. It's such a tough one because how often do you have this style of experience?
Yeah. Your kind of instinct is like, okay, I want to save my gold and I want to use it to level up. But then you're like, no. You can do both at the same time. You can spend your gold to re-roll and level up at the same time, like you just said. Milk, I think, hit enough there with a couple of upgrades. Hit the Jax, hit the Olaf. Volibear is still Volley 1, and it's tanking the Varus this whole entire fight. Still, the double healing items are so strong. It's farming gold, but is it going to be enough? I don't quite think so.
Too heavy of a focus, I think.
A little bit too heavy.
Wow, Robin, just a strong board though. Like, great items for this one. Really decent setup in the Celestial Blessing. You know, holding the fort there, kind of demonstrating that, you know, you can have those items on your side that do the same thing, but you don't have to make the items to have the Celestial Blessing gain your health back.
Clear went level 7 at 3-2. Ooh, Shioyu for Milk, saying, what if you don't hit the Soifen? Well, just hit at 3-3.
You have to be able to capitalize on that spot too. Clear.
Wait a minute.
Goodness gracious, Clear's board is just looking ridiculous.
Yeah, still 20 gold on 3-3 with already having leveled to 7 on 3-2 is not too shabby at all.
How much is the rocket propelled really changing the game here, I'm wondering?
A decent amount, right? Again, it's kind of like a free unit kill to start the fight off, and you already just have a strong enough board with the Dragonmancer Karma.
I mean, that's a quite a bit of damage over the course of this fight just gone.
There you go. Clear's Karma's going to reign supreme, just have kind of free reign over the rest of this fight. Volibear is getting focused soon here again, not quite like last fight with the consistent damage of the Varus. It's going to be able to heal up in between Karma casts, so the Volibear might actually be okay here for Milk.
Finds the way to the Karma right now, and I'll tell you what, the Yone items are not it for these Thieves Gloves.
Not quite.
Wow, Volibear. I can't believe this Volibear was able to just pierce this through as casually as it really looked.
There we go. Clear's streak comes to an end. Milk punishes it even with just the Volibear 1 as we get into the stage 3. Carousel Admirable. No spats this time around for us. I feel like we were the spat whisperers, but they're not quite here.
Sag sitting with the scoped. Prestivant with the binary airdrop. Ooh. It's a great way to fill in looking for that third item. Robin again just kind of taking like the strong outlook sort of thing. And Kyvix, is that a golden ticket? That feels
Yes,
like it really fits the style for Kyvix.
It really, really does. Gonna love to see what he could make happen with that one. But nice perspective to be able to have all of these prismatic augments in front of our eyes. It's really telling, especially like you mentioned first, Sag having the scoped weapons. That's so, so good. Taking a look at Sag's board right now, it is a Yone 2.
All right, some reasonable change coming in.
A lot of gold, actually, for Sag here.
Yeah, where do you actually go from this spot, I wonder? It's going to keep rolling on 6.
Yeah, I feel like it can just be a Yone reroll. I don't...
Oh, yeah, I was just thinking that, too. I was like, you do have the opportunity for that. I mean, you're
Yeah.
sitting on the scoped weapons right now. That's like one of the most powerful
There's the
things you
Rage
can have for
Blade.
this.
There's the Rage Blade. The tier is going to be turned into a Hodge a bit later on. You don't necessarily need the RFC because you have the prismatic scoped weapon. Sure, it's nice when dealing with things like a Jax and get a little bit awkward if Jax just stalls out the fight for a couple seconds for free.
Punch through the Thieves' Gloves easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of options open here for Sag. Just, I feel like it's going to take a bit to really get this board into shape. You're close, but a prismatic lobby means that I think these 2-cost rerolls are a little bit weaker than they normally would be.
That is true. Oscilloscope weapons is going to eventually, I think, shore up that weakness, but yeah, not right now at stage 3. There's a lot of Zax actually on the other bench there.
Kyvix was level 5, by the way.
In true Kyvix fashion.
I'm taking a loss sitting at 40 gold, though. Preston still sitting at 92 HP. Kyvix on a win streak, mind you, from that. Taco Bell Wi-Fi sitting at the bottom with 42 right now. Prestivan finds an Aurelian Soul. Holy smokes, that is not good for everyone else. Taco Bell Wi-Fi sitting with that's a 3-star Karma that's been found.
Yeah, this 3-star Karma reroll here happening. This is the Taco Bell Wi-Fi special. If it's not Lee Sin, it is the Karma, and has found it already.
And look at Kyvix. His bench is just stacked. I feel like his bench is as strong as his in-play team.
Golden ticket value, Admirable. There we're seeing it right there at the bottom right.
So many Zacs in the bench. That's one Zac away from Zac 3, it looks like. But taking a look at Talk About Wi-Fi's board, it's the Karma going toe-to-toe with Volibear, and Volibear might be getting the better of this one, actually, because that is a Volibear 2 now for Milk.
Oh, you're going to need the crits. You need the crits to show up on that one.
Too much healing.
Talk about Wi-Fi. This is going to be a 10 loss streak.
It's so close, actually. Wait, Karma, no.
10 loss streak.
10 loss streak and, about 40 HP is still pretty good, actually.
Oh my goodness. What happens?
Oh, the Guardian reroll. This is not quite the secret tech, but it is a good tech. The Zeri being the primary carry and putting a bunch of Guardians around it, this composition very well might surprise some people at just how strong it is.
So I do know that stacking Guardians is good right now, but I'm looking at a Senna carrying a Guardian Spatula. I'm curious, how strong is the Guardian Spatula when it comes to this comp?
I think it's so important. You're going to want, up to 6 Guardians. You want everything to just buy time.
Oh boy.
Your Guardians getting tiered up like Leona is to tier 3, finding the Zac in a tier 3 as well, finding another Zeri too.
The golden ticket just cranking here as well.
So good.
My gosh, it's like he's at the chocolate factory. Just everything coming up Charlie right now.
Oh boy, now he's going to be thinking about what other Zeri items to get. There's 5 Guardians online. Idis is still a bit far away to be, fit onto this board because Kyvix is still just level 6, but the end game spike for this board is going to be insane. I'm going to say right now, if Kyvix hits the 6 Guardian, hits the Zeri 3, this is almost guaranteed a top 2 finish.
This has been a rare composition I've seen, but honestly, when I really start to think about it and kind of log through those games in my head, it does feel like these 6 Guardian 3-star carries have been massive in these kinds of lobbies.
There was an unfortunate, I think, who was it earlier? Was it Rain Implosion? Somebody had 6 Guardians, Aurelian Soul 2 in the backline, and it wasn't able to quite do it. But there we go into the conversation about HP preservation again, right? And I think Kyvix is doing well in that stage. Is still, top of the lobby right now, or top half of the lobby, as we have the 3rd augment phase come through.
Okay, that's a first aid kit going to 6 Guardian.
That's
disgusting. I'm pretty sure this is illegal.
6 Guardian with the Nasus that goes in. Kyvix is soon to reach critical mass. 3 more Zeris to go.
Goodness
It's kind of all you need.
This is with the golden ticket cranking too. I mean, that can show up at the start of the round here for what it was. We saw Clear take a hit, but Clear had a much different direction, picking up the second augment that they had. It's very, very clear that they wanted to go to a high capped board at some point. Prestiment's still on the win streak, and it feels Sag just hit the Yone 3 here as well.
So many players hitting.
This lobby's getting strong real quick.
I think Melk hit a Shioyu too. Another upgrade came through from one of the top players in the lobby, and sagging the Yone 3 is so critical. Talk about Wi-Fi, still with that Karma 3, but no third item yet.
I'm very worried about showing up against a bunch of Guardians with this team, because your goal is to snipe these front units really quickly and then have this Karma just be able to pick off boards just piece by piece.
Nothing quick about this. That's like the 4th cast into the Brom right now. Still didn't take it out. And yeah, the Karma's just going to fall over.
Look at the shields!
With the first aid kit,
it's a big hit!
I can't count that high with the number of shielding that's on these units.
Gosh.
Oh, Robin. Going for the Seraphine Graves. You heard right before the break Bryce talk about the conversation of, is Seraphine Graves overrated, or is it accurately rated for these players that say, no, you should play it every single game, it's so good, and the kind of context ended up on, maybe it is overrated, but Robin's still in that direction. Has the Zeeks, has 2 items on the Graves, Seraphine 2. This is not a bad spot, especially with the Radiant Protector's Vow. Has decent HP. But can Robin dispel all the fears that this composition is not all that it seems?
Well, that's a 3-star Zeri I'm seeing on the other side here.
Kybix just hit.
Well, he's got a golden ticket. It's like, it's just really, do you have enough gold for this? And I want to touch on this Seraphine composition a little bit here from 2 perspectives. Number one, I do think it is a strong composition. I think it has to show up in the right spot. But for this one, Robin showed up with this with the Lagoon later on. You don't have all those stacks here. So at what point can you consider cutting this Lagoon out? I feel like 140 stacks is about like where your target to get rid of this Lagoon aspect would be.
I don't think that Robin is going to consider cutting Lagoon, even if you get into it a bit late. The Seraphine Graves standard composition does just run those 3 Lagoons. I know we were talking about where the opportunities are to cut those, right? Are you going to level to 8, maybe get an Itis as a front line because it just is a bit better. It still synergizes with the Guardians and the Rakan. I think the potential is there, but I don't think players are quite on that wavelength quite yet, Admirable.
I've seen it come from a couple players, but again, I feel like the spot is so tight. Itis is such a sought-after unit right now.
True.
It's pretty difficult to 2-star it if there's 3 players in the lobby looking for it. So when I look at these augments here on the side, Dace feels like that their augments are a little bit all over the place. Kybix certainly feeling with a big strength on the first aid kit, just magnifying the board defense. And for Robin here, this is very clear that it's 2 stars in level 8 has to be the angle.
2 stars in level 8, not looking like they're going to reroll on 7 for the Seraphine. The awkward thing is the front line is pretty weak here. It's only a Zac 1, Pantheon 1. Granted, it is paired, but I do agree with you. I think level 8 is going to be the play. You can fit in just a nice tech unit like a Bard, whatever you want to throw in there. Maybe it is going to be the Itis like you were talking about if Robin does find it, because Zac 1, not that many Lagoon stacks, sure, just throw it away. It doesn't matter.
Look at the Zephyrs dropping off the binary. That 2 of them.
Wait, 2 of them
that showed up in this spot.
Way.
Prestivan is just in a magnificent spot right now. This board is so strong, and he's at 50 gold. What on earth? Khroen, how are you supposed to take this one down? Robin's taking a huge hit.
Oh, Robin was in a good spot just a few rounds ago, but that's 3 losses in a row. Prestivan, a.k.a. P-God, I will call him right now, the god of this lobby, win streaking so long.
We saw Milk hit level 8 by rolling for units in this spot. It's still not enough. The board isn't strong enough just yet.
Talk about Wi-Fi. The Karma has not been all that is promised.
You're missing the 3rd item, it feels like.
Oh, Milk hits Karma 3 actually as well, even though he's going for, I think, a Soifin angle. But how can talk about Wi-Fi stabilize? Still is only on 5. Dragonmancer has not hit the 6th.
What can you do with the items?
These are awkward because you really want this sword to be an Infinity Edge for the Karma. There's no Jeweled Lotus here, so the crits are not guaranteed. That so much power that Talk About Wi-Fi is missing and might not be able to get there because he runs into Precedent, although Precedent is not used all this gold yet. So if there's a board to beat, it might be this one.
But
if the Karma can get some damage.
It's the binary airdrop. It's making up for the fact that you can't spend this gold by just giving you a bunch of extra items here.
Karma, can't you do it? She's stunned for so long. She hasn't cast in the last 5 seconds. No, this is going to be Talk About Wi-Fi out unless Karma can do the impossible right now. Cannot do it. An exact lethal, does not get to see the Treasure Dragon. That is disastrous for Talk About Wi-Fi.
The players just have such strong compositions in these spots. It feels like everyone is just tooth and nail fighting to not be in those bottom 2 positions right now. And when this Treasure Dragon hits, I feel like there's a lot of options open here. And for Robin, I can almost guarantee that they're hoping they can find an Edge of Night here for this Graves.
Yeah.
I feel like it's such an important item, but
This
it
is too
feels like
good.
it's tough to turn down here.
Yeah, this is really, really good. This is a Gargoyles for the front line, another Zeke's put on the Zeri, and the sword pairs with the cloak that was already on the Pantheon, and could even use those 2 Reforgers to reforge the Pantheon cloak and find the Edge of Night potentially, like you were talking about.
Well, finds a glove instead.
Ooh, okay. One more time. One more try. Don't want to get stuck with a suboptimal item, however. That would be
the Zeke's. Yeah, so like, what do you actually?
I mean, you still
roll with
reforge
here?
it.
I mean, I'm trying to think of like the bad items you end up with. Like Rod doesn't seem like it's super good.
Yeah.
Bow doesn't seem too
Bow's
bad
okay.
either.
I was gonna say, there's actually not a lot of items that would be bad, right? Belt is good. Even Tier is good to Shojin's the Seraphine. Ends up getting the Bow, which, again, still solid for the Graves. The only awkward thing is that it is still a Graves 1. The Pantheon 2 was a big hit. The Lee Sin is very good now to get Tempest online.
I'm seeing a Seraphine with an Itis on the other side, and that Itis is 2-star.
Yup, that's the tech, Admiral. You were talking about it.
I've seen it come up a couple times. It does feel like it's difficult to find, but when you find it, it feels like a real deal. And that Edge of Night, you saw it drop the aggro onto that one, so able to clear through the Ghost
Still okay.
in this spot. But Robin, you know, they are pretty much saturated on their board right now. It's Graves 2, and that's pretty much it. Outside of that, it's very difficult to upgrade that board.
Still just a ghost board, so doesn't tell the whole story. 8 Lagoon stacks only for days. Fits it in a little bit late here with the Seraphine 1 coming in. The Neela is there for a nice bit of supplemental damage, but this board still, I don't know. How would you rate this board, Admirable, comparatively to, say, like a standard Seraphine Graves comp?
I think that the Edge of Night is hurting us a little bit. Obviously, I think the Eye of the Storm, it's not the best, but, you know, Itis with a bunch of AP really stacks your team up. That's the whole idea of this particular composition, I feel like, is that you just have a lot of overpowered units in play.
True.
So can they perform in a perspective like this? That's really the question. I'm staring at 6 Guardians. I'm staring at 3 stars on the other side of the board. I'm pretty worried if I'm in Dace's position.
I think Kyvix has not lost a round since we've seen him last, and I don't think is going to start now. These Guardians are so strong, and the Zeri has 3 items. Even after the Edge of Night procs from the Graves, Zeri's going to be right back at it again, because guess what? The Guardians are still there. Graves cannot take them down. Dace gets punished by Kyvix and goes out in 7th.
Estimate still sitting at the top. Kyvix on a big win streak right now. This feels tough to beat. Clear still with the Pirates in play. You know, it was, again, their whole idea was to get to the Dragons aspect, I think. You know, but it was that second augment that showed up. It really changed the whole perspective. They stopped trying to go for tempo and said, you know what, I'm going to cap this board out and try to win this lobby.
5 dragons, soon to be 6, Admirable, when the level 9 does come through, and that will be a beautiful thing to see. Has been nerfed a bit recently with the 6 dragons, but still is one of the, if not the highest cap board in the game. A lot of them are only tier 1, however. Deja 1, Itis 1. Clear still has a decent amount of HP to get there, though.
Tough one to fight there as well. But for Clear, I mean, this was the angle to take. You know, they're sitting at 13 points. They're in 21st place.
Take some big
you
risks.
can't be bottom 8 or you're not making it to day 2. You're going to have to flesh out some big finishes, and they're going for it this game.
Already has dodged 8th and 7th with, again, a solid HP number. Even going up against this board, sure, that is a tall order to take down Sag, having hit a beautiful Yone 3 with these items. Clear still. Going to be leveling up in the next couple of rounds. Needs to hit.
Goodness. Kyvix just feels untouched. Every time you look at this board, there's like a shield that's about as thick as imaginable in this spot. We're not on a dragon board here either. It's just, it's so tough to tell what to do with items at this spot. You know, like what's going to be making the biggest difference here? The Mirage Spatula, you know, a bit useless at this point.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a Zeri, like how often is the unit going to be what you're then taking here? Clear going with the Chalice here to support this backline AP damage. Dragon's Claw getting picked up by Kyvix as well. Let's get even tankier!
Why not get more tanky, right? Because there are some AP threats in this lobby. Deja, of course, the one that we see from Clear being one of them. And when players want to cap out their endgame boards, right, with Dragons. Wow, already going level 9. Rolling once, not hitting. Called the Soju special, but the Clear special here.
Swain going in.
Is it worth it just to get the 6 Dragons in already? I mean, 0 gold generation. A bit rough.
Gonna exchange out the Gambler's Blade. That's gonna be the Chalice that comes in for that spot. Go ahead and continue to buff the backline damage. Is it enough to supplement this fight though? Because let me tell you what, Milk's board has fleshed out nicely.
This will be very interesting to see actually. Can 6 Dragons, but most of them being tier 1, do enough?
March to the backline.
Yeah, he's already in there. Runan's doing a lot of work as well. Deja gonna be swinging through the whole team there. Olaf healing back up with the Hodge, and Deja cannot do it. Surely Shioyu's going to cast again here soon. Yes, the Deja does go down. It was a bit closer than I thought, but still, Milk does take it pretty decisively. Shioyu still full HP.
Robin knocked out.
Oh, wow.
6th place. I mean, Robin's board felt pretty strong. It just felt like everyone else is a step ahead right now. You know, the Seraphine composition, again, it's strong. Just players have found different angles to overcome that spot.
Robin still is in a comfortable spot, was coming into this game at 24 points, so not going to be too unhappy about it. Still always we have to think about average placement over the whole tournament if you want to think about one of those world spots. Clear has lost the last 2 rounds in a row, lost even after getting that 6 Dragon spike. The gold is not there, not even on a pair of any of these really important dragons though. That's the concerning thing. Clear, just a couple more bad losses, going to be out of here.
I mean, this is looking tough. You know, again, I don't disagree with the risk here. I think something like this had to be taken. It's just how do you make the most of it right now? This is not the lineup you wanted to face at the moment.
Not at all. The Guardians.
Oh, goodness. It just feels like maybe Zippy, the stuns, can actually provide you enough angle here where you're just cutting the damage enough where you take a big deep breath and you go, okay, we're still here.
Maybe if the Zippy TG had rolled a bit better, but just being defensive items means that it didn't actually take out the Zeri. Unfortunate RNG there, but Zeri's still alive, healing back up. The Guardians, of course, still alive because they never die. They haven't died in the past 12 rounds, it feels like. So Clear is going to be taking another loss here in this fight. Not going to be eliminated quite yet, but it's going to be on elimination point.
Yeah, I think that's a deep breath from Clear's perspective, honestly. You didn't get eliminated. You have 2 rounds to tick up your gold here.
True.
This is the kind of stuff I think you need in order to get out of a spot like this.
Gargo Stone Plate, not the best item that Clear could have found because Idis already has 3 items.
Feels like the Siphon's going to become another tank.
Has to be. Oh, some swaps happening here. I think, yeah, sold the Swain to get more gold generation because Clear's thinking, yes, I'm probably going to hit one of Aurelion Soul or Shyvana or Ao Shin.
Champion Duplicator shows up?
Oh, that is so huge. That might actually bail Clear out if the next rolls are good. Clear is praying to more dog right now. There's an Idis, there's a Shioyu.
Wow.
Idis 2.
Wow.
Another Deja.
You're going to have to make a choice here.
Yeah.
I think that this is pretty strong, though.
Is it ever?
Oh my gosh.
Zippy. There's the
Aurelion Soul and Shyvana both show up in this spot.
Oh, can Duplicator the Shyvana? Yeah, put the items on it. Clear could be making the comeback of a lifetime right now.
Where does the Zeeks go? Aurelion Soul is becoming the utility unit.
Hey. Has to happen. There's going to be... Wow, actually gets the rock-propelled fist as well. Just pulls the Wukong out of a corner, but really all eyes on the Shyvana. Can it do enough with the 6 dragon buff?
Woo, that's a lot of damage coming from the Shyvana. Clear, I think, may have hit a turning point.
That champion Duplicator has saved Clear's game.
Wow.
And needs it right now. Only having 13 points, Clear had to have this game be good. Not out of the woods yet, Admirable, but this is quite an important start in that journey.
Look how long the Leona hung on for here as well. Kyvix now taking a lead. Prestivate's still sitting on top of Milk. The highlighted win streak that is still here so far. And again, Milk's board has just felt like it is absolutely fleshed out wonderfully in a spot like this. Stacked on the preparation units. He's leveling up by rolling for these strong units at this point.
Yep.
And a Soraka 2 is going to show up, and he's going to take the level with the roll. Why not?
Another Jackson there because no other units to really fit the spot right now. That's how Milk is hitting all of these 3-stars, by the way. Had the Karma earlier, sold it, found a tier 3 Gnar. It's because Wise Spending's a pretty good augment.
Here we go, Zephyr.
Against Clear.
That's a big Zephyr right now. Clear, I think, could be in trouble just that one Zephyr alone.
The Zephyr was huge. The Shyvana is going to be massive when she lands and starts tearing down the whole entire board. The Shioyu is still alive from Milk.
The Shyvana is just dealing so much damage. Milk going to be taking a little bit of a hit here. The Gnar has been hanging on for dear life, though. I will say this 3-star Gnar has certainly been doing a lot of work here, but the Dragon board, I think that Clear might have hit the apex here. If he can 2-star some stuff, this is really bad for everyone else.
Especially units like the Aurelion Soul. The Shyvana has been the turning point, however. Milk gonna be feeling the heat. Still a couple more losses. Gonna be swapping these items over, however. The Olaf gets sold. Do these items ever... What, are they going on the Gnar?
I mean, Gnar does pretty natural strength with AD. I mean,
Gnar 3 carry, shout out Spicy Abbies.
I've been seeing Casper Wu take this angle with Gnar a lot as well. When it's fully prepped and you have a lot of AD. Again, look at how long the Gnar survived last fight and how much it was attacking. To me, it stands out as one of these units that you want to equip with this stuff. Look at Prestivin's board, though!
Prestivin's board is insane. Maybe the Gnar can be the difference. Once he transforms, he gets a lot of AD. The Deathblade, the Renans. Gnar is in the back line, does get barred, CC'd here momentarily, but the Aushin cannot do enough. Gnar just hitting and actually pseudo-carrying the fight almost. It's a Gnar 1v1 versus the Aushin, but does not do it barely. Milk takes another hit.
Clear gets knocked out. Sag gets knocked out.
Clear not able to hang on with the Shyvana 2. 6 dragons falling in bottom 4 is such a heartbreaker here.
Kyvix and Prestivin have just been dancing back and forth in the 1 and 2 positions, and Milk has managed to claw his way to a top 3 finish, and absolutely necessary right now. He is sitting right at that final spot where the cutoff happens. Finding himself in a top 3 here is a big point of padding.
I think everyone's heads turned after the first 3 games. We're like, Milk, why are you at the bottom of the standings right now? Milk said, nah, don't worry, guys.
He's like,
I got this still. Yeah, it's like, don't worry. I'm just warming up here. And he very much was. Last game got a first. This game might just be a third, but still a solid start to his regionals run if he can keep it up for the next game.
Bard's a big difference on the Mystic here as well. You now have a bit of CC that's taking place, and that can be a difference in this spot. I just feel like that this may be a little bit too powerful from Kyvix's side.
It's rough. Zephyr lands onto the Zac, but the Zeri in the back line is going to be untouched. Minus the Bard ult does give a little bit of extra time, but
big deal on the Jace picking up the heat here as well. That means this Gnar and this Shio, you have plenty of time to deliver damage.
The Gnar actually is going to be really, really big. It's actually helping tear through these Guardians.
It just might be enough. Like, it's consistent damage that pours out through this Gnar and through the Shioyu. They're headed the wrong way, though. They need to hit the Zeri.
Wow. I mean, it's okay. They still got through all of the tanks. The Guardians can indeed fall. Kyvix takes a loss there as Milk stabilizes, tries to get his way into a top 2, if not top 1, but still.
It's just nothing but rerolls for Kyvix's perspective. It's still 39 gold going.
Why wouldn't it be? Golden ticket value. Another Neela trying to go for Neela 3. Kyvix has another round to work with.
It's going for like anything 3 at this point.
Yeah, there's another Neela 2. 2 Seraphines away, still rerolling. Misses a Braum, but hits the Seraphine 3. Maybe it was worth it.
I'm looking at the Graves on the bench. I'm looking at the Neelas on the bench. Looking at Seraphine 3, but this is a tough spot here. Prestivin's board is still just feeling so stacked right now.
Aushin 2, Aurelion Soul 2. The Aushin cast comes through. This is 4 dragons at their capped state. Guardians, though, holding their own for now, allowing Zeri some time. Zeri is untouched in the back line, but she's not doing enough damage.
It's just too much. Kyvix is gonna need something way bigger, like a little bit more HP, perhaps. What a hit! The Dragons, they just deal twice as much literally when they survive. They represent 2 units hitting you.
I had said earlier that from that spot, Kyvik's likely to take a top 2. That was close. Top 3 is still good, especially considering Milk and Prestiven's spot in this game. Both have fantastic composition. 7 Jade versus 4 Dragons Admirable. These are peak TFT endgame boards.
I'm looking at the item here from Prestiven's side as well. You talk about something that's going to help, it's that one, but you look over again and you see the Dragon's Claw there. Maybe that's something that can buy you a little bit of time.
That's very good.
Milk here making the strong read as well, he was well set up to find more Mystics to pour into play. This was a great setup from Milk's side.
Or Mystics, a D-Claw, especially when you go up against specifically, well, all of the dragons really besides the Terra, the Ao Shin, the Aurelian Soul, and the Shyvana, all going to be dealing a lot of magic damage there. The BT even for extra shield on the Ao Shin, but Milk also level 9.
Gnar 3. I wouldn't have thought this to be the highlight of this one, but Milk finding an angle.
Yeah.
Yet again, clawing his way back. Zephyr Cheese coming up. Can you
4
land it well? Big deal.
4 Mystics now took out the 7 Jade, only rocking with the 6, but I think it might be worth it. That Mystic MR is so valuable. Shioyu in the back line trying to take down the Ao Shin.
If the Ao Shin gets knocked down, I think that's really a major difference in this one before the next cast as well. This is all up to Aurelian Soul, it feels like. Gets knocked down. Milk is going to pick up a win here, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
it's just too much MR.
Too much MR. The tech from Milk saying that how can I win this 1v1 matchup? Generically, 7 Jade fantastic, but specifically in this matchup, Milk has the correct heads-up read. Going to be swapping out that Zephyr for a bit of nice Zephyr cheese, and it's pretty telegraphed. We're going to put your carries because of the Terror, right? Having those 3 hexes. The Zephyr is going to be so easy to hit. Yasuo 2 for Milk if he wants it.
Where does it go? I just don't know where it fits in. A bit surprised by the Jace being sold there, but again, the Zephyr Cheese is in play. That feels like a big deal here. And the Gnar, I really want to highlight the Gnar and this Shyvana in particular. Jace was holding a lot of damage in that spot and dealing a lot as well.
The thing is, Shioyu does not have as easy backline access as he did in the last fight, so this might swing entirely the opposite direction, Admirable, unless Shioyu is able to heal back up. The fully stacked Titans, there's so many stats, but no, Milk takes a big hit and is out. Prestiven takes game 5.
And that's just a big win from Prestiven's side. But honestly, I think the big highlight in this spot for me is going to be Milk finishing in the top 2. He absolutely needed back-to-back strong performances here. He's already closed out 1, and now given how the rest of that lobby is going to stand, he doesn't necessarily have to have this banger of a finish in game number 6. It just has to not be bad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was huge for Milk to get that 2nd place. It makes it so this last game is a lot easier for him. But I want to talk about P-God as well, because Prestiven came in, you know, Frodan had his bit about everyone laughing, but he needs to show everyone why he should be feared. And yes, he was given an Aurelian Soul on 3-5, but consistently, Prestiven has been able to convert off of those pickups.
I think that's a really big deal to talk about as well, is again, it's not just the high rolling, it's being able to capitalize off of that. The binary really supplemented that position, but really, you still have to know what to do, when to spend your gold, how to partition it out. You can't just waste these resources because your board's strong.
Yeah, I think I will say Prestiven is probably the most improved player when it comes to the past few sets, and he's proving it right here in this day 1 performance in regionals. A lot of people like the Frodan, Frodan remark. People are laughing when you bring up Prestiven, but no longer. I think Prestiven's really demonstrating that he has shored up a lot of weaknesses, shored up a lot of his play, and can contend with the best that NA has to offer.
I mean, that first should essentially lock him in for making day number 2. He was in a really fantastic position before that. Same with Kyvix with the Guardians. Actually, we should talk about that a little bit as well, because the Guardians, in Bryce's interviews, there was a little talk of that Zeri comp being very strong. And Kyvik's able to pick it up and pilot it well. But first, let's take a look at the winning compositions from across the lobbies here. Admirable, take me through these.
Sully with a big finish here at that spot as well. Looking at 6 Rage Wing with a Xayah. I mean, Xayah just continues to stand out as we go across this. Bertosaurus with a big win here as well. And for Pressman, I'm pretty much leaning on the side of the locked-in point. Pressman jumps to 29 points after that first place finish.
Absolutely massive. Pressman to lock in. Sully as well. My fantasy team. Nice to see it. But Xayah still is an emerging story. If we talk about the meta in terms of people's expectations, but then how it's actually playing out are two very different things. Xayah kind of a middling. Maybe I'll go it if I don't have any other options, if the Soifens are taken, but players are taking it, rolling with it, and getting first with it.
All right, well, let's take a look at the scoreboards from the full Game 5 right here. Take a look through all of these lobbies.
Yeah, and again, we saw Lobby C, but I'm looking at Bertosaurus Asa finishing in 2nd place as well. Goom's having another top 4 performance. Dish Soap finishing in 4th place. Setsuko finishing in the bottom 3 there. That's going to have to be cleared up. AMD, he said it was a first or bust kind of angle. Casper Wu in an 8th place spot, though. He really needed to clutch some through. And at Lobby A, Ramblin' seeing him in the bottom spot, that's now starting to balance those first place finishes now.
Yeah, Rain's still doing well. Top 4 in that game. Sox, after a rough start to the day, is kind of getting some better finishes there. Not sure the overall on Sox's points, but still would love to see Sox advance forward.
Yeah, and as we move to the overall scores, a big story, Pokigom not able to get it done here in Game 5, and with that, I mean, being at 12 points, that's as good as done on the day, and that's a huge surprise for us.
Yeah, and I think the big highlight here that Khroen was talking about, Sox clawing his way back, now sitting in that top 16, is still going to need a strong performance with this, because it doesn't just cut off right there. It is a huge drop after Sox, Malala, and then Takabo, Wi-Fi, Setsuko sitting down at 17 points. So they're going to need fabulous finishes in this last game, or that's it. That's a day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is massive to look at. This is going to be a big fight there on the bubble. A lot of very close point scorers between that entire group of players. And even though, there is a generous cut of 16 out of the 24, that means we're still losing 8 phenomenal players at the end of this. So we're going to bring Dan and Bryce back in for the 6th and final game. And I want to get kind of some final thoughts on the day from you two before we, take that away. So Admirable, let's start with you.
I think the biggest one for me to look at is the way that players are capping out their boards. This is way, I think, beyond the expectations that I had. I knew that a lot of these boards could get extremely large, but it feels like everyone is finding an angle, regardless of what their team is, to make it even stronger than what we've been seeing throughout the season.
Yeah. I think for me, highlights, especially when it comes to the newer blood of TFT, potential rookie of the set, Rainplosion. Fantastic start to, finish as well to day 1. Pretty looking good to move on to tomorrow, but obviously Kyvix, I have to mention as well, going to be playing some phenomenal TFT. But it's just been a blast today, I think. We've learned a lot. There's been a lot of meta shaping up that we didn't really expect, but just good stuff all around.
All right, well, with that, I want to shout out our partners over at Ball Street. They've been with us since Set 5, and they're doing even more for TFT than ever before. They've added a new section where you can find strategies and as well as the best podcast content all around at TFT. So check them out on the app or on the web over on fantasytft.com. We are going to be heading to a short break to get Bryce and Frodan in, but Game 6 of Day 1 of the Dragonlands North American Regionals right after this.
All right, what's up, everybody? I'm Casanova. I'm here with Sag. He is qualified for the North American Regional Finals. Sag, it's great to have you here. Congratulations on making it to Regionals. I wanted to give an opportunity for everyone in the audience to learn a little bit about you. So, Sag, can you tell us a little bit about you, a little bit about your life, a little bit about your TFT journey to get here?
Well, I've started TFT back in Set 1, and I've always been top of challenger. Whenever I really enjoyed the patch, I would play a lot. Usually I'm not like trying for regionals or anything like that, but this set I really enjoyed it, and I grinded a lot this last couple weeks, and I made it.
That's really cool, Sag. And one thing we actually noticed to support that as well is it seemed like this, the LCQ was your first tournament. We looked at Set 6, Set 7, we didn't see any other tournaments. Is that true, or have you played other TFT tournaments in the past?
Oh, I have never played any TFT tournaments in the past.
That's insane, though, to have your first tournament be a result where you top 2, you qualify for the regional final. Your second TFT tournament is the regional final. If you make it through here, your third tournament would be Worlds. Do you feel like a lot of pressure, or do you feel like this is just something that you're very good at TFT and it just hasn't been the big game that captured you?
I'm not pressured because, you know, I have nothing else to lose. I don't really have a name and no one's expecting anything of me. So if I make it, then great. But if not, then, you know, it's just another day.
Well, and so of course, because this was only your first tournament, now regionals being your second, a lot of people in the community may see you as an underdog. Do you feel like an underdog coming in, or do you feel like you're still playing TFT just as good as everyone else in the regionals?
Oh, I'm definitely playing TFT just as well as everyone else in the regionals. I don't consider myself an underdog at all.
That's awesome to hear. I love to hear the confidence. So, I mean, with that, what has your prep been like coming into regionals to just continue to stay on top of your game?
Just play a lot of solo queue, try out different strats, watch streams, and play the in-houses. I'm not afraid to lose, you know, like 200, 300 OP just to learn a comp or like learn a transition, because the patch is very different than last one in terms of tempo, so it's pretty interesting.
With that being said, Worlds is the goal with regionals. What would making Worlds mean to you? Is this like a big drive for you?
Making Worlds would mean a lot to me because I've tried to get into esports in the past in League. I was in Challenger Series in Season 3, and I fell a little bit short, but I had some teammates that did make it into pro scene, and it was always very cool to, you know, watch them play. So hopefully this time I'm the pro player.
Saj, I'd love for you to be able to give any shout outs before we send you on your way.
Thank you, Papito, and thank you, Christopher. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, well, with that, thank you so much, Saj, for the interview, and best of luck here at the North American Regional Finals. Welcome back to the Dragonlands North American Regional Final. I'm Casanova, joined by Bryce and Frodan for game number 6. After this, we decide who makes it to day 2. This is the final one. And Bryce, I mean, I can't wait to jump into this match, see who makes it past the bubble.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild finish, like you said. You know, as we were heading into the break, we're still going to lose 8 players, which is, you know, a lot of really great players. We know Pokygom is out, which is a big upset. Pretty disappointing to see his run end on day 1, but that's the nature of the beast. You know, he could have played poorly. Mortdog might not have had him, but whatever happened, it was a really rough day for him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's something that you always have to accept in regionals, is we are going to lose some top talent on day 1, and this time Pokygom is a victim. We'll see who else falls on day 1. Dan, we're looking at this lobby coming up, and there's a lot of players on the bubble.
There's a lot of players on the bubble, and it's really about putting your best foot forward. For those who are ahead, try to minimize amount of risk. Those who are behind have to incur as much risk as possible that's reasonable so that they can get themselves in a position. So playstyles might drastically change. You might see some decisions that are a little bit unconventional, things that you don't really expect. But once they start getting things going, you can start to see the momentum shift, and that's when you can see what players are made of, right? Honestly, there's been a lot of decisions where players could have gone for a more conservative, more aggressive route. I'm excited to see what happens in Game 6.
Oh yeah, looking forward to jumping in. I know one of those players in this lobby that's kind of on the bubble now started out with a 1-1. It's Ramblin'. He's kind of slowed down a little bit as the day has gone on.
Yeah, he really has. I haven't gotten a chance to actually watch any of these recent games, so I'm not sure exactly what happened with him, but he's squarely on the bubble. So to put it in perspective, Nature's our resident math wizard was back there, you know, on an abacus running all the simulations, and it sounds like the tiebreaker should be around 25. Might be 24, might be 26. 26 feels like a pretty safe in here, but
yeah,
that spells trouble for 3 of the biggest names in this lobby, right? You have Ramblin' and Soju tied at 22 points. If Ramblin' somehow goes 1-1 and then busts out on day 1, that's going to be devastating devastating. And you've got Sox, who was the pre-tournament favorite at 20 points. So Sox realistically needs a top 4 to have a strong chance. Now, you could get in with 24 or 23. That's obviously going to depend on what happens in the rest of the lobbies, but it's something we'll keep our eye on for this game.
All right, well, let's see what shakes out in this Game 6. Bryce, Frodan, for the final time on day 1. Take it away.
Here we go. The end of day 1 here at the North American Regional Finals. We're hopping on to Cloud9 K3 Soju's perspective, who is on that bubble, needs to have a solid finish to guarantee himself in. And we can start by one thing at a time. Make sure you have a good tempo opening. Make sure you're playing for a strong top 4. And if you can get any extra credit from that, that's good. Remember, the best average placement across the entire tournament will also have a spot for the World Championship. So it's not necessarily just trying to skirt by.
Yeah, absolutely. And the early game is going to matter a lot more here than it has historically, right? When you think about these situations of kind of needing to score 4 or 5 points like someone like Soju or Ramblin does, or even maybe more if you are someone like sorry, I'm blanking on who was the other person that was at 20. Sox, sorry. Then you would say, hey, if I lean to loss streak, that's fine. I can always rubber band it later. But that has not worked out very well today. People have really been doing better when playing from ahead. It's not to say we haven't had any comebacks, right? If you get like an AFK opening, for example, something that's so strong leaning into loss streak, you can certainly pull it off. But a lot of the game has really revolved around preserving HP early, middle, and late. We see the duelist dexterity is the Mirage in play, so Deja very much on the menu this game.
Yeah, and Soju has a bow opening, so keeps himself pretty generic. He has a Yone, so he could even lean back into the Yone reroll like that he tried earlier today. And he also has an Astral opening, although they're all 1-stars. We've seen people with really strong Astral openings still lose streak, but still find their way through. Let's take a look at the first augment here, coming up on 2-1 for Soju. See that shapes his early game in the way he wants to.
Okay, it's a silver augment, so going to be relatively low power level lobby, at least in the opening. Anything jumping out to you immediately?
So, Mage and the Luden's Echo, there's just no real application of it, right? He has one Mage, and sure, he could play Mage with the ZZ Rod and flex on that glove, but it's just not a strong opening, and you'd be bleeding a ton of HP. And remember, Soju, again, doesn't have to aim for a top 2 or top 3. I think a top 4 just pretty much gets him in. So I think that's okay, and Celestial Blessing is generic, even though I do think Celestial Blessing 1 feels the weakest by a big margin for all the healing-based augments. I'd rather have Throw 1 than Celestial Blessing 1 in a lot of cases, but I think that's still okay. It's not a bad spot at all.
No, it's not. The augment is fine. The board state is a little questionable. We were talking earlier today about Senna feeling like it's come so far from its former glory as kind of the dominant one-cost carry. Just feels very weak right now overall, even in spite of some of the buffs. Soju electing to level to play Astrals. I think there's a recognition from him that there's no world in which he plays for win streak here, so he can play to preserve HP and build up his economy with Astral. I like the way he's thinking about this stage too.
I do. I think that this is just the way you have to play, because at least he has something that's going in, leaning into his momentum. Yeah, he's not streaking, not anywhere close to it. I do wonder about the Sejuani pair at all. I do think that is worth considering. In fact, he sells it for with the Wukong, so it doesn't seem like he values that, given that he already has the Astral plus the Sun. I think that makes sense. As we take a look at Sox's perspective, another player that's on the bubble, Bryce.
Yeah, another player on the bubble, but a much better opening in general, as well as a lot of potential power. So he gets that early Volibear, which is really, really strong. As we've talked about, it's probably the single strongest 3 cost in the game generically. He's able to slam a Morello Nomicon, and he's got Prep 1, which is one of the strongest silver augments. I very much expect Sox to be leaning into that Seraphine Graves comp, and in a perfect world, he would love to get offered a Jax. If he gets offered a Jax, then he can set up to get the Shimmer scale rolling online, which could be huge for snowballing his economy to be in a spot to hit all of the upgrades he needs to hit when he transitions his comp at the end of stage 3 into stage 4.
Yeah, 26 is the number that we want to be safe with. Based off that, Sox wants to aim for that 3rd and be right in the mix to compete for a top spot in this lobby. Does end up taking out the front line. Kerm's Ezreal has no one to protect it, able to at least snipe that. Off to a nice 2 streak for Sox, who also is prepping some very nice pairs. If he's able to 2-star any of them, does find a 2-star set, which is actually pretty good here in this spot. Can he find that momentum? Does he even have to play Seraphine from here? Like, what are some of his other options, Bryce?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, look, the reality is prep as a concept doesn't lean itself into anywhere in particular. The reason why people favor Seraphine with it is because it's a composition that does so much with all of the sum of its parts, right? You get chip-in damage. Yes, Graves is the primary carry, but Seraphine also does damage. Zyra also does damage. Pantheon also does a meaningful amount of work, right? So you have a lot of units on the board, Zeri as well pitching in, that can benefit from those prep stacks. But the reality is Morel and Omicron can go in any composition in the game, and you can play any composition in the game with prep as well. So while I think Sox probably leans Seraphine from here, maybe he plays it 50% of the time. It just depends on what he hits, what his second augments are, etc.
And you know, you kind of touched upon it as well, which is preparation is what you have to lay in front of you going into the next stage. That's why the Seraphine comps feels really strong, because you can buy a lot of those 2 and 3 cost units that will get prepped as you start laddering yourself in. Sox off to a nice 3 streak. Ramblin is as well. These are 2 players of big focus, need to have a very solid finish. To take a look at the stage 2 carousel.
Yeah, and taking a look at our augments for the first time, we see an AFK augment selected by Pokkygum. Such a strong augment. Unfortunately, he's already mathematically eliminated, so just really a chance to play spoiler. We see Ramblin on the Guardian Heart. We've seen so much Guardian played today. Someone who has not kept up with the meta might be surprised to learn that Guardian's just kind of generic frontline. There's so many AP carries in particular that are going behind it, but AD as well. We've seen Guardian Xayah variants, right? We saw Guardian Zeri last game, which is obviously hybrid damage, a lot of magic. So it's a generically powerful augment that Ramblin is playing into, and he's got really strong slams on the AP side of things. So I think we're looking at Guardian Deja potentially into Aurelion Soul from here.
I think so. I think that's where he leans. The +1 Guardian is really important, so that way you don't have to have Itis in order to get 6 Guardian very efficiently. You can get Itis and the Guardians and Deja in, but just a lot of pieces have to be in place in order to get that, and you want to hit 6 Guardian spike early. And the reason why is because it's such a cheap way. Most Guardians are 1 and 2 cost units to get so much tank HP, and also it withstands a lot of that burst damage coming out from like Seraphine Graves that goes front to back. They had to go through your Guardians in order to get to your back line, giving Ezreal 2 or whatever unit, even you know, like Zeri as you mentioned, infinite time to stall. So that is the bare bones of what Ramblin's trying to achieve. But you know, a unit that can actually get through a lot of that through some AoE. People would consider to be an AoE unit is Volibear.
Yep.
In fact, this is an interaction people don't really talk about. Volibear is actually capable of hitting other boards, by the way. One time I was playing a unit, my opponent had no Volibear, lightning just killed my backline out of nowhere.
Yes, as is intended, you deserve that to happen to you.
What did I do? I bought so much RP!
Listen, it was a player diff. You, don't talk if you don't know. That was actually a very impactful fight, by the way. We saw Sox maintaining win streak, Ramblin taking a loss there, so Ramblin not going to be able to streak throughout the entirety of the stage, so he's certainly in a strong position moving forward, especially if he can find his way into an early Deja as we rejoin Sox's board, our only 100 HP player. And this round coming up for Sox is so mission critical for his entire tournament. Like you said, he realistically, he needs a top 4 to have a chance. He probably wants to get a top 3 in order to feel good about his chances. And if he can maintain a win streak with this board, that is an excellent building block for him.
And what a comeback that would be for Sox to have one of the worst tournament starts that we've seen since Spicy Appies and LCQ and Amty in the mid-set finale and be able to make a run. And who knows, we've seen people who barely survived day 1 go on to win the whole tournament. So for Sox, needs to get this win. This Karma targets Inner Flame is not able to get the kill. And that means Sox is on a 5-round win streak. Things are looking good for Beast Coast Sox at the end of Stage 2.
Yeah, mission accomplished for Sox. Such a big deal as we were highlighting. Going to maintain that streak gold going through. Meanwhile, we joined Degree for the first time. He was not able to fully loss streak, but he's been playing Astrals, actually 7 Astrals on his board. Or sorry, 6, because he only has the Skarner 1. So he's supercharged his economy. He's relatively wealthy at level 5, and it's worth noting he is our other bubble boy. Now, he is on the outside, very much looking in at 17 points, but if he were to go first place in this lobby, that would get to that 25-point threshold, which we're thinking is either barely in or the tiebreaker, though obviously we cannot say for sure.
We'll just have to find out, because we do have an Astral base opening of Varus pair. Varus 2!
Oh my god!
That is massive. Degree needs to go big or go home, and that could be a very key piece into this equation that Degree is trying to solve, as we did have seen multiple Xayah victories, and it feels like he's in a really good spot to do that. Astro with Varus 2, a very easy link into these Xayah boards, especially if he's uncontested. Maybe can find a way to go for the Xayah 3 that's been the win con for so many.
Yeah, and he could also lean into Deja from here, right? With the Duelist, it's going to synergize well with that Ginsu's Rage Blade. He could also slam a Gunblade here. Actually, Gunblade Slam is not bad overall in this spot. Varus, people have to remember that Gunblade is no longer just like an AP-focused item. Yes, it's adding some ability power, but a lot of what's happening is providing healing for your team with no frontline items. That could actually matter. And by the way, what is this? Varus 2s all around? You get a Varus 2, and you get a Varus 2.
That's insane. Rain has Varus 2 with Knife's Edge and Zeke's. Another thing to note is that Degree only has 4 components, and so the Gunblade is very costly because that's the rest of the items they can slam for the entire stage, unless something dramatic happens. So as much as Degree was happy to get the Varus 2, one, queuing into Rain here, very inopportune, taking max damage, basically 5-unit loss. And also in terms of under-resourced with his items, it's looking kind of awkward as we take a look at the picture-in-picture as well and see the actions heating up across the convergence here as we take a look at the second augment coming in stage 2.
Wow, it's another silver augment situation, so we're going to have a very low power level overall on these augments, and Degree has some solid options here. I personally really like Tiny Titans from this spot. We've already paid a ton of HP down at 62, and I feel like in a strong position, but a strong position for the long run, but we're going to struggle because, like you called out, he's behind on item components in the mid game.
Yeah, the only thing is that Best Friends is actual combat power, and he has a way to actually capitalize on it because he has a Rage Blade slammed on top of a Varus, so that was the only other consideration. I do like Tiny Titans, though. I do think that Silvers, given their current power level, there's a few that are anomaly. You talked about AFK, there's a couple of like late game specials under the right conditions. But generally, they're not super impactful, especially when you think about like Celestial Blessing 1. It's just a few hundred hit points. So I think that overall, this is totally fine. And Degree can actually even rest easy a little bit because now he knows that he can trade his HP a little bit with this Astral start that he has.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and we're seeing in picture-in-picture at the lower right-hand corner of the screen, we're keeping an eye on Mismatched Socks to see if he's able to maintain his win streak. Meanwhile, Degree going up against Sully. Sully's got a very strong board, and Sully's in an excellent qualification position overall. Not a mortal lock, but if he gets more than 1 point in this game, I think we're very confidently seeing Sully on day number 2, which is awesome for him. Sully's going to get a nice fight win here. Oh, the Thrill. One more time. I think probably too much damage from this Karma cast, but very close, kills some extra units, and that's a great loss for Degree.
I mean, I was telling you, Thrill 1, not too bad sometimes. Oh, this ain't bad either. An early Deja at 3-3, but Soju is at level 7. He's not even playing Hustler or anything else that incentivizes him to be low eco in this way. He does have a Gambler's Blade. What is he thinking about? With the Knife's Edge and Celestial Blessing, he has to be thinking about this Jade Shioyu Soifin line. Is there any way to squeeze in this Deja? It's probably just too expensive.
Yeah, it's really expensive, and he doesn't realistically want to move the items because he's got this Yone too, so this Titans and the Gambler's Blade probably wants to stay there. So I agree with the decision to pass the Deja, though it feels really bad because that could easily be a Siphon or a Shioyu. I would love to have seen the spot Soju was in. He's preserving win streak, but this is not typical Soju play to be so low econ in the mid-game, and I wonder what the factors were that wound up pushing him to level all the way to 7 there. But for now, it is working out. He's maintaining his streak. He's got a 5 streak. If he's able to maintain that streak all the way through the end of stage 3, he'll have made back a meaningful amount of money. He actually winds up buying the Deja. He holds the Deja, so he's making no gold on 3-3.
That's a really big deal because Soju has to restart his economy in some capacity, but Deja is a really strong unit, and I feel like he could peel off some of these weaker units he's playing purely for synergies. As to why he's leveling for 7, you look at Ramblin is streaking, look at Sox who was streaking. I think he really wanted to get the edge and maintain that tempo. In his mind, he doesn't have to play for first. He can try to play for a really dominant top 3 that he knows he has no chance of being top 2. If that is what he's thinking, I can buy it if that's what he's telling me.
Yeah, but there's real risk in that as well, right? Because if he winds up losing this next fight or the fight after, then all of a sudden he's got no streak gold to maintain through his neutral round at the end of stage 3, and he's flat broke. So it's a really high risk, high reward play that if he's able to maintain the streak, I think he's fine. He makes it back and he's consistent, but there is another side of that coin.
Yeah, the side of the coin is he was playing some weak units to get the Shimmer scale in the first place. We talked about how if you do want to continue the win streak, you have to make sure you're layering in strong units, and this Deja is part of it because he's getting that 4 Mirage. All of a sudden, you're stacking Jade attack speed, Mirage attack speed, and that healing with 2 items. It could be a good spot, but now all of a sudden we see why Ramblin is shrieking. He has 3-item Ezreal as well as a Gambler's Blade with that Itis, and that Yone is going to get cut down really quickly, and it comes down to who's able to hold on a little bit longer. Is this Ezreal with the Gunblade able to withstand the pressure by healing up that Graves, or will this Deja be able to cut through and show you why Soju gave up gold? It comes down to this last Mystic shot, and Ezreal's able to close it out. Ramblin is still on a streak.
Yeah, Ramblin's still on a streak, so big for his spot. And these are 2 of our bubble boys, both Soju and Ramblin at 22 points in this game. Both of them desperately want to get to the 25, 26-point threshold. They both seem to be in pretty good spots to do that, but Ramblin being able to maintain this streak is so massive for his prospects in this tournament.
I know, and now the best part about it is that his board is cheap. It's very modular. You kind of mix and match what he wants. Let's say he does hit that Deja, he has an opportunity to tech that in, maybe play a 4th Mirage as well. As we do take a look at whose perspective matchups are Sox, Khroen, or Pokygom, and it looks like it's going to be Sox who has been prepping his Seraphine board. Seraphine 2 frontlined. That's not something you see every day, Bryce. Will it work out?
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense, right? Seraphine isn't the primary carry of this composition right now. It's the Volibear, and so he wants to get the extra shielding, which means that he wants the Seraphine to take damage. And because it's a 2-star unit, it's going to be able to withstand the damage. You saw it was actually so close to being able to cast there. So this is what Sox does, right? He does not just kind of turn off his brain and position his board in the kind of standard way, ranged units in the back, other melee units in the front kind of vibe. Sox is the most creative positioner that we have in North American teamfight tactics, and he is showing that versatility in this game as we head into the neutral round. Our 3 bubble players, Beast Coast Sox, Ramblin, and C9's K3 Soju topping out this lobby. Is there a world in which all 3 of these players wind up in the top 4 and advance?
Oh, absolutely. That is a possibility, given that they are currently 1, 2, and 3. But a player we are focusing on as well in this lobby is Degree, the outside chance, the dark horse who needs something big. He's got 1 out of 9. With that, Xayah is the way for him to commandly put himself in contention for a spot in day number 2. Finds a bow that he could utilize for, say, a Runan's Hurricane, which is very high tempo at this moment, and finds a zippy pair. And the age-old question is, should you be rolling in the spot, or are you gritting your teeth and hoping that you don't bleed too much HP? He has Tiny Titans, and yet he's 7th in HP. Without that Tiny Titans, he'd be in the 20s.
Yeah, and this is why you take the Tiny Titans. It was the more first Wraith play. Sacking a silver augment's worth of value in the late game is something you can get away with. You need to play this game for first place if you were Degree, so I really like the fact that he's not rolling here. And look, there is very much a world in which he goes 7th or 8th in this game, and if that happens, good on you, Degree, because you recognize the tournament situation and you optimize your chances for making it day 2. There's no difference between going 7th and 5th or 4th in this spot, so play for that first, buddy.
Agreed. And this Varus finally starting to get triple items and support. You can see what this comp was missing, but going up against Sox, who has the preparation Seraphine all ready to go, and this is why the comp is to be feared. The best part, Sox is stable with almost a full amount of economy in his war chest. That bodes very well for Sox as we take a look at Ramblin's perspective, who does take a loss to Pokygom, who has a Deja at level 8 and 30 gold.
He has a Graves 2 and a Deja 2 with 30 gold on level 8 on 4-1. I mean, we did talk about how strong AFK can be, and Pocky is showing you why. That is a disgusting spot for Pocky looking to play spoiler in this lobby.
Ramblin goes for the portable forge, doesn't find Zhonya's, could go for Obsidian Cleaver or Mana Zane. I have a very hard time to imagine it's Gold Collector. The only problem with the Obsidian Cleaver is it already does something redundant to what Deja has built in. Deja has Magic Shred to disarm that magic resistance of frontline tanks already, so it's not nearly as applicable, but hey, it's still not a bad thing to have.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see if his reroll option was available there. I'm assuming it wasn't because in general, Portable Forge is pretty weak the later in the game you go. It's really strong early in the game. It kind of falls off over time. It's a rare 4-2 augment selection. So going up against Khroen, we're seeing how popular Deja is on this duelist dexterity. We've already seen 3 Deja players, and it's going to be very crowded for all of these folks. Khroen with that really strong scaling iteration of the Deja with the Archangel plus the Jeweled Gauntlet, which is going to synergize so well with that ramping AP against the Gunblade version of the Deja trying to keep the front line alive. It looks like Khroen has this one to me.
Interesting. I guess because of the Itis 2. If it wasn't for the Itis 2, I think I would put his Ramble in favor just due to the fact that he's able to keep his front line alive that much longer. But you can see this Itis just lived way too long, and that'll be all she wrote for this fight. Ramble takes another loss, but again, a lot of people are a little bit stronger than he is right now, so that's to be expected. Finally, we check back in with Cloud9's K3 Soju, who is on 7 Jade, and does have the Shioyu and the Siphon. Choosing the itemize Siphon over Shioyu, I think a lot of people have questions about what to itemize when. In this case, he chose Siphon. Do you like that, Bryce?
The thing that's impossible to say is whether or not he actually had the Shioyu. Like, did he make this itemization choice, or was it just, hey, this is what I have right now, so obviously I'm going to put the items onto it? Shioyu seems to be the more consistent carry. Siphon seems to me to be the like crazier for threat, right? And anyone who's dealt with Siphon's rampage over the course of this set has been on the good side and the bad side of it. And so sometimes these items on Siphon can feel like a total troll, and other times they might feel like your Siphon is a genius in winning fights. Absolutely, because of it. Going up against this incredibly strong board that Pokygom has, we're taking a closer look at that Graves 2 and that Deja 2. Just too much power on Pokygom's side of things.
Yeah, it's a lot of stats to fight with on the other side. And so Soju just take a loss, but at the same time, he recognizes that Pokygom is one of the strongest people in the lobby, streaking at the moment, as the other Deja players are floundering just a little bit. Khroen, for example, he's at 0 gold, level 7. He's in a really awkward spot. We'll see whether or not he's able to turn around. Let's take a look at the Stage 4 carousel. All the gold tier augments, nothing really stands out other than the fact that we have a lot of either item-based or combat-based augments.
Yeah, we've got a couple of item component grab bags, which makes sense for both of those spots, right? There's a lot of item holders on both the lines that Sox and Degree are playing, and then you see some just generic combat power augments. So all of this makes sense to me. Taking broader stock of the lobby, we have very interesting complexion shaping up where all the people who are basically either guaranteed out or guaranteed in are at the bottom, and then you have the reverse at the top, with the lone exception of Pokygom, who could theoretically disrupt someone else's opportunity to get through. And there is the Aurelian Soul for Ramblin', which is such a big hit. This is so awkward, though, because he's only 1 off of the Deja 2, and that Deja 2 probably secures him his spot in tomorrow. The flip side of this is the Aurelian Soul is much stronger on his board right now, so this is a really tough call.
Well, Six Guardian is also very good right now. Let's see how he ends up utilizing this. He puts all the items onto a Rakan 2, just either temporary or maybe even find a way to reforge that later on. We'll see. As the Deja does get confronted by the Zippy, the Somersault Assault does end up going the other direction. No items on that Zippy to really make it scary. And Degrees Varus is just having a tough time dealing with a single Rakan that's just in the face, disarmed again. And that just means Degree is going to take yet another loss. Despite having so much HP to work with this game, it just feels like Degree is not able to get any momentum, once more thrusted back into a bot 2 spot.
He does have Shyvana pair and Xayah pair, though, so there's some big potential spikes. He also just hits the Jace, too, so let's keep an eye on Degree. Meanwhile, Ramblin' in that very contested Deja line feels like he has to roll to 0. Both the Itis and the Deja are such big spikes. If he hits either of those units, I would expect to see him sell the ASOL and commit to the board. But at this point in time, Mortdog functionally has the wheel for Ramblin'. He's at 0 gold. The chances that he gets to 9 anytime soon are very low. He chooses to sell the Deja. I assume he scouted it around and just saw there was just too much Deja out of the pool, and he felt like he needed to play his strongest board right now, given his point situation.
I think so. Plus, Sox being in his pool means that the Aurelian Soul is a better matchup. Everything clumps up. The disarm from Rakan comes in. Here comes the chain stuns, seeing if it can affect and lock down the Seraphine Comp on time, but it looks like they're going to get the shields off. Oh, and the vines from Zyra are going to stop the secondary cast from Aurelian Soul. And so the Black Holes have ascended, but there's just so much Sox left and almost nothing for them. It needs this cast to go big. But the Mystics is just able to withstand it, and now they're coming for that Aurelian Soul. Can that last cast come in time? No, and Ramblin takes almost a full loss. And it's losses like that can let the game get out of control for Ramblin.
God, that just feels so bad, and that's the problem with facing Seraphine comp is it's just so hard to kill units if you don't have enough damage to get through, and he just didn't. So big loss for Ramblin, and things are getting a little scary for him as we head into the Treasure Dragon stage of this game.
I mean, this is just not looking like a first place spot for Degree. We didn't hit Xayah 2 quickly. We do have Shyvana though, and that is nice, and we have that Shyvana pair. If we hit that Shyvana 2 and we're able to get Xayah 2, now we're talking. But you would have to encourage Degree to open sell. Sell that Varus 2 without a guarantee of a Xayah 2, and sell that Zippy without any guarantee. And I just don't know if that's the correct call here.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we see Sox rolling down at level 8 for the Seraphine comp. He's got most of the core units fully prepped and most of the core units upgraded. We would love to be able to find an upgraded copy of that Graves, but he does hit the Pantheon too. And with 69 HP, Sox and prep, you know, given his augment complexion, Sox is in a very good spot to get the job done. He needs to get a top 3 in this game, and I think he's got a very high likelihood of doing it. So Sox fans rejoice, at least for the time being.
I mean, we'll see. Pakigam on the other side, again, you talk about being spoiler, but he did end up taking a loss. I mean, the stage is just getting scarier. Now the fact that, you know, he does have the prep stacks ready to go, and he's been able to get 3 items onto it, and there's just no unit contending the stage in the back line. The assault from Zippy not able to do anything, and Shyvana, by the time gets her second breath of Dragon's Descent, not able to get it done, but Pokygam's Varus able to clean up too much of that front line. And all of a sudden, you're starting to see the cracks in the armor for Pokygam's army, playing a lot of things that don't go together very naturally and doesn't have a very strong amount of tankiness.
Yeah, this is the way that Pokygam loves to play the game. That hit for Ramblin is so massive. The 3-item Itis 2, such an important spike. He has no reasonable prospect of hitting an ASOL 2, but hopefully this board is enough. He's at 32 HP. He's been free falling for the last 4 or 5 fights. Will this stabilize him and get him his ticket to tomorrow?
We also called out the possibility that Ramblin was playing for a Reforger. Do you see a Obsidian Cleaver and a blue buff?
I do not. I do not.
Anima Vision and Redemption instead. What an incredible fortuitous set of events for Ramblin. Lean towards Dows, recognizing this is not good right now, but I can use it and ladder my way up into something more useful. The Shadow Assault and able to stun the back line, the combination of Pokygam with the Hecarim and the Deja doing a good number of work so far. A second cast of the Shadows able to stun, and Ramblin, despite having this Itis 2, has to keep this Radiant Soul alive. It finds a way to get sniped just because the Deja's cast, then all of a sudden the fight is lost, but the Wind Blast missed! How did it miss? It was sitting right there! And what a fortunate series of events here for Ramblin again, and that's exactly what he needs to book his ticket to day 2.
God, does he need this. The lobby HP is so condensed. Sox at the top at 60, Khroen we saw in the lower right hanging on at 9 HP, and Pokygam, who's been free-falling, has been able to get to level 9 and has a lot of potential to cap out his borders around Dragons. We are in for a wild finish. No one is safe. Ramblin, Soju, and Sox all in jeopardy here. All of them have the potential to make it tomorrow, but all 3 of them could bottom out as well.
Soju's Pantheon 2. That could be really big. Degree hitting Xayah 2 as well. A lot of tier 4 units getting online. Ramblin rearranged at the last second, trying to juke left or right based off his opponents. And on the other side, Sully TFT playing a 3 dragon setup with Deja as well. But Sully's board looks a lot weaker. Only Deja 1. Looks like it's a Terra 1 with 3 items. The item situation looks good, but in terms of the quality, wait! Aurelius will get sniped by the Zippy, the Somersault Assault! And just like that, the damage source is gone for Ramblin, which means he's just hoping to clean up as many units as possible before he takes, inevitably, a giant wave of damage.
And this is the problem with Ramblin's board. He has no damage left when his ASOL goes down, so if the Zippy targets it because it's high HP in the back and a Deja Wind Blast goes through it, then it's just dead. And Ramblin all of a sudden down to 1 life. I felt so good about that matchup, but the way in which the fight RNG played out was just not to Ramblin's favor. Meanwhile, Pokygam takes another loss down at 6 HP. Degree at 7, Khroen X out in 8th place, but it does not matter. Khroen has already punched his ticket to tomorrow.
It's tough. There's a Garden Emblem also on the carousel for anybody that wants that's playing into that strategy, but no one's going for it, so she takes a Locket instead, playing that double front line with that Knife's Edge. See if he can make that happen. A lot of posturing on it. Some of the most indecisive or mind-gamey carousel, depending on how you want to frame it, that you'll see all weekend long as we take a look on Degree, his final stand here in the North American Regionals. Is it the Cinderella story about to turn into a pumpkin? Or can we live a little bit longer? That's a Shyvana 2. That's exactly what he needed.
That's exactly what he needed and exactly what Ramblin didn't want to see. He really wants to get as many points as possible. He needs Degree to go out in this lobby, and now he sees him hit the most massive power spike and not one that you're supposed to get with no barred increase on odds. The likelihood of being able to get to this, actually it looks like he did have barred increase on odds at some point, but regardless, this is such a big spike with the Shyvana 2.
Rampage.
The Rampage going up against it. It's onto the Xayah, but the Xayah is still okay, free hitting in the back line. There goes the Feathers Fry, and this Siphon is running away. There's no damage left for Soju on the board, and it's going to be a win for Degree. Can Ramblin hang on here?
We're looking at Ramblin and whether or not the Surveillance Soul can outlast, but it looks like he can't really deal with that giant Seraphine comp, and another big wave of damage! Ramblin can't die, and he does in 6th place! Pokegum able to at least have him in 7th, but that is only 3 points to Ramblin, which means once more, for the 3rd consecutive set, are we going to tiebreakers to determine the fate of Ramblin?
God, please, no. I just want to see Ramblin advance. He's such a special player, and it feels like the second half of the day has just gone against him. We saw him playing this contested line. We saw other people getting it online. Ramblin not able to get it done, unfortunately, and then Degree with this massive power spike able to get him a fight win against Soju. So Degree sort of playing spoiler in this game. Degree's hope is still alive. Can he somehow deal with this board? There's a Zeri 3 on the other side, and everything is pretty scary and upgraded.
Degree right now is just holding on by the skin of his teeth. The Dragon Scent, very effective. Shyvana does have good attributes into this comp, but just not enough damage to get through and survive. Everything barely lives, and Degree's run in North American Regionals will also be cut short here in 5th place. But his loss is the gain of Cloud9's K3 Soju. He needed top 4, and he got it.
Yes, he got it. Soju is very likely to advance to tomorrow at this point. Obviously, we will not know until we see this final scores. Sox also in excellent position because he is topping out this lobby at 44 HP. We've also seen Sox's board, and it's ridiculously strong. It's hard for me to envision Sox not top 3ing from this spot, and if he top 3s, that means we're looking at enough points very likely to get him into tomorrow. So Sox playing with his back against the wall basically the entire day, and he does it. Very, very impressive performances from both Sox and Soju in this game.
Sox just has to outlive Rainplosion, Sully TFT, who is streaking, or Soju. Does have good matchups on paper against what Soju's comp has to offer, but Soju has very good augments relative to the silver, silver, gold dynamics, able to stack his Celestial Blades and make it very good. Just take a look at Sox's POV. Sox will be going up against Sully, Soju going up against Rainplosion. What's going to happen in this critical 6-1 fight?
Yeah, and Soju does have a Zephyr to play with, which could pay huge dividends in this fight. We've seen multiple fight swings over the course of today based on good Zephyr placement. Soju, one of the best Zephyr players in the entire ladder. Let's see what he does. A last-second swap. He knows who he's playing against. What unit did he go for? Did he land it? He did.
Nice!
It's directly onto the Shio-Yu. Such big micro play from Soju in this spot.
I mean, this is a big play for Sox as well. If Rain goes out here, puts Sox into day number 2. But Soju's getting a little overwhelmed. It's definitely the swan song diving of the Siphons goes against Soju. Sox gets a huge win over Sully, though, and that's what he needs, and that almost puts it away. We have a little bit more left to play this game to determine whose fate will be hanging in the balance and who will advance, as Soju just needs to live a little bit longer. His job is very much here, but he also can book some tickets for his friends.
Yeah, booking tickets for your friends is very valuable. It's not the TFT we play, it's the friends we make along the way. And I promise you, Soju would rather have his buddies with them at the end of the day, especially since North America as a region overall, and this doesn't get talked about enough, we really collaborate with one another. We share information, we improve as a server. So if we can advance our best players onto tomorrow and hopefully onto the World Championships, then maybe, just maybe, we'll have a chance of taking down a World Championship in a League of Legends game.
Sox is fighting Rainplosion in the bottom right. Can Soju find a way to get Sully down here as well? He's down to 10 HP. And this Deja is starting to finally work, but look at the dodge from Jax, able to lock down somehow a heat-seeking missile for that Deja in the back line. And Soju's Rampage, just enough to be able to take down this Deja, and Sully is out, which means Sox with that top 3 should have that 26-point threshold to join us for the second day of regionals.
The key word here is should. We will not know until we get there, but based on the simulations going in, we can predict that both Soju and Sox have a very high likelihood of making it tomorrow. Both of players coming into this lobby having so days so far, very back and forth for both players, and they were both coming in with so much confidence. In fact, both Soju on our show yesterday was saying that he thinks by far the best 2 players in the field are himself and Sox. So what a way to do it in the same lobby, both playing from behind and making the magic happen.
Take a look at whether or not he can follow that up. Gets a Zephyr onto the double Warmog Zac, which gives him immediate midline access. Can he find a way to go to the back? The Rampage charges, but doesn't really target to the correct targeted unit, and as a result, Graves turns around, says, what, you wanted my attention? Immediately 2 taps to Siphon, slaps Soju back down to 3rd place, unless Rainplosion's got him, and Rain looks like able to get that victory. So Soju, even if he goes out 3rd here, should be in a good spot. And what a performance once again from Rainplosion to put herself here. She's had such a dominant day of competition, another top 3 finish for her.
What a monster. She has been playing different lines throughout the day, and it feels like she's just always in a solid position to top 4 and potentially even to play for 1st place. It very much feels like she has the 2nd strongest board right now. She's just Soju's father in many ways, so to speak, right? She's just the stronger version of the Siphon board with the double carry, well itemized, and Rain has been putting on a clinic. And it's worth noting that while Rain had already guaranteed a spot into tomorrow, the last place for Worlds in this tournament is going to be going based on average placement. So Rain having yet another finish is going to put her at or near the top of that statistic heading into tomorrow, which is really, really good for her.
It's huge as long as she can keep stacking. Is that Seraphine 3? It is. Sox has now put his stamp onto the lobby. First will guarantee himself to move on to the next day, but we'll put a pin on that as we have Rainplosion versus Soju.
Yeah, we saw this matchup before, and Rain very easily won it despite having one of her 2 primary carries Zephyr. This time, Soju misses the Zephyr, and it just feels like there's so much power on Rain's side with the triple items well itemized on both the Siphon and the Shiou. It's really a double threat comp versus a single threat comp, and you know what? I learned math from Kyun, and I am quite confident that 2 carries is better than 1 carry.
Oh, you learned it from Kyun?
Yeah.
Oh, you should teach it to him sometime then. Well, we'll see whether or not Rainplosion can keep up the momentum as she does end up beating Sox. That was her ghost. Is Rainplosion about to stack yet another dub onto her never-ending list of achievements on today? Like, what is happening in this lobby? I thought Seraphine 3 would seal the deal, but it looks like far from over at the moment.
Yeah, far from over. It's impossible to say what happened in that fight because we didn't really get a chance to watch it, and certainly Siphon Rampages and the RNG component of that can absolutely swing fight. So here we go, another look at this fight. We see some last-second repositioning from Sox. He goes to the opposite corner. He's got that Zac in the front line to try to deal with these 2 big dragon threats.
Shiou and Siphon walk up, whether or not they can stall. Seraphine is isolated. The Rampage takes out half her life and does lock her down with the Bard. Another bite onto the Graves, but does not able to get it off. Seraphine barely lives, and Shiou now is all by herself. I don't think that's enough. Usually you need the 2 dragons to double team. And just like that, Rainplosion streak has ended. But she has 50 gold. She's been saving up. She's been looking for a way to go to level 9. She has an opportunity to play for more. Let's see if this last item and gold injection can change anything.
So let's see here. On the left side, we have a Static Shiv, which is the first instance of Magic Shred on the left side board for Rainplosion, but not a particularly great item. It's not terrible. You'll put it onto that Soraka and some additional stats that are valuable. Meanwhile, we have an Edge of Night for Sox. That is such a good item for Sox. The problem is Graves doesn't have an item slot left available, so it's actually not going to be able to do very much work on his board at all.
As a Reforger, could use it on the Edge of Night. Yep. I think also we have Whispers, so the Shred is not really that important. In fact, anything, the attack speed just for the raw cast might even be better there for the Soraka. So it's okay on both sides. Nothing amazing, but nothing completely useless. As we do see the level 9 from Rain finds a Bard 2. Can we find another Mystic perhaps, or something else to tech in? We have Yasuo. there's something that Rain's going to look for. She only has a little bit of gold left. Can she find something to turn the tides?
Yeah, and it could also just come down to fight RNG, right? We saw that Siphon basically within one auto attack of killing that Seraphine. If any splash damage wound up on that Seraphine, she might have been able to roll over the entire board. Meanwhile, Sox was able to get some extra prep stacks on these units. That's going to add some value. So here we go, one last time for the game and the style points.
And the Pantheon's lined up correct on both sides, able to get the Age of Assault and get the immediate anti-heal. Huge bar temper fate, locking down all the units. Siphon's wrapping around the back. Can we find a way to get this Siphon to charge up and maybe end the damage? Graves is almost down. And does this mean Rain's able to do it? But all the dragons are down, so it's just up to Yasuo. I don't think that's going to be enough. Too many 3-stars. And when his back was pushed to the wall, you never corner the tiger. Beast Coast Sox closes day 1 of the North American Regionals with a first place and pushes himself to day number 2.
Sox was the favorite coming into this tournament for a reason. When he plays teamfight tactics at his best, it is truly a sight to behold. And we did not get a chance to see what happened to him throughout the day today, but it is clear that Sox, when he gets a good spot, knows how to convert that into a first place. He needed the points. He got the points. Welcome to day number 2, Mr. Sox.
Sox pulls it off in the end. So does Soju. And Rainplosion, if she can make it through day 2 to day 3, has set herself up in an amazing position to try and lock up the 3rd spot at Worlds with the average placement. But another player we have to talk about in this position, Ramblin'. 25 points, potentially in tiebreakers. Now, started the day 1-1. That is at least a helpful spot to be in, but we don't know that 25 is going to be the spot.
Please, Mort Dog, you have not had Ramblin' so many times. Just once, just one time, please. Let this man get a little bit of luck to push him over the edge, because I promise you, whatever went wrong for Ramblin' today, he has already learned on it and grown from it. I really want to see this man's journey continue. He's just such a special player. It would be such a devastating loss to lose him on day 1.
It absolutely would be. I mean, and in fashion of tiebreakers, at least we feel comfortable if it is a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
He should be finally good. I know it was said in the roll down about will he finally be the villain in the tiebreakers and knock someone else out. And that prophecy may come up as long as that cutoff, as long as Nature's did the math right. And 25 is the likely cutoff. We'll have to see. I mean, there's a lot more bubble players that we're fighting.
Yeah, and again, it depends on the tiebreakers. The first tiebreaker is usually the number of first places that you're able to get. So Ramblin' it's going to be hard to beat that, right? Not many people who get to that 25 spot will have won twice as well. So I think things look favorable for him, but nothing is guaranteed because it kind of depends on how the rest of the lobbies all shake up. We've seen us guess, we talk about 26 is a number, and then sometimes, I think it even happened in this set where the number was even 2 points higher than that. We said 27, 28 was safe, and it was 30 that ended up being the tiebreaker, and Asa got knocked out despite having an incredible amount of points. So you never really know in TFT, and that's what makes it so nerve-wracking.
And it could go the other way too, by the way. If you remember the point complexion going into this, we had Sox at 20, but then there was no one at 21, and a couple of people at 22, Soju being one of them, Ramblin' being another one. And so depending on how the people on the outside did, it actually could be 25 could just be in. It might not even be the tiebreaker.
That's true.
We just don't know what happened in the other lobbies, so we don't know. Probably the chat is sitting over there being like, they've already done the math. They don't. Chat, tell me, beam me. I must find out this information.
We are just sitting here speculating until I get the go-ahead that we actually have the official numbers. So until then, it's also like, okay, we had a lot of bubble players make it in our lobby, and that can increase the score, as Dan was saying. So there's more worry to be had for Ramblin'.
Yeah, I think that in this spot, you pretty much just have to worry about what you can control. And for this part, like I think Ramblin' put on a really strong first 2 games. I didn't see what happened in the middle part of the day, but I had my reservations. I was very vocal about it yesterday on our podcast. I was saying, like, look, I like Ramblin'. I think he's a special player, as you said. I think he's one of the best that North America has to offer. I just don't know if this set is his set. And I was really hoping that I was wrong. And the first 2 games, I was like, yeah, I'm happy to be wrong. And then slowly but surely, my smile started dipping a little bit low. I was like, oh, no, I see exactly what's happening here. I would love nothing more than Ramblin' to go to day number 2. I'm one of his biggest fans. I want him to succeed. And man, does he deserve it? I feel like him at 25 should be safe, but we're just going to have to cross our fingers.
Well, while we hold for those scores to finish up, let's talk a little bit more about Sox and Soju. They came in as potential just favorites in the tournament. They were both very confident in their ability, and this is maybe a disappointing day one, but not entirely. They made it in. They pulled it out in the final hour.
Yeah, they did. I mean, look, it has to be said that it feels like one of the higher variance patches that we've ever played on for regionals, right? Because there is so much pressure on boards early to preserve HP. The stylistic opportunities where you're low rolling early, and so then that's fine because you can just lean into one of the dominant low roll strats and kind of rubber band your way back. The type of thing that, Milk, for example, Spencer, for example, have been famous on. Even a player like Clear is very comfortable doing that. There just aren't a lot of those outs right now. And so if you have low roll openings, no matter how good of a player you are, it can be very challenging to find your way back from them. So I'm not reading anything into Sox and Soju's games from today until I actually get a chance to watch them. For now, the mission is survive and advance, and it seems like they have both accomplished that.
Survive and advance is the name of the game at regionals. They're not bonus points that these players are collecting, though they do want those high placements for the potential at that third world slot that is the overall average placement. But end of the day, they advanced. Mission done for day one.
Yeah, and I think that's what you can really expect. I mean, I think that we've seen a lot of players who, they crush day number one, but day number two, they flame out. Yeah. I think it's more important to pace yourself. Players like Soju, he's just pretty happy to just go to day number two, and then day number two goes to day number three. And also remember, again, strategies should be likely to change from day one to day two. No longer can you really be open to comps that feel like you're placing like a fifth and you're happy about it. You really want to make sure that you're above that cutoff. And as we also talk about average placement, right, you want to see what comps that can give you the most consistent average placement over the next couple of days, because a lot of players are going to keep that on their mind, especially if they have a lead. You're talking about Rainplosion, you're talking about Robin, you're talking about Khroen. Like, that 8th place, I'm sure Khroen actually did care about that because he was in a really good spot with his average placement leading up to that.
All right, well, with that, we do have the lobby winners of each of the other lobbies, so we can at least start taking a look, and we can slow roll our way to actually finding out what has happened here. But Bryce, Kyvix again, and then Asa finding a win.
Okay, I just need to say this. Kyvix, you baited me, bro. I was so high on Kyvix when I did my initial tier list for this event like a week and a half ago, because I think that he's a really special player and he plays the game so differently, and I think that can be really rewarding in a field of people who are trying to play overlapping styles. Now, Kyvix basically said to me, I am terrible, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm going 8th. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I don't believe you, but this is why Khroen, the true faithful, were rewarded, right? Khroen was like, I don't care what this Kyvix guy says. He has no idea how good Kyvix is. I know how good he is and picked him. Meanwhile, Asa also getting a win, very comfortably advancing.
All right, well, I mean, there you can see the scores of each of these lobbies. But what really matters is going to be this next slide that we've got with the overall scores. And Dan, take it away.
Oh, man! Yes! We have a 1 point cutoff from 24 to 25. Ramblin' and Sad makes it. Bryce is a really happy camper.
I'm so happy. I mean, look at this beautiful thing. We have Ramblin' getting in by 1 point. What a time to be alive. You have Kyvix topping the entire thing alongside Rain, who was just an absolute monster for the entire day. Goobums and Asa from the study group up the top at 33. Dish Soap and Burt, where they belong up there. P-God? We've not talked a lot about P-God today, but he is on the Set 7 prophesied world champion arc and taking care of business in day one. Also, Sag sneaking in at the end, also at 25 points. He had a somewhat rough start to the day, so really nice battle back from him.
Yep, both the LCQ players, Sag and Sully, making it in to day number 2. I got a note from production that Taco Bell Wi-Fi ended up getting second in that final lobby, and if he had gotten first, he would have beaten Sag in tiebreakers. So such a heartbreak final fight for Taco Bell Wi-Fi to not be able to squeeze into a day 2, but big for Sag, and I felt like Sag was having a good day overall, and so the fact that he's able to make it to day 2 and try and continue that, he is one of those players that does a great job playing for HP.
Yeah, he really is. I think he's a super underrated player, and I think the style of this meta really suits him. He's very good at committing early, and there's a few techs that I think we have not seen him bust out yet, so I'm really excited to see if he's going to get some of those opportunities as the tournament goes along. The one player we haven't talked about yet that I think we absolutely must is Setsuko. He was not that close to qualifying, really struggled a lot of this set. I think it did not suit his playstyle. I think he's a really flexible player, and I think he just didn't really have it, and his tournament struggles continue. So, you know, if you're out there watching Setsuko, I'm sure you're upset. I know that you're the hardest on yourself of anybody, but hang in there, buddy. You are an amazing TFT player, and you will be back in set 8.
Absolutely. I mean, Setsuko, you said rubber meets the road. It didn't quite connect this time around, but Setsuko's been around for so long in the TFT scene at the top level, and I think he'll continue to do so.
Yeah, I'm sure he's queuing a ladder game right now.
Yeah, it's probably,
I'm not even joking. You think
He's probably already in game if you got eliminated early.
You think he's watching this?
Yeah.
No,
He already
absolutely not.
ended stream and is already queuing up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are just filling for the interview. We are trying to set up for Kyvix to be able to get a chat with him. So that would be fantastic. But I want to quickly shout out our partners at Ball Street. If you're wondering how you can play the real-time fantasy game, you can head over to their website, fantasytft.com. They've got a how to play section where our friend Gangly has made a nice guide, so please check them out in the App Store or on the web over at fantasytft.com. They've been a great partner for competitive TFT for a very long time. But insane performances at the top of the tables. Kyvix going first after his confidence level is just insane to me.
Yeah, I'm never listening to Kyvix again. Unreliable narrator.
I think a lot of TFT players kind of struggle with this because in a lot of people's minds, you're only as good as your most recent set of 5, 10, 20 games. That's why it's become a big thing within the TFT community to post your match history profile through LOL chess or tactics.tools because they want to show off what they recently know. Kyvix's recent games going into it has been abysmal. He averaged a 6.0 in in-houses, which means that he's never been up to top 4, really. Like, just to summarize it, he was that poor. He was averaging more 8s than he was top 4s. And so it was not looking good. His confidence was shot. I tuned into some of his streams with him and Amdy because they're really good friends. His mental looks down the drain. He was completely, he was upset. He was not happy with things. And lo and behold, coming in day number 1 here, it all clicks together. All the things that he knows in the back of his mind, the niche outs, the ability to kind of put boards together in unusual ways that have 3-star power and unusual tempo curves, it all kind of just shows you the good fundamentals that he has. And I think this just goes to show you one really important lesson. If practice and raw talent was the sole determinator of who would win a Teamfight Tactics tournament, then that would be no fun. But it doesn't, and that's why we watch these tournaments.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a big reason that we do get it, and Kyvix being one that came in worried that maybe his playstyle wasn't going to work. We thought he may just pivot to playing meta compositions, but today we see Nomzy as one of his first wins, re-rolling that, getting the 3-star Nomzy. We saw the Zeri going to 3-star with the Zeri Guardians, which is a composition we thought we might see this week, but we weren't sure. And it looked good, even though it didn't take the lobby. It could have in a lot of lobby situations.
Yeah, that power level in that lobby was absolutely bananas, so it is what it is, but it was a really great played game from him. We also saw, we didn't see what happened, but he had Itis 3 in the final game,
true,
so
yeah.
he re-rolled everything from low cost to dragons. That's how good this guy is. You know what? At the end of the day, what it all boils down to is I think Kyvix realizes a fundamental truth that some people seem to be missing, which is that 3-star units are better than 2-star units.
Yeah, I think, that is something that he's discovered. And I don't know why no one else is doing it. Well, Milk did it once today with Why Spending. He 3-starred just about everything he could on his board. But yeah, people just aren't going for those 3-stars.
Yeah, well, for a big part of the set, that was actually justified. Xayah 3 and a couple of units were kind of a meme for a long time. And then you had Graves 3, which is apparently a 5-star legendary that was just running over things. So there's this one patch that happened this set, as again, we're stalling for time, is they changed all the numbers of 3-star units. And that was one of those random patches out there, like, oh, Deja 3 is too strong, we're buffing Shio 3. Oh, Xayah 3 sucks, we're buffing that, and Graves 3 gets this nerf. And, lo and behold, it turns out 3-star Tier 4 units were a huge part of people's success today, on top of the usual dragons and the normal win cons.
Yeah, I mean, normally that's not even Kyvix's style. Normally he likes the 3-star at 3 cost, the 3-star at 2 cost. But him even going for Dragons, going for 4 costs is amazing to see. You know, Rainplosion didn't actually quite get to go for a Soraka reroll this time around, but we'll see if that happens later on in the weekend. But we have been able to get Kyvix, and we are going to be able to bring him in for an interview. So let's go to that now. I want to talk to Kyvix about their performance today, especially because the confidence wasn't there. So Kyvix, congratulations on making it to day 2, having such an amazing performance. I know you didn't expect to do this well, but how do you feel about your play throughout today?
Yeah, I thought, or I did a lot better than I thought I don't know. I was a bit worried going into this because I literally averaged a 6.0 in in-houses, and I was only like trolling a couple of them. So it's like,
got it.
Yeah, I was a bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm staring at a sheet in which I asked you the question, how would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10 relative to the rest of the regionals field, with 1 being most likely to win the event and 24 being least likely to win the event? Do you remember what you answered?
Probably about 24.
Yeah, it was right about 24 was what you answered. So I'm never listening to you again.
Bryce. He said 1 because he'd be rank 1 at the end of day 1.
Oh.
And 24 would be the minimum amount of points he'd be scoring.
Yeah, no, the 1 was when he rated his current form on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah,
so...
but you didn't say which was the highest, did you?
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe he just has a reading comprehension issue. But Kyvix, what went better for you today than expected? Like, this is such a huge delta between what you yourself thought was going to happen today and then how it all played out.
Yeah, something I learned in house is that I'm really bad at a lot of the meta comps. I just don't understand how to play like stuff. I think today I ended up getting like 3 games of Nate Nomsey and a couple good high rolls. So that would end up. I also have like a little bit of day 1 off because so like in Astro Cup, Day Cup, and Dragon Cup, I was always in day 1. It didn't matter. I got 40 points, 39 points. Today's 39. So
I see. How did day 2 go in those events?
I barely. Don't worry about that one.
Got it. We see you practicing with Amdy all the time. How valuable is he to your success? He didn't, of course, have that much to play for, but a lot of pride and maybe some money. How valuable was he to your success? Because we hear how much you are to his success.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, he's probably learning about nothing from me. I'm getting a lot better look at him. There's a Kaisa reroll game that I probably would have went like dead last if I hadn't watched Force it a bunch of times.
Okay.
But yeah.
Nice.
No, I'm getting a lot out there.
All right, Kyvix, we're having a little bit of issues hearing you perfectly, so we're going to try and wrap this up, but I would love to give you the opportunity for any shout-outs that you'd like to make before we send you on your way.
Yeah, shout out to you guys for holding this event. Very fun. And shout out to MD for helping me and all my friends for playing with me.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview, Kyvix, and congratulations on making it to day number 2. It was awesome to watch you, and we're excited to see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
All right, with that, wrapping up the interview with Kyvix.
Man, a few words.
Man, a few words for sure.
But many talents.
Many talents. We've got some time to kind of give some final thoughts on day 1 as we wrap it up. We've got 16 players advancing, and I just want to kind of get both of your thoughts on the day as a whole, and we'll go Bryce and Frodan.
I feel like today went relatively in line with what we expected in terms of a lot of those strongest players were at or near the top. Some of them were a little bit close, but ultimately got there in the end. Sad and sorry to say goodbye to Setsuko and Pokygum in particular, but it's not always your day of TFT. That's just kind of how the game works, and, better luck next time. But I'm really excited for some of the up-and-comers as well. I think the standout performance today, for me at least, was Rainplosion. It wasn't just the points that she scored. It was the way in which she scored them. And look, if you're at the top of a lobby like this, you are for sure high rolling. Like, there's no world in which you're not. Like, Kyvix was high rolling, Rain was high rolling, everyone at the top was high rolling, but she showed versatility and style. She showed an ability to play the early game really well. She tempoed out, which is super, super important to the way this works. And she showed a willingness to play towards a lot of different outs, including multiple outs that other players in the field were not particularly interested in playing. And when you put all of those things together, player, you create a package of a player that is truly scary in this tournament. I expect her to perform very well again tomorrow, and do not be surprised to see if Rainplosion qualifies for the World Championship through this event. She's been amazing from start to finish this set. She has never really even taken a beat. It's been a joy to watch.
Rookie of the set.
Rookie of the set. I mean, I think that's cemented at this point. She could flame out tomorrow, and she still gets my vote for Rookie of the set 100%.
If Ambi wins Worlds, we have to
okay. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not crowned too early here. It would be very fitting as Cass to do that. My takeaway is the opposite end of the extreme. If this didn't kill Sox, then what can? Are you not entertained? This guy low-rolled like crazy the first half of the day, and yet he still didn't die. Imagine if he actually has medium luck. We're not even asking for Rainplosion and Kaivik starts. We're asking for something for Sox to work with in a reasonable manner. This guy is that good. I put Disrupt at number 1. I was putting Sox at close number 2, but after today, watching some of those spots, I think it is much closer, and definitely people who say Sox has that edge of the field, I truly believe it. And that also applies to a lot of other people who might be around that tier. We just focus on Sox, but how many other people had their backs against the wall and were able to survive? The mental durability that you have to have and the growth that you're able to show yourself as a player for this journey. Experience really does matter, and Sox showed that today.
Well, Sox is not ready to let us crown anyone else anything yet until he is done for in this tournament. He fought back to get to day number 2. And so we are done with day number 1. We're closing for the day, but be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. PDT for more of the Dragonlands mid-set, not mid-set finale, North American Regional Finals. It is a long day. Let's go. We will see you all tomorrow.